broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Tampa City Council. This is the evening session. At this time, may I have I'm sorry, let's do roll call. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Carlson. Hurtak.
Here.
Clendenin.
Here.
Henderson.
Present.
Vieira. Miranda.
Here.
Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
All right. May I have a motion to open all public hearings?
moved.
We have a motion from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Doc, if we can go to the agenda.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Chairman and Council. Doc Development Coordination. And on this evening's agenda, item number 3, there is a request for a continuance. This is file number TCCPA 22-28. The request is to continue this item to November 9th to 2023 at 5:01.
So
All right,
moved, Chairman.
we have a motion. I'm sorry, is there anybody that is here who wishes to speak on the continuance of item number 3? I see no one, and we don't have anybody registered. At this point, we have a motion from Councilmember Miranda to continue this item to November 9th, 2023. Second from Councilwoman Hurtak at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Old City Hall. We have a motion from 33602, Tampa, Florida. Motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilwoman Hurtak. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Yes, ma'am?
Thank you, Chairman. And the next item is item number 4. This is REZ 22-103. The request is to continue this item to October 12th, 2023 at 5:01 p.m.
So
All
moved.
right. Do we have anybody that wishes to speak on this continuance only?
Second.
Yes, Mr. Shelby?
Just a note, looking at the agenda, this is the second continuance on this item?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay.
that
so-
is correct.
And is the petitioner present, if you know?
Yes, the applicant is
Okay,
present.
so they are aware that this is the second continuance, unless you want to speak.
All right. We have a motion to continue this item from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilwoman Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
This will be to October 12th, 2023, 5:01 p.m., 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Old City Hall, Tampa, Florida. All right. And then
Thank
item
you,
number
Council.
12.
And Chairman, item number 12, file number REZ 2244. This needs to be removed from the agenda. This is a misnotice.
We have a motion to remove item number 12 from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. All right, and the final request, I believe, is to move item number 6 to come directly after item number 1. And the reason is because we have a translator present that is here on behalf of the city, I believe. So we're going to take item number 6 right after item number 1, then start with item number 2. Everybody okay?
Thank you,
We have
Council.
a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Do we need to deal with the addendum now or at number 2?
No, that'll be the substitute when we read that. So, all right, at this time, that concludes the agenda. All right, at this time, I'm going to pass the gavel to Councilmember Clendenin. I have a commendation to present.
The chair recognizes Chairman Maniscalco.
The chair pro tem.
Chair Pro Tem.
Okay. So today is a special day because we have a very special guest, a friend to almost everyone in this room. I don't think he's a stranger to anyone. This is the Honorable Mayor Dick Greco, and today is his 90th birthday. So Mayor Greco first was elected to the Tampa City Council in 1963, and after serving one term was elected as mayor. The last time an incumbent mayor lost, I believe. This was in 1967, and he served as mayor 2 terms, went into the private sector and came back in 1995 and served 2 terms again until 2003. So before I bring the mayor up, I have, if we can get this overhead projector active, I have some photos. If we can get the this projector up. All right, if you can see it, this may not work. No, it's not gonna work. Anyways, pictures of the mayor as a city council member and as a mayor. But at this time, Mayor, if you wanna come on up.
Slower than I used to.
So we wrote this for you. These are our new commendations, so you're the first to get it. But it is our distinct pleasure to present this commendation to one of our most beloved mayors on his 90th birthday. Mayor Greco was born September 14th, 1933, and at the young age of 30, or 29, I think it was right before your birthday, you started your long political career as a member of the Tampa City Council, immediately followed by being elected as the city's 50th mayor. Under your leadership, Tampa saw a substantial reduction in the crime rate and an increase in the police department personnel. You expanded the central library system and you were instrumental in increasing the seating capacity of the Tampa Stadium in preparation for the arrival of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. You were mayor until 1974 when you moved into the private sector and accepted the role of vice president of the Edward DeBartolo Company. After spending more than 20 years in the private sector, you were once again elected as the city's 56th mayor in 1995 and served until 2003. During your tenure, you focused on capital improvements such as the commercial development of Ybor City, including Central Ybor, bringing life back to Ybor City, and also the Channelside District. And you were instrumental in the construction of Raymond James Stadium. We are in awe of your accomplishments. And on this 14th day of September, your birthday, 2023, we just want to present you with this commendation from the Tampa City Council. All right.
Thank you for that.
I believe we have our city clerk, Shirley Fox Knowles, that wants to come up, and then you go ahead and speak.
All right. I wanted to present this, This Is Your Life. You did an interview with me back on this date 8 years ago. And it is full of so much wisdom. And I wanted to give it to you and your family. You would love it. I just finished watching it. It's great.
Thank you.
Okay? It's on the jump drive, okay? And wanted to give you this paperweight of the city of Tampa.
Thank you
Okay?
so
I'll
much.
put it in here. Okay?
That's sweet of you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And happy birthday.
Mayor, would you like to say a few words?
A few. I want to thank all of you for acknowledging this today. I was sitting here thinking, I used to sit up there 60 years ago, a little over 60 years ago. Hard to believe that this much time has gone by and the city's getting bigger and better every day as we live. Charlie was around then, he'd been around for almost 100 years. I remember Charlie first getting on the water board. We couldn't talk to each other about anything, so I said, you get on the board, then let me know what's what, and I can call the rest of the people. Things like that were different in those days. We got a lot of things done, cleaned up the bay, and a bunch of stuff over the years. I wanted to thank all of you for choosing to do this in the city where I was born and that I love more than anything in the world. It's not easy, but you're giving something back to a wonderful place. And I appreciate it, and many people appreciate it. And nothing is simple, and nothing is 100% that everybody buys. I remember one time saying, you could pave the streets in gold for free, and somebody could complain about the glare. And that's just the way it is. But again, I want to thank each and every one of you for taking your time and effort to put into a city that I love and that is growing every day in a wonderful way. Thank you for this acknowledgement. Hope make a few more years. God bless all of you and the city of Tampa. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I think some of the members of council Mayor, I think some of the members of the council would like to address you. We'll start with age before beauty, so Charlie will be first and I will be last. Councilman Moran.
Daily double, the age and the beauty.
Councilman Moran.
Just Mayor, let me say just thank you. In fact, you making history also, that combination you have, it's the first one that's written and stacked the way it is with the chairman on top and then the 6 council members. And it was always different, and that's the first one that has the signature of all the council members. Because I got tired of looking at signatures that looked like mine or scribbled, and I said, why are we giving away to somebody who didn't even know who signed these things? So we have the aides sign, get us a sign, and they printed them up that way, and that's how, so you have the first one in history that came under the new one. So thank you for what you've done. God bless you and your family and your wife for letting you do what you've done for so many years. And the most enjoyable conversation I ever had with any audience is when you and I were invited to speak in the city of Clearwater about 8 years ago. And the crowd never forgot that. We talked about Ybor City and how it came about and how you did the things, how the Marriott Hotel wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. The airport wouldn't be what it is. You started that. So many things. Ybor City revitalization was all through you. All the lots that are born now where everybody's having a good time on North Boulevard, that area there, Tampa Heights. People don't know that you bought all that land for that. Most of the land where the Riverwalk is that came out of your administration. You did it under the QT, so nobody knew it was a city, if not that it wanted more money for the land. So I never forget all those conversations. God bless you. You did a fantastic job with mayor. You were different than most because you talked and you used to tell every council member this, no matter who's in my office, if you need to see me, you ask the lady up front and I will come up and talk to you no matter who's in there, including the President of the United States of America. And I never forget those things. Thank you. God bless you for bringing it to the city of Tampa what it is today.
Thanks, Charlie.
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I wanted to thank Councilman Maniscalco for bringing Mayor Greco here. I know that, you know, you have particular love in your heart for former Mayor Greco, and you all have a few things in common, including that you were elected to city council when you were about 11. So there you go. You're going to have a wonderful long career in politics like Mayor Greco. And, you know, Mayor, when I think about you, you're one of those guys in politics that you don't strike people as a Republican or a Democrat. You're a Tampacrat, which is you put Tampa first. And the Tampacrat party is really small. Richard Gonsmart, for me, is part of the Tampacrat party. And you're certainly one of the leaders of it. We were talking there in the audience, and I remember reading about when you moved out to Tampa Palms when Tampa was annexed, and you were out there for some time, and you were like, you know what, this is too far, man. You know what I mean? And you, but you obviously spearheaded that. And just reading about and hearing about from people like Councilman Miranda, who has such a good view into the kind of mayor that you were, et cetera, how you work with council in terms of reaching out to council members, working with council members, et cetera, that you were always accessible, you were always humble, you were just a fellow public servant, like I think so many of our mayors, including I think Mayor Castor and others, strive to do that, but you did it so very well. So happy birthday to you, sir, and God bless you. Thank you.
Councilwoman Henderson.
Thank you. If I were in the classroom today, I would call your name and it would be on the roster as saying Richard Greco, you know, so you are here and present. I want to say go Hillsborough Terriers, go University of Tampa Spartans, because you represent them as well. So I want the public to hear that and remind them of your roots. As the 16th councilwoman, I had a pleasure of meeting you at Tiger Bay right after I won the election, and you knew who I was, and I was grateful for that. And I told you a story, so I'll tell the audience. I was driving downtown over by the Strat Center, and I was speeding, and there was a man walking across the street, and it was the Mayor Greco. And I decided from that point on, let me slow down because I almost hit the mayor. So I apologize, and every time I pass by the Strats, I always think of you, every single time, and I slow down. So you taught me a lesson without even knowing it. Congratulations, happy birthday. You're 90 years old. My mother's 92. You are a part of that, I don't know if it's the silent generation, is that what it's called? But your family is so blessed to still have you, and the fact that you're able to stand there on your own is just amazing. Happy birthday.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you, and happy birthday. It is wonderful to see you here today and to just remind people all the good that you've done for the city of Tampa. I think Chairman Maniscalco talked about all the different things you brought to the city, and we just want to say thank you. We owe you an absolute unpayable debt of gratitude for how you've made this city what it is today. And thank you so much for everything. And I'll echo what Councilwoman Henderson said. Your family is so lucky to have you. We're so lucky to have you. And I hope that we all get a copy of that video, or at least put it up on somewhere. Yeah, that would be fabulous. I would love for everyone to learn from the wisdom of that interview. So thank you again, and have a wonderful birthday. I hope you have some wonderful dinner plans after this.
Councilman Carlson.
Happy birthday. I didn't even know you were going to be here tonight, so it's a great surprise. And I was dropping off my kids, so sorry to be late for a minute. But great to see you. Thank you for all you've done over the years. You've been a great inspiration to many of us, many generations. It makes me feel like a kid being here again. And I remember my 20s when you were mayor. It was one of the heydays of Tampa. You really inspired people in the city and showed us that we could move forward in a very positive way. And as Councilmember Miranda said, all the city council members I knew at the time said you always took their calls, you always met with them, you always negotiated and worked with them well. So appreciate that. Most importantly, you inspired our friend Chair Maniscalco, and I would suggest sometime that you all have a fundraiser where you do trivia night, and you say that for every trivia question about you that he gets right, that will donate $10 to charity or something like that, because I think he knows everything about you. So hopefully he'll write your biography someday. Also, I just as an aside, I just had dinner with your son a couple weeks ago, and we had a great time. I'm going to meet him again soon and try to get some stories out of him so I can come back and talk to you about them. So look forward to seeing you again. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now it's time for the beauty. So from Councilwoman Henderson's story about nearly hitting you in the car, for the short period of time that I've been now in an elected office, I think you're probably glad that it was Councilwoman Henderson and not another politician that you may have run across, because there's a few out there that probably would have sped up. Because I know there's a few that will now speed up at me. And I've only been here since May 1st, and you were there for an awful long time. You are really a case that I've studied about what one person can do for a community. And so often, while the city of Tampa has gotten so much bigger, but the same type of model that you demonstrated, the cooperative agreement between government and private interest to be able to create incubator and projects and really have a longer term vision, the seeds that you sowed in the ground of Tampa, some of those trees still aren't fully matured yet. They're still going to have fruit on them for years and years to come. And I'll end by saying, a lesson to anybody: don't challenge me, because when I walked in this room, I was challenged that I wouldn't sing a happy birthday song. So I invite everybody in the audience and all the staff to join me in singing happy birthday to Mayor Greco.
I'll do it.
So,
Since my freshman neophyte brother, I'll do it with
I
you.
want everybody to sing.
Okay.
Ready?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mayor Greco. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you all so very much. And again, thank you for what you're doing and what you're continuing to do in our city. I brought, 28 years ago, I got very fortunate and walked into a party and met this beautiful blonde girl behind me. 28 years we've been married. And at that time, she was an intensive care pediatrician, and I figured she might change my diaper one day. And I hope that never happens. But anyway, my wife Linda came with me today. Thank you all so very much, and if I can ever be of help in any way, I'm available. Thanks again.
So before I met Mayor Greco, I would answer the phone when I was at my grandmother's house, and his mother would call for my grandmother, Evelyn. And I remember when he got married, I didn't go to the wedding, but I think everybody else in Tampa did. I don't know if you had 1,000 people there. And I would hear about Mayor Greco. And one day I'm in Ybor City, and I met him over in Centennial Park. And that's when I got this inspiration to run for office, because I would hear about this charismatic Dick Greco, Mayor Greco, who was mayor at the time. So fast forward, I get involved in politics. Fast forward, I get lucky enough to win. And interesting fact, I got married almost 2 years ago, right outside of City Hall here in the courtyard, and Mayor Greco officiated. So when people say, oh, you spent a lot of time at City Hall, it's like, I got married at City Hall, I proposed outside City Hall, I spent lots of time at City Hall, and then I get Mayor Greco to do the honors and officiate the wedding for my wife and I. So you're a very special part of my life and our lives in the city, so happy birthday. Thank you very
Thank you
much.
all very much.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
We'll sit and
We
listen.
appreciate it. Thank you.
We'll,
Thank you.
we'll sit and listen to a couple of issues while we're here.
There you go. Yeah, and while we're waiting for the chairman to get back to the dais, are we going to move on without you? Are you going to go take a picture or something? What's that? Okay, we can take a 5-minute break. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break to take some photographs. And I'd just like to say that reference being in City Hall that much, I pretty much determined that I'm going to file homestead exemption on City Hall because I'm spending so much time here. I'm sure I qualify.
Gonna mess up your meeting.
All right, city council is back in session. Let's do roll call.
Okay. Carlson.
Carlson.
Hurtak. Here. Clendenin.
Here.
Henderson.
Present.
Vieira. Miranda.
Here.
Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
All right, I'm going to pass the gavel to the vice chairman. May I have your-
Chairman Maniscalco, you are recognized.
Thank you very much. I want to make a motion to add to the September 21st, 2023 agenda a closed session to be held on September 21st, 2023 at 11 a.m. on the 8th floor, in the 8th floor conference room of Old City Hall, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, in order to discuss settlement negotiations in the case of Berger versus City of Tampa, with the following persons in attendance at the closed session: members of the City Council, City Council Attorney Martin Shelby, City Attorney Andrea Zellman, Assistant City Attorney Rebecca Johns, Human Resources and Talent Director Kelly Austin, and a certified court reporter.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we need a roll call? No? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. And gavel back to the chair.
Thank you very much. At this time, if you are going to speak on any item on the agenda, please stand, raise your right hand, and we will swear you in. This is anything on the agenda this evening.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, yes, ma'am. Item number 6.
Thank you, Chairman and Council. LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. Item number 6 is REZ 2336. This is for the property located at 2003 North 60th Street. The applicant is represented by Mueller Law Firm, and the request is to rezone the property from RS50 Residential Single Family to IG Industrial General. And I'll turn it over to David to give his report, and I'll come back and give my report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. This first case is located within the Central Tampa Planning District and also within the East Side commercial neighborhood. The closest transit is located out on East Broadway Avenue. That's the Hart Route 8.
May I interrupt for just a minute, please?
Sure.
Is this a case where there needs to be some sort of interpretation for what's happening in the case? Yes. Who is the interpreter in this matter? Could you please come forward? Mr. Hay. Yes, please, please. Sorry, Mr. Hay. My apologies. If you could state your name on the record, interpreter, please.
Lissy Vigoa Cardet, Spanish court interpreter.
Okay, and you're going to be translating from English into Spanish and Spanish into English?
That is correct.
Okay, could we have the interpreter sworn in, please?
She was sworn in. She was.
Oh, you sworn in to tell it, but were you sworn in as an interpreter to accurately translate from English to Spanish and Spanish into English? Was that the swearing in that you had?
No.
Could you please do that then?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I will.
Thank you.
And you are translating on behalf of these people speaking to your, or present to your left. Could you identify them for the record?
Pueden decir su nombre para el acta. Ángel Maldonado. Ángel Maldonado.
And
América Solís. And América Solís.
now, just a note to those people who will be speaking tonight, please make a note of the fact that there is a translator present. So please remain mindful that everything for the benefit of these witnesses, I believe, will be testifying, that you allow them to be able to have the items translated. And of course, when it is their turn to come, you will step forward and then we will go through the process of having you translate and back and forth. So Mr. Hay, if you could start the presentation again for the purposes of the record, and you can have your seat where it's best for you. You don't have, if you want to take them wherever you were seated, but the thing is, you have to be able to please accurately translate. If there is an issue with what is being said, that you don't have that ability, just raise your hand and we will address your concerns.
Can we stay over here?
If you're welcome to do that.
Good afternoon again, David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. The subject site is located within the Central Tampa Planning District and more specifically the East Side Commercial Neighborhood. The closest transit stop is located out on East Broadway Avenue, and that East Broadway is served by Route 8.
Go ahead, I'll do
Okay.
that simultaneously.
Oak Park is the closest public recreational facility. That's located about a half mile northwest of the subject site. And the subject site is located within the coastal planning area, specifically Evacuation Zone D. Here we have an aerial of the subject site. It's located within the center of the map. As you can see, there's predominantly industrial uses south of 10th. You also have the rail yard, the CSX rail yard to the south. North of 10th, there is a mixture of light industrial and residential uses scattered throughout. And then north of Columbus is predominantly industrial. Here we have the future land use map. This salmon color with the subject site and properties to the north, east, and west are all in that transitional use 24 future land use category. Directly to the south, south of East 10th Avenue is light industrial, and then down in the rail yard it goes to the heavy industrial. That transitional use 24, you are aware, it's a very unique category. There are specific policy directions that it's not to be expanded. It allows probably the broadest uses allowed within that district, ranging from residential to industrial. To minimize any off-site impacts on adjacent uses, rezonings within that TU 24 shall recognize the surrounding development during the rezoning process. So it should be sensitive to any adjacent residential uses to the north. The plan does support opportunities for industrial development to accommodate employment generators for the city's growing population. Through the rezoning process, the plan also discourages residential development near industrial zoned areas. Given the presence of parcels currently zoned for industrial general and industrial heavy to the south of the subject site, the proposed industrial general IG zoning supports this policy direction by discouraging the potential of residential development on that subject site. So based on that, your Planning Commission staff recommends to you this evening that this proposed rezoning be found consistent with the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Mr. Hay at this time? All right, yes, ma'am.
Thank you again, Council LaShawn, Dock Development Coordination. And this rezoning request from RS50 to IG Industrial General is a Euclidean request, so there is no site plan associated with this request. This lot contains 0.38 acres, and I have pictures to show you of the site and of the area. I would like to start with the zoning atlas to show you the zoning map of the area. So this is the site that's located here in red. And you can see that there is the RS50 zoning that exists north of the site. And then as you are south of the site, you have that transition of the industrial general, that IG zoning. And you have CI zoning that's located here a little bit further south. The rest is industrial heavy, and then further right is residential multifamily with RM24. This area of the city has seen, you have properties that are zoned residential. They may have a commercial or an industrial use on the property. And then you have properties that have industrial zoning that may have the opposite of residential uses on it. But you've seen a couple of rezonings come through recently in the area where there's this transition from the residential to industrial zoning. But I'd like to show you pictures of the area. So this is the site. We're looking on 60th Street. This is the site. This is north of the site. Let me just move it up. This is west of the site. That's the view to the west. This is southwest of the site, so this is at the corner of 10th. This is west of the site. And this is northwest of the site. The DRC staff reviewed the request and finds the request consistent. And this concludes my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions.
Do we have any questions for Ms. Dock? I see none. All right.
thank you.
Applicant here for this project? Yes,
Council
sir.
members, good evening. Jorge Martin representing the applicant. My applicant is the Sanchez Trucking, Inc. The face of the Sanchez Trucking, Inc. is Madeni Ruiz and her son, Daniel Sanchez. They operate a transport trucking operation, and they purchased this parcel in order to allow them to have overnight storage and parking of their vehicles. They are currently paying rent, and that is going up to astronomical rates. And they figured that if they could have their own place where they could store vehicles overnight, that would allow them to have a better business model and be able to grow their business. This is a small business, minority business in Tampa, and they looked at many lots, and the only ones that they found that met the requirements for space, exits, and access to highways was this one. So they need this lot rezoned to operate their business. As the Planning Commission states, this is in the transitional area, and the City Council has ruled on at least 4 occasions where I've looked at the different hearings. IGs have been granted from residential as a preferred method within this transitional area. The city staff has reviewed all aspects of this rezoning, and unanimously the recommendation is approval. So with that said, if council has any questions, either from me or from the client, please feel free.
Do we have any questions for the gentleman?
And I'd like to reserve the balance of any time I have for any rebuttal.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, if we have anybody here that wishes to speak, your name for the record, sir. Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin?
Yeah,
Yeah, but
he said Jorge Martin.
Yes, I thought I introduced myself earlier, Jorge Martin.
Yeah, okay.
The clerk was just here.
All right, thank you very much. At this time, we'll take public comment. If anybody wishes to speak on this case, this is item number 6. If we have anybody that wishes to speak at this time, now is the opportunity. I don't see anyone registered, so anybody in person, please come up to the lectern and state your name.
Yo.
And
Ángel
again-
Maldonado. Ángel Maldonado.
And if I can, your name, the interpreter again is?
Lissy Vigoa Cardet. LISSY-VIGOA-CARDET.
Okay, and Angel Maldonado
Yeah.
has 2 names on this
Ángel
speaker
Maldonado
waiver form.
Morales.
Morales?
Maldonado Morales.
Maldonado Morales. Okay. Now, there are 2 names on this list,
Hay 2 nombres en esta lista.
and what that means is those
Lo que
people
significa
will
que
give
esas
up their
personas
time
van a rechazar su tiempo
to give you an extra
para
minute to
darle
testify.
un minuto extra para testificar.
So
That's fine.
they can take 3 minutes by themselves if they don't want to be on this list, or you can speak for them.
Usted puede hablar a favor de
But by
ellos,
you speaking, you
pero
get an
al hablar
extra
usted le
minute,
da un minuto
and the
extra,
others
un minuto
give up their
extra.
3. So
Y
you would
ellos
have a
van
total
3 minutos.
of
Usted tiene un total de
3 minutes plus 2
3
minutes,
minutos
5
más
minutes
2,
to speak.
a 6 minutos para.
So do you wish me to see if those 2 people are present
Están presentes
and waive their time, or
y
let them
renuncian
speak?
a su tiempo o le permiten hablar? We're going to talk.
You're going to talk on their behalf, or everybody's going to talk?
¿Usted va a hablar a favor de ellos o todos van a hablar?
No, tú vas a usar los minutos de él, ¿no?
No, los míos.
De ellos.
¿Y los de ellos?
también, si quieres.
I am going to use my minutes and their minutes. And this is the interpreter speaking.
Yes.
The wife also is going to speak. And I think somebody in her party also donated minutes to her.
So let me ask whose name is on the list. Could you please raise your hand to let me know you're here? Alexis Maldonado? Okay, that's one person. Jennifer Ramirez? That's one person. So then a total of 5 minutes
Un total de 5
to
minutos
Mr. Maldonado
para
Morales.
Maldonado Morales.
And then the other people
La
can
otra
speak
persona
individually
que puede hablar individualmente
when his time is up.
cuando se le acabe el tiempo a él. Ok,
Thank you.
gracias.
You continue.
Ya.
Puede comenzar.
Go ahead, sir.
Sí, yo no estoy de acuerdo que parqueen troques allí porque yo tengo una niña que tiene cáncer y nomás está la cerca por el medio.
I'm
Y
not
ella-
agreeing, para un momentito, una pequeña pausa. I'm not agreeing to the trucking company be there and parking their trucks there because I have a young child that has cancer and it's very short distance from the fence and to that property.
Y nomás me dan una semana que la tenga en la casa, pero para que descanse. Entonces, yo no puedo tener ese ruido ahí de los troques.
She's at the hospital, but they send her home just 1 week to get to rest. But I cannot have her resting while they are where they have that noise there from the trucks.
Y luego no puedo sacarlo, no lo puedo sacar a la calle, andar caminando ahí, paseando y si van a estar entrando troques y saliendo troques.
And I cannot have her or the children going out to the street and playing outside because if there are going to be trucks coming in and out.
Y no se puede tener, si va a haber troques, va a haber mecánicos, va a haber ruido todo el tiempo ahí.
And if there are going to be
Y
trucks, there are going to be
viven-
mechanics, there are going to be noise there all the time.
Viven casas alrededor, nomás la parte de atrás que no tiene casas y todo alrededor son puras casas que no son comerciales. Ni nada.
And all the houses around are houses, only that space and in the back is the lot. It's not an industrial area, it's a residential area.
Por eso yo no estoy de acuerdo en eso.
That's why I'm not agreeing with this.
A lo mejor otro negocio, a lo mejor sí, pero no troques, nada de eso.
Maybe another type of business, but not a trucking business.
Y la calle está toda llena de huecos por todos lados cuando entra uno. Entonces más troques allí, la calle va a haber más huecos.
And the road is, the street is already full of holes, potholes. And if there are gonna be trucks coming in and out, there are gonna be more holes.
Y ahí traemos unas fotos, como hay niños parqueados esperando que van para la escuela allí y pasan los troques a las millas por ahí. Entonces, más troques, se
And we
complica más la
brought
cosa.
pictures of children waiting outside at the side of the road to be picked up for school, and then trucks flying by, speeding on that road. So imagine with even more trucks.
Did he have intention of showing pictures or no?
¿Usted quiere mostrar fotografías?
Is another speaker will show the pictures or now?
¿Usted puede mostrar las fotos o otro?
Ella,
She's going to show them.
Es que le pique. A ver, si no te ves.
Aquí, la tienes que poner
Just
acá.
if you just set it down there.
Coloque el teléfono.
There you go. Just move it over a bit. Okay, there you go.
It's not showing on the
They'll
screen.
zoom.
Let's bring it up on the big screen.
On the big screen. And if they could zoom out. That's it, thank you. Okay. Any other pictures, please?
¿Alguna otra foto?
Sí, dale.
Ese camión donde va la niña, que va la señora con su niño caminando para parar.
And you see this picture shows a lady that is walking with their child to the bus stop, and there's trucks going by.
Esta es una que saqué a lo lejos, pero
This is one that I got from behind
ahí está
and from a distance.
No pude sacar esta bien, pero aquí está la casa de nosotros.
And this one doesn't show very well, but behind that fence is our house.
Y donde ellos quieren a poner, cambiar la zona es aquí mismo.
And when they want to change the zoning, it's right next to it, here.
No sé si alcanzan a ver, pero esto blanco es la puerta de ellos, del lote de.
I don't know if you get to see it, but this white area that I'm pointing here with my finger here is the entrance to their lot.
Y esta es la cerca de nosotros.
And this is our fence.
Anything further?
¿Algo más? Usted tiene sus minutos. Los tres.
Ya, eso es todo.
¿Tiene algo más que decir?
Yeah, are you done, Mr. Morales? Are you done? Okay, then we could stop the timer and go the 3 minutes for the next speaker. She said she was going to speak differently. Her name was not on that list.
No.
Her name was not on the list, so that she gets 3 minutes.
Usted tiene 3 minutos.
Tengo que decir mi nombre.
And please start with her name.
Comencemos con su nombre.
Mi nombre es América Solís Ponce.
My name is America Solís Ponce.
Y al igual que él es mi esposo y al igual que él, yo comparto que no estoy de acuerdo por el caso de mi niña.
And he's my husband, and I am agreeing to what he said because it's the same case for my daughter.
Y yo les pido por favor, más que nada al dueño, que yo entiendo que es su negocio, pero que busquen otro lado porque nos van a robar nuestra tranquilidad.
And I want to make a request to the owner. I know that this is their business, but I want him to find another place because they're going to steal our peacefulness.
Es un peligro para los niños y para nosotros mismos. Caminar, ya no se puede caminar por los camiones que pasan constantemente.
It's a danger for the children and for the neighbors because of the trucks that are going in and out constantly.
Y pasan a alta velocidad también.
And they go on high speeds too.
Y sobre todo que vivimos al lado del lote y como dijo mi esposo, vamos a tener el ruido constantemente todo el tiempo. Mi hija no va a poder descansar.
And as my husband said, the lot is next door, and we have our daughter with her situation, and she's not going to be able to rest.
Por ejemplo, mi esposo trabaja, mis hijos trabajan, unos van a la escuela, ellos tienen que descansar bien para poder rendir al siguiente día.
And my husband works at work, and my children go to school. They have to be able to rest to go fresh to school next day.
Y si tenemos ese constante ruido, no lo vamos a poder hacer.
And if we have that constant noise, we will not be able to do it.
Así que, por favor, le pido al dueño del lote que se toque su corazón y que se ponga en el lugar de nosotros por un rato.
And I ask the owner of the lot to please reach out to his heart and place himself in our shoes.
Y piense más que nada en los niños, en mi niña, que ella necesita estar tranquila.
And think most of all of the children, my child and all included, that needs to have peace.
Que no les robe esa tranquilidad a los niños.
And to please not to steal that peacefulness to the children. ¿Eso es todo?
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Is there anybody else that wishes to speak for during public comment here? Please come up and state your name. You have 3 minutes to speak. Are you all going to be speaking together or three separate?
Separate.
Okay, so we'll give 3 minutes to each person as long as each person speaks on their own. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jolene Clawville. I'm going to be speaking on the behalf of our household. So the potholes on the 60th Street is the site of moon craters. The government fixed the previous potholes in the past that were created by trucks. However, due to multiple trucks constantly going up and down 60th and 59th Street, the potholes are back and worse. Our street is very narrow, and that 2 SUVs going down the street already have difficulty going down our street with the SUVs side by side. We also have commercial trucking companies trying to develop themselves in our small neighborhood. This is now causing us to constantly worry about our children on the way to school, going up to the street to their bus stop. We also have near car collisions because of the potholes at the beginning of our street and on the 10th Street. We petition as a community that the new trucking business, especially the ones trying to locate themselves at 2003, relocate themselves to an industrial area instead. And that's all for me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Johanna Clawville, and I am speaking today as of someone who lives at the house of 2002. In all natural reality, to park a 55, whether it's 55 inches or not or less, but let's just say a truck to be parked in the parking lot, it would require not only for them to cover or insert the truck into an actual residence to park into their establishment, because there's already no room on our street, but they would have to literally turn in onto that drive pavement of another home directly in front of their institution. So there is no space for them to turn their property en masse into their own lot. So with that being said, this is already a big deal for the home that's there in front of it, because our parking pathway is a parking pathway that had to be rebuilt twice. The city came in, put sandbags, and had it remade from scratch because it had broke once more. When the owners came in to live at this property from the beginning, there was a small wood plank for them to drive into their own parking lot. So now that it had to be remade, the city came in, remade that pathway. They had to remake it with sandbags, and hence it's already falling apart from the sides because it's, again, dirt. The pathway is made of dirt. So for a big commercial truck to park into their own lot, it would require them to back up on that pathway. That would have to be redone again by the city because it's not made of cement. So in all honesty, it's unrealistic. It's not real to do that. So they would definitely need a rezone because, again, this is a residential place. This is a residential community. There's no need for a business to be there. There's already another trucking business, but it's not effective because it's not where most of the homes are. It's in like a little corner where there's more commercial little areas, but hence they probably just need to relocate themselves altogether. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Josna Clawville, and I am someone who lives on the 2002 street. My driveway is in jeopardy. I deal with dangerous, deep potholes every day coming home from work since I am a person who works night shift. So imagine potholes deep and it's dark. We don't really have much light in our alleyway. So my car do suffer a lot with trying to maneuver around these potholes. And we have had our road fixed before, but now these potholes are bigger, they're more dangerous. My father's biggest concern is his younger daughter walking down the street to the bus stop or walking down to walk our dog. There's big commercial trucks just running down the street every day. 2 mornings ago, my mom witnessed a truck getting stuck in a pothole. It took nearly 20 minutes to get this truck unstuck. I myself witnessed a big semi truck in the past before, getting stuck due to the roads being so narrow. Like it was, I guess, attempting to make a turn and it was just too large to make that turn. And it got stuck in one of the pothole ditch area. This new company will only cause more damage to the roads. Majority of my household work night shift, like I said before, and we struggle with truck noise currently due to the loud noises.
I do have pictures of how the roads look and how big and massive these potholes are. And I also have a picture of the petition as well. See that? So this is one of the pictures of one of my siblings standing in the pothole. As you can see, her small feet compared to the huge pothole. Another picture of the potholes. I'm gonna zoom in here. This is how damaged the roads are from the side. This is my sister standing in the damaged road. Massive, very big. You can see all this damage right here. So this is a video of her standing in there. Another video. This is an area where it has been stuck in this little area here trying to make a turn. This is another area where another truck got stuck. As you can see, the tire wheels. This is where the truck got stuck. This is it getting unstuck. And this is the petition. We have 29 supporters and
Thank you very
signatures.
much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that wishes to speak at this time? Public comment, please come up, state your name. You have 3 minutes. Yes, ma'am, please state your name.
Good evening, Stephanie Pointer. I would love to have them at 7400 Inter Bay Boulevard. We would love to continue to have a trucking company there. We would love to have light industrial next door to us. Please, 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 7400 Inter Bay Boulevard. The trucking company that's there wants to sell out. These folks obviously are not excited about it, and I have to support them, of course. And those roads are atrocious. We should be embarrassed. Those folks live not in a third world, but in a huge city. We got a $140 million Hannah Street, but these folks live on a street that looks like that. It's embarrassing.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? Yes, ma'am. Come on up, please state your name.
My name is Gerline Clavier. I'm here to speak on behalf of my husband because he's not in country right now. Am as a truck driver as well that lives in 22002 North 68th Street. He's been helping a lot of drivers when they stuck on the ditch because they're trying to turn and then they keep falling in the ditch. So we already have problem with the street. And then now not only the potholes, the other lady shows at the front of the street, we're starting on 10th Street too. We having holes in the middle of the street. Now to come home from work, I have to turn on 59th Street because 2 cars cannot turn on 60th Street. So it's like a mess. Right now, when it rains, it gets deeper and deeper. So I witnessed a truck stuck like she was showing you the other morning. They stuck there and I had to stay there and then wait until traffic cleared to turn to 59th Street to get home. So it's really a bad idea to have a new company to come in front of a house when we can't even back up in the driveway. It's dangerous already with all the truck going back and forth. And then now if we have a trucking business in front of our yard, there's no way we can live with it. And plus, most of us work night shift. We won't be able to sleep during the day as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else wish to speak? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Keela McCaskill. Initially, I was going to say, well, they may not have a whole lot of what you all would be looking for in terms of competent and substantial evidence. But then she showed pictures, and I know that still may not meet the merit of what you're looking for. But which one of you would want to live in that type of a neighborhood? And I'm not sure what you can do about it, but it's tough because one group pursued a business and they found an ideal location to put it, and the other group pursued the pursuit of the American dream, which we associate to home ownership. But now there's a situation. What child, who wants their children to walk down the street, potentially during the day, headed to school, coming from school, park, whatever? Most people are outside in their front yard. Unfortunately, this family won't be able to do that. So ideally, it is a tough call, but which one of you, as you're looking at the process, I don't know what you can do, because again, it's not a whole lot of competent and substantial evidence, but I don't know anybody that want to live in those conditions. When I was over all for, looking at supporting heavily all for transportation, I saw how many deaths are on the east side of the area, the pedestrian deaths, as a matter of fact, and on bicycles. And when I think about it, if we say yes to something like this, although it's very unfortunate for the group that's pursuing business. I mean, I love to see people go and start a business, acquire lot acquisitions and develop something to expand that business. But in this situation, considering the deaths, considering it's a neighborhood. You know, before it was to add another trucking company or allow them to expand, makes it even worse, and it takes away the impact, or it takes away the benefit of being in a neighborhood. So I'm just asking that you consider that. And I think she asked them to reach into their heart and realize, and I know that doesn't always make the decision, but here you get an opportunity to see what you can do to maybe research the impacts in terms of transportation and how it impacts how it could impact pedestrians as they navigate through that area. But again, which one of you want to live right across from a trucking company down the street with those potholes? I mean, I need alignments all the time coming from South Tampa to East Tampa on a regular. That, I think you need it every 2 days, because that's awful to come down there at night, during the day, at any time. It's just horrible. And like I said, I know they didn't have a whole lot of competent and substantial evidence, but you've seen enough to be able to rule in whichever way you can in terms of favor of the neighborhood versus the business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else wish to speak? If not, go ahead, sir. Do we have any questions from council members for the applicant at this time before he begins his rebuttal? If not, go ahead, sir.
Council members, Jorge Martin again. We have a situation that, as stated by the previous speaker, is endemic in this area. We are in a transitional area. The complaints that have been leveled about the truck traffic, the potholes and whatever, they're there. Every time I've been at this property, from the rail yard, you're going to have semis. Not their trucks. Their trucks are fairly small. They're dump trucks. And let's focus on what we have today. This is a Euclidean rezoning. What operation will be there is going to be hashed out throughout the permitting process. But they can't get to that without a rezoning. Now, nobody wants a situation like this in their backyard. This is a small minority business, and they find no place to go. Where are they going to go? South Tampa? Not there. Even south of Gandy used to be a possibility. Not anymore. New Tampa? Forget it. City of Tampa needs small businesses. They need it for the tax base. They need it because these are service industries that need to be here. If we don't make spaces available for them, where are they going to go? I can guarantee you that in a transitional area, it's going to be much better than elsewhere. And that's why it's a transitional area and why the Planning Commission wants to discourage additional residential use. Now, a lot of the things that have been conjectured here about noise and whatever, it's not going to happen. This operation works during the day, the whole day. They have dump trucks, they take fill, rock, and whatever, and they're gone all day. There are no repairs. They have their own repair facilities with other people. The sole use of this yard is going to be as a depot to store the vehicles overnight. They're not going to increase the traffic, and in fact, in the permitting process, what they propose to do is to have the driveway built, strengthened through 10th, not where it's presently at, so that traffic doesn't impact 60th or 59th. But the traffic is there. The trucks are there, much bigger and much, more dangerous or invasive than anything that they propose to do. But again, this is a transitional area, this is a Euclidean rezoning, and we ask you to give the Euclidean rezoning approval And, I can guarantee you that the neighborhood will improve. The neighbors to the north, in the past, the property there had numerous code violations. It was essentially a junkyard. The fence is disgraceful. As part of this business, they will put up a metal fence high up, not to cause a disturbance to them or to the other neighbors. They will move their yard. There will be buffering, and there will be improvements. And I can guarantee you that what existed there before is much worse than what is there now. They've cleaned up this lot and made it, you saw the pictures, that is a clean lot. Before, it was a junkyard. You wouldn't want to have your child next to a junkyard. And we sympathize with that situation, but I can guarantee you that the operation that my clients will run there is going to be a lot better, and it's going to be a lot safer for the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, Councilwoman Henderson.
Thank you. My comment is this: the area is residential, single family. Oh.
No, she can speak while we're open.
You can, yeah, if you want to, if you haven't, as long as there's no other questions, you can close the public hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to close the public hearing, so
Okay.
there was nothing wrong with what she's doing. Please continue, ma'am.
Okay, I just want to be clear that if maybe you want to have, if you're going to take additional testimony, you may want to get more information before you make your comments, or you can make your comments now if there are no questions, whatever you have.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, I just think, I appreciate the, testimony of the residents. Currently, even though it is moving toward residential, clearly, this portion of this community is residential and not light industrial, or not industrial. And they are fighting for, to keep it that way, residential. And I just see that as a reasonable request on behalf of the people fighting for this particular space, because the pictures shown by our planning commission clearly shows residential around it. Is residential on 3 sides. So if it's a vote of what's residential and what's industrial, clearly it's more residential in this particular area than it is industrial. And I just wanted to make that comment, which would lead me to, a denial.
Councilmember Clendenin.
I have a question for staff, and if they could bring up the aerial picture of and we can look through that neighborhood.
Yes, thank you, Councilor Sean, Dock Development Coordination.
This
is the aerial
Okay.
of the property. Let me zoom in a little bit closer to.
Yeah, I think we'll have to zoom in and then
So-
also zoom back out as we continue this
A little bit
conversation.
out. Sure.
So,
So this is the property in red outlined.
right,
In the dotted red. So all of this north is RS50.
but it's actual use. I mean, I see
I
things.
mean, you
that-
have some of the structures, you have homes that are here. Some streets you have more commercial or industrial uses than others. This does have residential uses on the
So,
street.
so can you highlight, so if we're on 60th Street, I mean, obviously the dwelling, because we had testimony from the people next door, it's residential. A house across the street on 60th is obviously residential. I'm assuming those 3 structures we see there, or 4 structures, are residential.
Residential.
The one right north to it does not appear to be residential? The what looks like it's a white blocky looking thing? I don't even know what that is. No, further north, on off of 60th, yeah.
Oh, this.
Oh, that too. What is that?
That, is that a church is what they're saying.
Church.
It's a church.
Okay. And then on the south side of this yellow line that we're on the bottom of the screen, what is all that property? Move it up, move it up a little bit or zoom it out. On the
On the south is more of the commercial use, or you have the larger parcels that are here.
Okay, and what about these parking lots on the east side?
Because
Like
this
that-
is like vacant industrial, so all of this, where this yellow line is zoned industrial general.
Okay, and then on the north side of the yellow line, what were the properties that we're seeing further to the east? What's all that over there?
Over here is more of your open storage area.
So its actual
there,
use is
but
similar to
it's
what
in-
the applicant is looking for.
And it's in an RS-50, yes.
It's RS-50, but it's not being used as RS-50, is that what I'm hearing?
Correct. Correct.
Okay,
And mostly where you see the zoning line for the IG is mostly where you see the change with the commercial and industrial and open storage uses.
so how many residential units are we talking about in, I don't know, give me a perspective of like, within this area, how many residential units are we talking about?
At least maybe 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 8.
8 residential units in an area that looks to be quite large. So it's definitely the minority of the area. The geographical area?
Yes, I mean, because if you go further south, this is industrial. As you head north, you get back to your industrial and your commercial zoning.
Okay, and east appears to be something like that too,
Which
I
may
guess.
be some of the,
Okay.
yeah, and then the east, you got more of the open storage here, you got open storage just located here. And then as you head further west, you go 2 blocks west, this is all open storage, this is open storage and commercial. So it's a mix between the commercial and industrial, and then you have the residential in the middle.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hurtak, did you have your hand up? No, Councilwoman Henderson?
Is open storage allowed in RS-50?
No, it is not,
Thank you.
no.
Does anybody else have any questions or comments? No, do we have a motion to close?
So moved.
Motion to close from Councilwoman Henderson, do we have a second? Second from Councilwoman Hurtak, all in favor?
Aye.
What is the pleasure of council?
Aye.
Councilwoman Henderson.
Yes, I'm going to move to deny RES 36 for the property located at 2003 North 60th Street due to the failure of the applicant to meet the burden of proof to provide competent and substantial evidence in the record that the rezoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the city code. State findings, first of all, compliance with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan is what I'm going to use from the Planning Commission staff notes. I acknowledge that the comprehensive plan discourages residential development near industrial zone areas, but this is different. The request before us is to allow an industrial use adjacent to single-family homes, not 1, 2, 3. There are more than one. There are several homes in this area. As staff noted, the site is surrounded by these single-family homes on the north, on the east, and on the west. For this reason, I find the rezoning is not consistent with the comprehensive plan, as it would allow an industrial use immediately adjacent to existing single-family homes. And although the area surrounding the site has been seeing recent rezoning activity with the transition from residential single-family zoning to industrial general zoning, this site is different. As I already stated, this site is surrounded by single-family homes to the north, east, and west. The requested IG zoning is not consistent with the development pattern in the area.
Do we have a second? Second. Second from Councilwoman Hurtak. Do we have any other questions or comments? If not, we'll go to a vote. Go ahead, Councilman Clendenin, Councilman Miranda.
Yeah, this is a really tough one. A lot of these things, when they come up before me, seem quite obvious because of established neighborhoods and stress on established neighborhoods. But this one's different, and this neighborhood is shifting, and I think everybody up here and everybody knows which direction this neighborhood is shifting towards. And I think that is reflective by the reports that we've received from Planning Commission staff and City Council staff, which found this in compliance and in line with our long-term objectives of community development and creating workspaces. and encouraging this type of activity in certain areas of our city. But I am human, and I hear the stories, and it breaks my heart. And I'm very empathetic with those causes. But the problem is, you know, it doesn't fit because the existing condition, it's already by testimony for people who came in opposition to this. The truck traffic already exists, so it's a current existing condition. The trucks are already there. It's inexcusable that our roads are in this shape, and I love to tell you that 60th is the only one, but it's all around our city. Our roads are in horrible shape. So the truck noise, the industrial element already exists in this neighborhood. It's not new. I would love to have seen a developer come in and occupy all of these houses and rezone it as a block, but that's not what's before us today. So as heartfelt as I feel for the people who are in opposition to this, I don't see the competent and substantial evidence to deny the Euclidean rezoning request.
Yes? Has the hearing been closed? Because I stepped outside.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Yeah,
we already have a motion
And the motion is?
to deny.
To deny. Okay, I'm sorry I stepped out.
Councilwoman Hurtak was next, and then
No,
Councilman.
Miranda was next.
Miranda, then Hurtak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In reviewing these things, I certainly have a feeling for the neighbors and especially for the problems that they have with health problems, but that's not what's before me. Even though it's complicated, like people stated, it's a difficult decision. When you look at this, it gives me a feeling of somewhat of Drew Park, where you have both residential and heavy trucks at the same time, not to that extent, but it has a remindance anyway of what's happening in Drew Park. The applicant, I believe, said that they were not going to use that interest way, if I recall what he said. Am I correct or not? I don't know what he said.
Do you want to
What
reopen?
interest are you going to use?
Do you want to reopen?
If that evidence is relevant to your decision, you may want
Well,
to.
then I'll leave it out, so we don't have to reopen. I don't want to bear the other council's remarks. The planning commission voted for it, if I recall, consistent, if I recall. Am I correct? The city voted after they reviewed all the statistics of it, consistent. Am I correct or not? And I'm looking for a way to say which way, and it's a very tough decision for the first one, but they have met the burden of proof, in my opinion anyway, of regarding their rezoning request, and that's all I'm going to say now.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you. I hear what the two council members in front of me have said, but I completely disagree because it's not true. It's basically like if someone was next to your house, and I mean, I lived 1 block from a high commercial corridor. So are you saying that somebody could take my neighbor's house down and build and allow this kind of zoning? And so I disagree. I mean, the residents were here first, and it is actual competent and substantial evidence that these are residential properties surrounding it. Not only are they residential properties, they're owner-occupied residential properties. And that community came out in force to say, we want to keep our community a community of housing. They have development around it, but it doesn't mean that this pocket has to be industrial. There are other places to park a truck. So to me, the competent and substantial evidence was not. They just said, we want this. There was no actual evidence. So to me, the evidence came from the people who said, we don't want this because it will impact our quality of life. Traffic is one thing, but it's not the traffic that's the competent and substantial evidence here. It's the use of the property, which is to have dump trucks on it. Dump trucks are very heavy and loud. So that, to me, is the bigger issue. It's not the traffic. Any truck can go down any road. It's the absence of competent and substantial evidence for changing the zoning of this parcel.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Councilmember Vieira?
Sorry. With regards to the planning commission, what was the vote? Do you know?
Why don't you open it just for the purposes of
Let's
the
get a
record?
motion to reopen.
I'll reopen.
Motion from Councilmember Clendenen, second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
All right, we are reopened. Mr. Hay.
Good evening, David Hay, Planning Commission staff. As you well know, for zonings, it's the Planning Commission staff that interprets
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hay.
Yes,
Thank
so
you.
the staff found it consistent.
After 7 years, I should really know that. Thank you.
Any other questions before we close again?
Before you close,
Wait, no, you're
having
right.
opened this, I think I have the opportunity to respond.
Does he have any more
It's
vote
open.
time? No?
He had, when we first started, he had 13 minutes, 19 seconds, but then he went to rebuttal. And with rebuttal, he had 2 minutes, 12 seconds.
What's the pleasure of the board? He still has time for rebuttal. Would you like to entertain
But
it?
Well,
I would say yes. I mean,
it's,
Is that a motion to allow him to finish
yeah,
your
and
rebuttal?
how much time?
It's better to err with caution if there's something adverse. That's my opinion.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Vieira. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Clendenen. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
All right, the ayes have it. To finish your rebuttal, you have the 2 minutes and change there.
First of all, the idea that there is no competent substantial evidence discounts the testimony of the Planning Commission and city staff. That is competent and substantial evidence, and both of that unanimously on the part of city staff, completely on the part of the Planning Commission, favors approval of this Euclidean rezoning. I go back to Euclidean rezoning. At this point, all of the details of what will happen here are hashed out in permitting. If we don't get past Euclidean rezoning, my client is out of business, okay? They cannot operate. All these other factors can happen. The community has not turned out. 2 residents, 1 to the north, 1 across the street. They're the same household. They have the same last name. They're all family members. The rest of the community hasn't shown up. There are no objections that we received in the mail. There was nobody who signed up on this. So you have 2 residential property owners, and yes, they're in a difficult situation. But the city has to look at the broader picture and balance. Are we gonna drive out small business? Because, not in my neighborhood is a wonderful thing. But you're driving out businesses because the city of Tampa has borders, and those borders don't fit this kind of use, except in very limited places. Again, I remind you, South Tampa, South of Gandy, no. New Tampa, no. West Tampa, no. So these are the only viable places. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Wells?
Thank you, Council. Kate Wells, Legal Department. The reason I stood up to speak is this is a quasi-judicial decision, as you know. Council is required to make a decision based upon whether or not this application complies or is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the land development code. This is not a legislative decision as to where this use should go or where else it could go or what the vision is for the city, and there was some discussion of that tonight. And I just wanted to clarify for the record that this is quasi-judicial, it's an application of standards, and whether or not there's competent and substantial evidence to support the request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions before we close the hearing? Councilmember Vieira has a motion to close. Is there a second? Second from Councilmember Clendenen. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Councilmember Henderson has a motion on the floor. It was seconded by Councilwoman Hurtak. Yes, ma'am?
I just wanted to, his closing remarks really made me think too, and I've forgotten this point, that's why I should have written it down. I think the fact that, staff favoring something does not mean we have to follow it, otherwise we wouldn't be here. Why would we exist? But more importantly, I think the issue is, I don't know why the person bought the property not knowing what the zoning was. Like, if you buy a property that's a residentially zoned and then you threaten that you're gonna shut that we're gonna shut a business down, that wasn't our determination. That wasn't our decision for them to buy a residential property and now want to make it a business property. And I think that's the issue for me. It's not that they thought about it.
And we're like, well, maybe we could buy it. Let's see if it can get rezoned first. They bought a residential property and then said, oh, our business is gonna fail if we don't make this industrial general. And industrial general. And that is the fault of the buyer, not the neighbors.
Thank you. We have a motion from Councilmember Henderson, second from Councilwoman Hurtak. Let's take a roll call vote.
Clendenin?
The motion is to deny.
Motion to deny.
No.
Henderson?
Yes.
Vieira?
It's a motion to deny. I'll say, and let me speak on it.
Please turn your microphone.
Yeah, I know, right? Motion to deny, I'll vote yes.
Miranda?
No.
Carlson? Hurtak?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Motion to deny carried with Clendenin, Miranda voting no.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to go to item number 2. Mr. Benson.
Good evening, Council. Stephen Benson, City Planning. This is item number 2, file number E 2023A, Chapter 27. This is a privately initiated text amendment to the City of Tampa Land Development Code, the Tampa Heights Overlay District, and this is the first reading. The applicant for this amendment is Brian Seal. This amendment was submitted in January of 2022. And the purpose of this amendment package is to create an overlay district for the Tampa Heights neighborhood to enhance the use, design, and development standards of the underlying zoning and to guide future development. The intent of these standards is to facilitate redevelopment that is compatible with the vision for the neighborhood, to promote the unique character of the area, to support walkability, encourage transit-oriented development, and promote housing options. This is the map of the overlay district. I'm going to zoom in a little bit so you can see it. The boundaries along the east side and the south side are going to hug I-275 from...
Just a moment, Mr. Benson. We don't have the closed captioning up. CTTV, if that was her. All right. We're just going to reset this real. All right, captioning is up. Go ahead, sir. I apologize.
Thank you. So the boundaries of the overlay district from the intersection of Martin Luther King Boulevard and I-275 run along the western right-of-way line of I-275, down and to the west to Tampa Street on the south. Then it runs north along Tampa Street to Palm Avenue, west along Palm Avenue to Ola Avenue, north along Ola Avenue, west along Ross Avenue, north along North Boulevard, and then up to Martin Luther King Boulevard, and then east back to I-275. And then on the map, just for illustrative purposes, is the existing Tampa Heights Historic District, which does fall within, a portion of which falls within the boundaries of this overlay. There are 2 sections of the code that are being amended with this package. The first is the General Code, Section 27-156. This is to allow accessory dwelling units within the boundaries of the overlay as a special use 1 with conditions. Those conditions are the same as the general code except for these two differences. Accessory dwelling units within the Tampa Heights overlay will only be required to provide parking on site if the accessory dwelling unit is greater than 600 square feet in size. The general code requires parking for all ADUs regardless of size. And then the second criteria is that the minimum occupancy for an accessory dwelling unit in the Tampa Heights overlay shall be no more than 2 unrelated occupants. The general code limits occupancy to no more than 2 occupants, either related or unrelated. The second section to be amended is a new section. This will be section 27-244. This is the creation of the 8th overlay district in the City of Tampa Code. The amendment establishes the district's boundaries, purpose, and intent, and is comprised of three components: residential, commercial, and mixed use, and then specific to the North Franklin Street district, also known as Yellow Brick Row. For residential development, lots of record shall be made conforming as of the date of the overlay district adoption. The overlay district provides incentives to orient new garages on attached units away from the street. It discourages driveway proliferation and encourages the use of alleys. It allows maneuvering within the right-of-way in alleys without a design exception or a special approval. On-street parking shall be counted towards the on-site requirement. That's the on-street parking directly in front of the development. The overlay allows for two-story garage apartments to be placed on sites with an existing home without a design exception or waiver. And porches may encroach up to 10 feet into the front setback. The general code only allows for 8 feet of an encroachment. This is an additional 2 feet. For commercial and mixed-use development, again, lots of records shall be made conforming. The overlay encourages new parking to be placed in the rear or the side of new development, not in front. There are some significant parking reductions provided for mixed-use development. Parking for very small commercial buildings is waived to 0. That's very small, as in 1,500 square feet or less. And then bicycle parking offsets similar to what exists in Seminole Heights are incorporated into the overlay for up to a 10% of what is required. And then for the North Franklin Street district, this waives on-site parking requirements for smaller projects that front North Franklin Street. And by smaller, we mean roughly 1/3 of the block. There's a specific number, but it's roughly 1/3 of a typical block in that area. And again, they have to front North Franklin. The general code, however, will still control height, mass, and scale, and that's a 10-foot front setback, 45 feet height, and then a 0 side setback. The timeline that this amendment has gone through, it was initiated in July of 2021. Review and revisions were made in the spring of 2022. In the summer of 2022, this was workshopped with City Council, and the Planning Commission was briefed. A virtual public information meeting was held in October of 2022, and the Planning Commission public hearing occurred on August 14th, 2023. And this is staff's analysis and recommendation. The overlay includes new guidelines to promote the desired development pattern within the area and provides relief from general code requirements in exchange for meeting certain standards. The Planning Commission found this amendment consistent with the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Staff has analyzed the associated provisions and determined that these provisions are not unduly restrictive or burdensome and recommend adoption. Now I'm going to hand it over to the applicant, who will provide their presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benson. Mr. Seal, I believe, go ahead.
Excuse me. Excellent. Thanks.
Go ahead, sir. Please state your name.
Good evening, members of the Tampa City Council. It's an honor to be before you tonight. My name is Brian Seal. I'm a board member of the Tampa Heights Civic Association and former president of the organization. I'll refer to it as THCA for shorthand tonight. I'm proud to represent them today and ask for your support in the creation of the Tampa Heights Overlay District. The main purpose of the initiative is to encourage affordable, walkable, and transit-supportive urban design. The overlay will do this through targeted incentives to preserve green space, retain on-street parking, promote vehicle access via alleys, allow accessory dwelling units, and reduce commercial parking minimums. The proposal before you tonight has a long history. When the Tampa Heights Local Historic District was created in 2000, it only included about 1/3 of the neighborhood due to the concentrations of contributing historic properties. However, the remainder of the neighborhood still has the same urban layout, just not the concentration of remaining historic structures. Tampa Heights was promised by past administrations to be next in line following the creation of Seminole Heights form-based code overlay. Due to city resources, that process was continually delayed for years. In 2019, THCA board members met with the city and planning commission staff about this topic. We were told the only way for it to be accomplished was by privately initiated text amendment, and we accepted that challenge. Our land use committee reviewed existing overlays in the city of Tampa and held focus groups to write the first draft, which was submitted in July of 2021. This initiative and the code amendment itself have been well vetted among the public. Starting in July 2021, the effort has been posted on the Tampa Heights website, discussed in every monthly meeting, and included in every THCA email communication to our over 800 members. In January and March 2022, Hart hosted 2 transit-oriented design charrettes at the Tampa Heights Community Center. Their consultants' recommendations for commercial parking reductions from that effort were directly incorporated into this proposed overlay. Also, in June and September of 2022, THCA presented this PETA at publicly noticed City of Tampa meetings. In October 2022, THCA hosted a public forum dedicated to this proposed overlay. Our board members canvassed the neighborhood, placing this door hanger at every residential and commercial property. It included meeting details and website links to all the overlay information. The forum itself was simulcast via Zoom, recorded, and uploaded to YouTube the following day. During these stages of public engagement, valuable community feedback informed the evolution of this proposal. Because of our transparency and community engagement efforts, we've received strong support. Our online petition has been signed by 267 people, 90% of whom live, work, or own property in Tampa Heights. The Tampa Downtown Partnership, whose special services district covers portions of Tampa Heights, has given their official support to the creation of this overlay. Walk Bike Tampa, a nonprofit advocacy group who was instrumental in the creation of the city's Vision Zero plan, recognizes the provisions of this overlay can help create a safer city for walking and biking. They have endorsed this proposal. The Center for Architecture and Design Tampa Bay, which is the advocacy arm of the American Institute of Architects, officially supports this overlay. So why does Tampa Heights need an overlay? It's one of the only central city neighborhoods not protected by a comprehensive overlay, as you can see on this map. Our neighbors in Seminole Heights, West Tampa, Ybor City, East Tampa, Hyde Park, and downtown all have special provisions to protect their unique urban fabric. Recent developments have been designed in unsustainable ways. Smart growth-oriented guidelines are needed to achieve Tampa Heights' full potential as it goes through a rapid phase of redevelopment. In further context, Tampa's been under tremendous pressure from rising housing costs. Not only does a short supply of housing affect its cost, but the car-dependent development pattern creates a further burden on residents. You can see here that in 2019, before the post-COVID population boom, Hillsborough County renters already spent more than 50% of their gross income on housing. The expense of living in California is comparable to, or in Florida is comparable to California and New York, which are typical punching bags for cost of living issues. Since 2000, our rental inflation has led the Southeast and some reports the nation. Similarly, the cost of home ownership has skyrocketed in past years, outpacing much of the rest of the country. Tampa Heights has been among the neighborhoods experiencing the highest level of home appreciation. It's become incredibly unaffordable to live in this neighborhood. Improving pedestrian safety is another key goal of this overlay. The car dependency of Tampa Bay has made it one of the most dangerous places for pedestrians. Not only is walking more dangerous regionally, it's sadly less convenient in a downtown adjacent neighborhood like Tampa Heights. We're far behind similar neighborhoods in our peer cities. In comparable neighborhoods, walk score rates Tampa a 63, while St. Pete's a 77, and Miami's a stellar 91. We cannot wait for local mass transit funding to start creating more walkable places. We need a zoning code in place to bring them into existence on a property-by-property basis. We need to take intra-neighborhood trips off the road and put them onto sidewalks and bike lanes. If we can build to this pattern, then by the time we can get our act together for mass transit, we'll have a first mile, last mile equation solved to support a transit system for real ridership. As a community, we're taking ownership and leadership of these solutions. Something needs to change. So why ADUs? Accessory dwelling units can be a quicker and easier solution to increasing the housing supply where it's needed. We need more small, affordable housing units. This is why municipalities around the country, including Tampa, have been working to remove barriers to their creation. ADUs are compatible in Tampa Heights. Tampa Heights has a long history, both inside and outside of our historic district, of ADUs. Garage apartments and backyard units are common built form. This overlay will make it easier to build more of them. Traditional neighborhood design, or TND, is recognized for providing excellent walkability and safety, yet most of Tampa Heights is covered by the city's outdated suburban-based zoning code. Even the US DOT and Federal Highway Administration tout the benefits of TND practices. They recommend traffic calming through on-street parking and deem front-facing driveways inherently unsafe. We want to incentivize the usage of our extensive alley network for this reason. And the key there is incentivize, not force. Here you see examples of residences, both old and new, both single-family and multifamily, that were voluntarily designed with traditional street engagement. Note the amount of green space, shade trees, access to sidewalk, and amount of available on-street parking in front of these properties. In contrast, look at these recent projects that did not value walkability and street engagement in the same way. There was no requirement or incentive for them to assess their relationship with the surrounding urban fabric. The valuable green space and on-street parking is lost for the decades-long life of the building. Another goal of this overlay is to spur reuse and redevelopment along our commercial corridors, such as Franklin Street, Florida Avenue, and Columbus Drive. Small to mid-sized properties sit vacant, yet similarly sized properties in downtown to our south and Seminole Heights to our north have been activated thanks in part to parking reforms. It's a huge barrier to redevelopment if the only way to meet excessive parking minimums is through expensive structured garages or buying surrounding surface lots. Here on this slide, you can see everything in red is vacant land or surface parking on these key commercial corridors. Despite all the redevelopment happening around, nothing has happened yet to these properties. Property owners should be able to use, Property owners should be able to use the abundant on-street parking and provide off-street spaces they think they need for their businesses. Lee's Grocery is a perfect example that we want to replicate. It's a valued gathering point for the community, but there are a few places like it, and they thrive without a single off-street parking space. Let's make it easier for places like Lee's to exist. This effort didn't come out of left field. The values we're attempting to codify were identified back in the 2003 Tampa Heights Neighborhood Plan. Some excerpts you'll see here, which City Council officially adopted. It was just never given a stick or carrots to be put into code. Furthermore, there are a variety of policies in the city's comprehensive plan that encourage the traditional form of our Tampa Heights urban village. These policies haven't been enshrined in Tampa's land development code. The codes proposed for this overlay do not exist in a vacuum. They mirror successful efforts in other neighborhoods, including the changes to East Tampa's overlay, which the Planning Commission and City Council approved earlier this year. It's time we codify the values we espouse in Tampa Heights: walkability, safety, and affordability. This proposal does so in a pro-development, incentivized manner. We've been proud to work with staff on it, who's been instrumental to getting us to this point, and we humbly ask for your support and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I'll just start by saying that was a very impressive presentation. I think Tampa Heights is one of the city's most beautiful neighborhoods. And I mean, I rarely get excited over projects, and this, because I'm in the neighborhood almost every day. And I mean, this is wonderful. Whoever put this together, you and your team, very impressive.
Thank you.
And again, I'm not basing my decision because we have to hear from the public, but one thing that may come up this evening is regarding some flooding in a specific area.
Mm-hmm.
I was going over some emails this morning, and my office is, I know this is off topic, but it's in Tampa Heights, and there are issues with flooding. My office is working on that to get that, because it's been a long time coming, so we're working on it, and we've heard from folks, but I want to bring that up in case it comes up in public comment, because I know we're specifically talking about this, but I saw that in emails, so just want to bring that up. Thank you, sir. Do we have
Thank
any
you.
questions from
Appreciate that.
council members before we go to public comment?
I'll wait until after.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Brian, could you just tell us your professional credentials and experience?
Sure. I have a master's degree in building construction management, as well as, I don't know, about 15 years at this point in construction and development management around the country. And I've served off and on for the Tampa Heights Civic Association for 10 years, and head up our land use committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak for public comment? Please come up. You have 3 minutes. All right, Ms. Sanchez, we'll start with you. Please state your name.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Sandra De Diego Sanchez. I live in Armory Gardens community, the home of the Villa Brothers Park. And part of our community is within the West Tampa overlay. I want to ask you to please move this forward. The overlays are what puts on more of a chance when we fight some of the aggressive developers. They're supposed to be a priority over city ordinances. So I'm going to ask you if you would please move this forward so it can eventually be accepted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please state your name.
It's at the top, there's a little wheel.
Yeah, to zoom out a little bit, the other way. All right, very good, sir.
Good evening. I'm Roger Grunke, architect, building contractor, and urban theorist. I'm the property owner of 2708 North Elmore Avenue in Tampa Heights. The size of my property is 60 by 198. Under the current RS50 zoning, that can handle 2 units. Quite a few properties in the old Robles Farm area of Tampa Heights are 200 feet in depth, and a number of them already have historic carriage houses in addition to the main house. I work with neighborhood associations, and I know many people fear density. Many of your constituents also fear and oppose density. But let's take a look at the economics of density. Here's a simple scaled sketch comparing a quadruplex to 4 freestanding detached homes. All 5 properties are the same size, and all 5 housing units are the same size. However, considering the required infrastructure, that is gas lines, water lines, sewer lines, electric and communication lines, it is clear that the 4 detached units require 4 times the linear feet of gas, water, sewer, electric, and communication infrastructure. That's 4 times. Immediately, we see the economic advantage of density. Mayor Castor's administration is constantly warning us of our city's road maintenance funding shortfall. The reduced quantity of pavement per capita in a densely populated district is an indisputable economic advantage. We here in Hillsborough County should not be building new roads without incorporating density in the design. Density also encourages local shopping, neighborhood restaurants, and neighborhood beverage venues. Density enables a realistic and acceptable per capita cost for public transit. Without density, public transit is not possible. We in Tampa Heights are not advocating pushing density on every part of the city, but we know it is, our neighborhood deserves it. It belongs in Tampa Heights. Please support our overlay request.
Thank you very much, sir. Next speaker, please state your name.
My name's Ari Fitzgerald, and I live next door. I'm the next door neighbor to Tampa Heights. I live in Riverside Heights, and Brian sure is a hard act to follow. I support this. I'm actually a little jealous of it. I wish we were going to get it in Riverside Heights. I wish we would carry it over to the river. But because I'm seeing a lot of not so great development, and you can't easily fix development mistakes, as Brian pointed out, once they're made. They last for generations. So I really support what they're advocating for here. One thing I really like about it is that it will reduce the garage prominence in new development. Garage prominence, I just don't think is as attractive. It certainly doesn't foster a sense of community, and I really support, that's one aspect of many that I support. I like that it promotes walkability. It's a win-win-win. The people want this. Please support it.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Lena Young Green. I want to first thank you all for the opportunity for us to come up here and share information and express how much we appreciate our neighborhood. I also want to thank each of you who are sitting up there who've supported us in the past so many years. I've been a long-time resident of Tampa Heights. Brought our children there when they were very young. Had our last child was born there. And we selected Tampa Heights because of the character of the neighborhood. We came in and we started to work. One of the things that's attractive about Tampa Heights is that ever since it was created in 1880s, it was a diverse neighborhood, unlike many other parts of this area. And that was one of the attractive things for us. Today, as we look at the difference in our neighborhoods, it's not as diverse as it was before. Many people cannot afford to live in our neighborhood, as some of the information that you've heard before. Now, if we are able to have our ADUs inside of our properties and be able to actually generate some revenue for lower income residents, we will be able to maintain some of that diversity. That is very, very, very important, not only to me, but to many of our residents, including every member of the board, a member of our board of directors for the organization. We also want to encourage the safety of the neighborhood by reducing adding more parking to the streets. Cars have to slow down so our children could play more safely. That's important to us. And also, Tampa Heights, we've always been advocating for Tampa Heights to be a walkable, bikeable community. Not only is that a quality of life, but it's a health issue. And the more that we could make decisions that help us to be more safe in our neighborhoods, that these are the things that we want to ask you to support. So tonight, kindly support our request, and we appreciate your time for allowing us to be able to come and talk to you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, next speaker.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Paul Rabo, and I live at 2302 North Massachusetts in Tampa Heights. I'm also a board member for the THCA, and I'm an avid biker. So I put in 20 plus miles in Tampa streets every day. I bike my daughter to school this morning. My wife picked her up by bike. I biked here, I biked to work, and I'll bike home, I guess. And the way people move through a neighborhood is very important to me. If we just drive into our neighborhood, we don't meet our neighbors. You don't say hi when you're walking around. And it also, this overlay is gonna start to improve safety. I have 2 young kids, and if you bike with young kids in Tampa streets, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. So the more we can do to improve safety, improve walkability, improve small business, so there is something to walk to, those are all things that I'm very strongly in favor of. So I really hope you support this measure. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir, next speaker.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jeremy Korch, and I'm a Tampa Heights resident. I live at 208 East Park Avenue. I'm speaking this evening in favor of the Tampa Heights Overlay District. Our house has an ADU. It was constructed via a variance in 2005, and it was one of the reasons that we purchased our house. In the time that we have owned our home, we've rented out that ADU as an affordable housing, benefiting both our tenant, the local community, and also us, because we were able to generate some income from that tenancy to use to maintain our 100-year-old house. I would like my neighbors to be able to construct ADUs without having to jump through as many administrative hoops as our predecessor owners did. I'm also a dog owner, and I walk the neighborhood at least once a day. This overlay will help preserve and encourage our neighborhood green space and promote and preserve our tree canopy, which, as anyone who has a dog knows, is a godsend during our hot season. It would also promote development that wouldn't force George and I off the sidewalks and into the streets, as we have to do in front of some of the new construction in the neighborhood, where we have to step into the street to dodge cars that are overlapping the sidewalk and the driveways in front. This overlay will help preserve the affordability, character, and the safety of our neighborhood, and I would respectfully request that you support it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, please state your name.
Hi, my name is Caroline Bennett. I'm the Vice President of THAN. THAN took a vote of its membership several months ago, and it was unanimous to support this effort with Tampa Heights. Both the city staff, Planning Commission staff, and the Planning Commission find this amendment consistent. I ask you to support it. This amendment represents a staggering amount of work by the Tampa Heights neighborhood, and they have done an amazing job. Even though I do not live in Tampa Heights, their meetings have been well advertised and were open to the public. The first meeting I attended was 1.5 years ago. As a neighborhood advocate, I regularly interact with residents all over the city, and they would all love to have something like this. I wish I had the skill and dedication to create something of this high caliber for my own neighborhood. In my conversations with people throughout the city, I see how much residents cherish the identities of their neighbors. And it's very eye-opening to see the differences in what is cherished by each neighborhood. They're not all the same. But they do all have one thing in common. They all ardently want to preserve and protect the character of their neighborhoods. That character can change drastically from one neighborhood to the next, but the love of their particular and sometimes unique character of their own neighborhood is universal. I truly believe that sometimes builders and developers are their own worst enemies. Over and over again, residents tell me they wouldn't mind the new buildings and developments nearly so much if they just fit in with the character of their neighborhoods. By building unattractive, boring projects, builders shoot themselves in the foot. They are often tone deaf to what attracted people to a particular neighborhood and why the residents love it so much. I am green with jealousy over what Tampa Heights has accomplished. Please adopt this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Good evening, City Council, Mr. Shelby, Madam Clerk, City staff. My name is Camilo Soto. I am an attorney and an urban planner, but today I am here as your friendly neighborhood citizen. And since Halloween's coming up, maybe I'll be a wannabe Spider-Man. I don't know.
I'm gonna be the Riddler.
Yeah.
No, I am. My wife's gonna be Catwoman, so you may see us around. We already have the costume. Go ahead, sir.
But I am here because I do want to speak on this in support of it. There's a phrase that I absolutely love. Be who you say you are. New football coach for USF, Alex Golish. That's his catchphrase. And the reason why I'm sharing that with you is threefold. One, USF Alabama play on Saturday. It's a huge game. If you haven't gotten your tickets, get them. If not, I think it's probably sold out at this point. But second reason, I'm a shameless shill for USF athletics. I'll admit it. But third, I think it's a very appropriate phrase for what's going on with the city of Tampa. We have Vision Zero going on, traffic engineering, and the traffic department is diligently working on that. We're encouraging transit-oriented development. And here we are, Tampa Heights citizenry. We had to draft our own overlay. I was the one that initiated the very first draft of this overlay. It's changed significantly since I first drafted it, and I am so proud of what we've done as a community to foster and encourage this overlay, the adoption of this overlay. The citizens here are being who they say they are. And I hope the city also does the same. This is an incentive-based overlay district. It is more carrot, not stick. My kiddo and I, he's about to be 6. He turned 6. Santiago, if you're watching, happy early birthday. But sometimes I like to joke that he's 6 going on 80 because we love to walk around the neighborhood and pick up trash. He loves using his grabber to pick up trash. If this overlay is adopted and it incentivizes a developer, just one, to use the alleyway and to foster more walkability, that is one less car that Santiago and I will have to dodge as we pick trash up around the neighborhood. Those that oppose this potentially oppose it for a multitude of reasons. As you heard earlier on the record, it was well advertised. The citizenry got very involved with all stakeholders, including developers that wanted to chime in. That's why the draft has gone through numerous iterations. At this point, I would say they chose not to be involved. They're lazy, they're possibly uninventive, or maybe uninspired. If you can't make money in Tampa Heights, building in Tampa Heights, I don't know what to tell you. This provides the citizens of Tampa one more tool to be who we say we are. I do want a few more seconds, if I may, to just finish my thoughts.
What's the pleasure of the board? All right, 30 more seconds, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. This gives us one more tool to be who we say we are. And I'm glad you brought this up, Chairman. We lack stormwater infrastructure. We can't afford to wait on FDOT to do work to Tampa and Florida avenues. We need all the tools we can get. Councilwoman Henderson, I urge you to look at the capital improvement project list. There is not one stormwater infrastructure on that list in Tampa Heights. We are a neighborhood in need of tender loving care, TLC. Okay? Please, please, please see that there is competent substantial evidence in the record for the adoption of this overlay, and please give us some TLC and be who you say you are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, next speaker, please state your name.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mackinson Seren, and I can't follow up with Camilo. He's actually my neighbor. But just wanted to say I'm for the overlay because walkability is very important. I didn't realize how important it is until I moved to Tampa Heights. I have a wife. My daughter is 17 months old. And to be honest with you, we live a stressful life, you know, the hustle and bustle and everything. But walking and riding our bikes to the neighborhood is something that's very great. And hopefully other families could experience that type of stuff. So I'm for that reason. And I'm going to be very short. I just want to say I'm for it. But the flood issue as well, I know you brought that up. We have a lot of flooding going on, and I have an EV as well. My daughter's back there. Doesn't take much rain for it to get flooded. And poor Camilo's house is actually below ours, so he gets flooded. So just keep eye on that for us, please.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good evening, Jordan Starr, representing Ellison Development. We're working with the Central City YMCA on rezoning and master planning their property in the Tampa Heights. And we're working really hard to make it as walkable as possible, working with the community stakeholders, including the Tampa Heights Civic Association. So we just wanted to come out in support of this overlay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Vincent Scott. I've been a resident of Tampa Heights since about 28 years. I see a lot of my neighbors and people you see through the neighborhood throughout years. If you don't live in Tampa Heights, you don't know what you're missing. It's a great place. Some people, you know, I grew up in Springfield, Mass, but born here and grew up in, it reminds you of a small New England community. It really does. It is unique. When I discovered Tampa Heights, I was doing a paper at USF, discovered Sandy Friedman's Mayor Challenge Fund program, where she described if her slogan was, if you're doing crack, you better pack. And she was bulldozing down all the historic homes. And then somebody said, wait, let's preserve this neighborhood. It's unique, and it truly is. One of the things I want to elaborate on is also, I am for the overlay project, also the alleyways. If we can help get those alleyways back paved again, because that would encourage people to build housing on the back and have entryways where, you know, so the last thing we need is more cars. You don't even need a car in Tampa Heights, really. I rode my bike down here. I ride my bike to Sprouts, to all of the Publix, or you can jump on the streetcar, or it's public transportation. So with everything everyone's saying since I'm the last one up, it's all true. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am? Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Stephanie Pointer. I'm here as the president of THAN. I know I never say that, but I'm here tonight because we unanimously supported this. We don't vote very often to support or deny things, and I want you to know that the whole THAN community was in support of this. I went to one of the charrettes. It was my very first concept of that. I thought Jesus was going to come back before this thing got in front of you guys, because it has been going on forever. I don't know why, but it has. The neighbors, I don't care what anybody says. If they come up here behind me, I just want to make sure that everybody knows that the neighborhoods should make the decisions about what they want in their neighborhoods. I don't live in Tampa Heights, and I couldn't possibly say what they need in their neighborhood. And I don't care who comes shopping up here to tell you that they need to do this and they need to do that. The only people who should be making decisions for the neighborhoods are the neighborhoods. They don't come to my neighborhood and tell me what to do in SOG. So I don't go there. I want them to be supported. We learned that very quickly. That was one of the very first things that Carol Ann and I learned. We asked Councilwoman Hurtak, what's your density? What have they been approving? And she was like, what? And what we realized was SOG was the only place where we kept the density down, because totally different world. They wanted density. We didn't. So the neighborhoods are the most important part of this city. And what Brian and what all these other folks have worked their butts off to make happen, the city would have cost them thousands and thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of dollars. They had signs. I don't even leave my neighborhood very often. I very rarely come north of Kennedy. But they had signs up. I saw them. And so if anybody didn't want to come and participate and they show up tonight and they want to whine and complain, oh, the neighborhoods didn't tell us. No, that's because of their own ignorance, because they chose not to participate until now. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else in the public that wishes to speak? Because I see one registered speaker, Brian Turnbull. Is he on?
He is not.
Okay. Do you have any questions from council members before we go to rebuttal? Yes, sir?
I wanted to wait to speak until after public comment. No, just saying how much I really appreciate everybody coming out. Mr. Seal, obviously an amazing first-class neighborhood leader, and everybody respects you for that and so much more. Everybody who is here, I really look forward to supporting this and voting this. I've always loved Tampa Heights. My late great-grandfather, Juan Silverio, used to live on Ross, 80 years ago. And he actually used to run his medicine, he was a doctor, and he would practice medicine there. He was also a doctor at Centro Asturiano Hospital, and he's actually buried in Colón, Cuba. His life symbolized a lot of the back and forth of Cubans from Tampa over to Cuba, but he practiced medicine over on Ross, and I checked up the home not long ago, and it recently sold for $1 million. So, Ms. Young, what you were talking about, the neighborhood changing, the times they are changing, it goes without saying, but I really do love deeply Tampa Heights. My great-grandmother, with whom I grew up, she was in Tampa Heights for a number of years, Ramona Silverio. So again, it's deep in my heart. So this is a very heartfelt yes. So thank you.
Anybody else? Yes, ma'am? Councilwoman Hurtak? Then
Thank you.
Carlson.
I just want to say how happy I am for the residents of Tampa Heights to finally get here. I remember hearing about this before I even joined council, when I was working with my neighborhood of Seminole Heights, and and every time we would talk, I heard so many residents say, we want what Seminole Heights has, and you all went ahead and built it for yourselves. And I mean, you should be incredibly proud of it. It's really wonderful, and I hope that other neighborhoods are able to use this as a model for an overlay that they themselves would want. So thank you, and of course we'll be wholeheartedly supporting.
Councilman Carlson, then Miranda.
Yeah, thank you to the community for organizing this. And Brian, did you lead that whole process? I did. That, fantastic. Thank you for your leadership. I mean, you've always shown a lot of leadership, but thank you for leading that. Outstanding presentation, very thorough. If every city project had this kind of public engagement and policy detail, they would go through very smoothly. And so appreciate it. Look forward to seeing what you're going to do next.
Councilmember Miranda.
Thank you all for being here, very professionally done. You can see when you came to speak, there was a glimmer in your eye and everybody was positive. So they were in the same boat, going to the same place and wanting everything done the right way. So I want to say congratulations to all.
Councilwoman Henderson, that's to be the substitute.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to my community. I can see all the hard work that you put into this. I am so proud, even to be challenged by it and questioned about it when I was on the campaign trail. It allowed me to dive in to figure out the things that have been going on in my community while I've been busy taking care of a mother and raising a child. I believed in Tampa Heights a long, long time ago when people thought I was crazy. It was tough in the very beginning, and now it is just such a beautiful place. It's extremely diverse, and you all created a plan that shows how inclusive we are, and you did it on your own with the support of, our folks here on staff, and you can hear everyone up here on the dais is proud of you. So I have asked the chair if I could move the motion.
Wait. We'll get
So,
rebuttal, and then
sure.
I'm going to go right to you.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Seal, I think you have the votes in support, I think, but do you have rebuttal, sir?
I don't believe there's anything to rebut. Thank you all very, very much for your support of this. We've talked with many of you throughout this process, and we're proud to have this be a community-led effort, and we're just grateful for all of that, as well as all the staff support along the way from LaShawn and Stephen and throughout. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Clendenin?
Yeah, I just want to say, again, congratulations. And I talked to Mr. Seal out in the hall, and what a tremendous job, and what you guys have done in this. And I would just like to point out how amazing this neighborhood is going to look like with the streetcar running up Florida and back down Tampa. Thank you so much.
All right, can I get a motion to close? So moved. Motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilman Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Councilwoman Henderson, do the honors.
Thank you, Chair, so much for giving me the opportunity to move this motion.
If I may.
I move.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm
Yes,
sorry,
ma'am.
I know.
There's a
I'm
substitute.
Dana Crosby, I'm with the City Attorney's Office. Just wanted to remind you that, yes, sir, we have a substitute
Yes.
amendment. If you could move that, that
Yes,
would
She's
be
ma'am.
got it right
Thank
there.
you.
That's on the agenda?
Yeah, I
Yes.
got it right here.
It is.
Yep.
Thank you.
Cheers on it.
Yes, we are.
I'm so fast.
With great pleasure, I move file number E2023-8, Chapter 27. An ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida relating to Tampa Heights Overlay District, making revisions to the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances, Chapter 27, Zoning and Land Development, amending Section 27-156, Official Schedule of District Regulations, creating Section 27-244, Tampa Heights Overlay District Development Standards, repealing all ordinance or parts of ordinances in conflict therewith, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Henderson, the second from Councilmember Hurtak. May we have a roll call vote?
Henderson,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes. Thank you.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second public hearing is scheduled for October 5th, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. at Old City Hall, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
May I ask a question?
Should I gavel down? Okay, we are the,
Item number 5.
item number 5, city staff.
Yes, thank you, Council. LaShawn, Dock Development Coordination. Council, item number 5 is REZ 2335. This is for the property located at 2204 East 15th Avenue.
Why don't you
The
just wait a minute
applicant-
because of the noise,
Okay.
we'll wait till they step out. Okay, here we go.
Okay, thank you again, Council. LaShawn Dock Development Coordination. This is REZ 2335, item number 5. The property is located at 2204 East 15th Avenue. The applicant is represented by Steve Michelini. The request is to rezone the property from RM24 residential multifamily to PD plan development for the use of residential single-family attached. And I'll turn it over to David to give his report, and I'll come back and give mine. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, council members. David Hay with your planning commission staff. I have been sworn. Let's put that on. This next rezoning case, it's located within the central Tampa planning district, and more specifically the North Ybor neighborhood. The closest public recreation facility is Al Barnes Park and Cascaden Park. They're approximately 1 mile from the subject site. There's transit located just to the north of the subject site along East Columbus Drive and North 22nd Street. The subject site is within the coastal planning area, specifically evacuation zone E. Here we have an aerial of the subject site. You could see the subject site right in the center. Of course, Interstate 4 is directly to the south. North 22nd Street is to the west. The surrounding area is characterized by a mixture of residential and commercial uses. Residential uses are to the east of the site along East 15th Avenue. Commercial uses are present to the west of the site along North 22nd Street, and of course, Interstate 4 is to the south. Here we have the future land use map. The subject site and properties to the east and north are all in this dark brown color. That's the residential 35 future land use category. Immediately to the west, that is the community mixed use 35 category. And then on the other side, as you continue to move westward, this is residential 20. The subject site is again within that residential 35.
Are we going to have more council members come back?
They will, right? We have a quorum, but.
Are they monitoring this?
Yes, we have all the monitors on out back.
Thanks.
The subject site is within the residential 35 designation. Single-family attached residential uses can be considered in this plan category up to 35 dwelling units per acre.
Excuse me 1 second. Please remain silent in the audience. Can you please remain silent and take your conversations outside if you need to speak? I'm sorry, continue.
Thank you. The average existing density on this portion of East 15th Street between North 22nd Street and North 24th Street is 8.68 units per acre. That's based on 7 sample sites. If approved, the subject site would be developed at a density of 17 units per acre, which is consistent with the density anticipated under that residential 35 future land use designation. Planning Commission staff did review the site plan. The site plan does meet policy direction regarding the orientation of the front of the building and doors to the street. The comprehensive plan also promotes a residential development pattern consistent with the compact city form strategy, with increased availability of housing at densities that promote walking and transit use and that are also near employment concentrations and amenities. The request supports this policy direction because the site is within proximity to transit and amenities along East Columbus Drive. The rezoning is also consistent with infill policies within the comprehensive plan, which directs the greatest share of growth to the city's urban centers and villages. In conclusion, the PD proposes a development that is comparable and compatible with the surrounding development pattern and is consistent with the density anticipated under the residential 35 future land use designation. So based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff does find the proposed plan development consistent with the provisions of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you very much.
Any questions for the gentleman? No? Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman and Council. LaShawn Dock again with Development Coordination. And this rezoning request for a PD would allow for the single-family attached uses on site. A total of 4 units are requested. The property contains 9,970 square feet. The maximum building height is proposed at 40 feet, or 3 stories. The setbacks are listed as the north at 9 feet, to the south is 21 feet, to the west is 5 feet, and to the east is 29 feet. 9 parking spaces are required and provided on site. And I'd like to show this site plan of the property. This property is located in the East Tampa overlay, so it must meet the standards of the East Tampa overlay code at the time of permitting. There is one waiver to the East Tampa overlay that is requested, and that is to the rear yard. And then, let me zoom in just a little bit on the site. So this is the site that's located, this is 15th Avenue. This dotted line is the property line, the property boundary. So this is the structure, and there are a total of 4 units located within it. So they're identified unit 1, 2, 3, and 4. Each unit has an enclosed 2-car garage. Vehicular access to the site is on the south from 15th Avenue. There is 1 visitor space that is located here. You can see for units 2, 3, and 4, the front door entry faces the side yard. And then for unit 1, the front door entry faces the right-of-way along East 15th Avenue. There are a total of 2 requested waivers. I did mention the one to the East Tampa overlay, and that is for the rear yard. And then the other waiver is to allow the front doors to face the side yard, and that will be for units 2 through 4 on site. And I have elevations of the property. So at the top left here, this is the east elevation, internal to the site, that view. This is the west elevation. This is the south elevation, which is from the actual street frontage, and then this is the north elevation. And if I can show you the zoning map of the property. So this is the property that's identified here in red. This is 15th Avenue, and just for orientation, this is East Columbus. This is the interstate that's located, and this is North 22nd Street. So you can see this property is surrounded with the RM24 zoning district, that designation. And then there is a CN commercial neighborhood, a couple of those north and northeast of the site. As you run along 22nd Street, you have more of the commercial zonings. And then further west, you get back into your residential zoning districts. You can see that this property is at the boundary of the Ybor City Special District, because you can see the zoning of the YC2, which is further west. And then this line here is actually that boundary, which is right at the property. And this is YC5, Ybor City, the commercial district. And then here are pictures of the site. So this is the site. Just looking directly at the site. Here's another view of the site. This is the residential, which is located to the east. This is a view to the east. So this is looking east on 15th Avenue. The site is behind us in the left on this picture. This is south of the site. The interstate, another view to the south. This is directly across the street from the site. And then that's a view if you're looking the other way, looking west on 15th. The site is off of this picture to the right. And then this is directly west of the site. The DRC staff has reviewed this request and finds the request consistent. There are site plan modifications required to be made between first and second reading of the ordinance if council chooses to approve. I'm available if you have any questions. This concludes my presentation.
Yes, sir. Any questions?
Can you put the overhead again?
Yes. The aerial map?
Aerial map, please.
Okay, yes.
Can you point out, are there any other multifamily housing developments in this area? Or are they all single family or?
Well, I can't say like blocks away what would be multifamily. There were single family within a view on this block, although it's zoned multifamily.
Okay.
On this same side of the street, but I can't testify to.
So this particular lot is RM24, right? Yeah, okay.
Correct, it is RM24, so they're requesting the PD zoning.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Henderson? Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Anybody else? If not, we'll go to the applicant. Mr. Michelini, please state your name. Go ahead.
Good evening, Council. Steve Michelini, representing the petitioner. Just let me start by showing you a little bit closer view of what's going on in this area. Is that visible?
Yes.
That's this is a multifamily. You asked about what's going on in the area. This is the aerial view, and this green area here is owned by DOT, and so all of these projects, all these little houses here and apartments and commercial buildings here, they all face the interstate. So they are. This is an ideal location for infill. There's not much else happening here, except for that other project that I showed you that's immediately adjacent to this. Both the Planning Commission and the city staff found it to be consistent. There are sidewalk connections, and this design is basically considered to be what's called a garden style, which has ample green space. There's 1,400 square feet required, and we're providing 1,400 square feet. 9 parking spaces are required, and we're providing 9 parking spaces. The garages are enclosed, and according to the various criteria that's established by the city, we have to meet the criteria regarding the use of a planned development. And I'll go through those very quickly for you. Promote the efficient and sustainable use of land and infrastructure. This property itself is elevated approximately 2.5 feet or 3 feet above the crown of the road on the south side, and I think that you can see that probably better with LaShawn's photo than mine. So there is a sidewalk, and then there's a wall, and then each of these units will connect with a common sidewalk going down to the right of way. Promote the efficient and stable use of land and its infrastructure. We have both water and sewer and sanitary sewer available here, and we'll be utilizing that for the connections for this project. Encourages flexible land development. This area has a number of vacant lots, and as we're trying to provide more affordable housing and housing options in the East Tampa district, this complies with that objective. Promote and encourage development where appropriate in location and character and compatibility. The project is compatible, and it does promote appropriate land uses and development within an area that is badly needing of new housing and infrastructure improvements. So anything that we can't, the infrastructure, if it has to be improved, the developer has to pay for that and make sure that those lines are all included in the development costs. So in an older area like this, we typically run into the fact that the water lines are generally 2-inch lines. If that's not sufficient to sustain this project, the developer has to pay and install new water lines from the main, not just adjacent to the property. Promote more desirable living and working conditions and environment. This area has experienced a lot of transient populations, and this will help to stabilize that. Promote architectural features and elements which complement the surrounding area. This is undergoing redevelopment, and you saw the elevations which are compatible with the area. Promote the retention and reuse of building and structures. The structure that was there was falling down and had to be removed. It could not be salvaged. So in a redevelopment scenario, this project will provide 4 new structures. 6 could be built on the site if you could make them work on the site. That would be, from our opinion, the overbuilding of that site. It simply couldn't hold the capacity and meet the other requirements that are established by the city code. This is R35, so the anticipation is, for the land use side, the anticipation is for a higher density use, and the current zoning is RM24. So we're planning to make this a nice development. And again, it takes an underutilized piece of property, converts it to a better and higher use, and also provides housing where previously it would not be provided. I go back to the aerial real quick for you. This is the subject site.
Let's bring it up on the, there we go.
This is the subject site. This roadway, I'll tell you, only handles the traffic for those residential units fronting on the interstate. This property is owned by DOT, will never be developed, and the property is elevated. So I think that this meets the criteria. The staff from the Planning Commission and the city staff agree. And this is a better shot showing you the proximity of the interstate to this property. It's only allowed, your only connection is a one-way street going north, and then you connect to 15th, which faces the interstate. As I said, this is East Tampa. It's in dire straits regarding new development, and this project goes a long way toward meeting those goals and objectives. We'd greatly appreciate your consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions? Yes, ma'am, Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you. You mentioned that this is RM24 zoning.
Yes.
Why can't you build within that zoning?
Well,
That's already multifamily, so that was just my question.
Well, typically what happens is there are other criteria that you have to meet regarding the RM24 zoning, including the setbacks and the orientation. So it's difficult, and I've had this discussion with other council members before. When they established the traditional zoning classifications, they put in certain criteria, and then on top of that, afterwards, they included other things like 350 square feet of green space per unit. They included some other criteria, the parking and the size of that and how you access other portions. There are other criteria as well that you simply can't meet under the standard zoning criteria. I know that we bring a lot of PDs to you for consideration, but I know that you also know the staff is working on rewriting all of those zoning classifications because we have layers upon layers upon layers of additional criteria that weren't in the original zonings. A lot of these districts are designed for suburban standards, or to suburban standards, and not to urban infill standards. And so when you need relief from that, you would end up having to use the RM24 and then ask for variances. If you go to a PD, you can deal with all of those issues all at one time.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item number 5? Yes, ma'am. Please come up and state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Dolores Jackson. I happen to live on the block in question where this new structure is proposed.
No, they're going to start your clock from 3 minutes.
Yes. My name is Dolores Jackson. I happen to live on the block where this new structure is proposed. I'm just here to, well, first of all, I applaud the fact that there is new development coming to the block. The area is seeing a wonderful upgrade of new houses, new homeowners coming in. My family has lived in the house that I now occupy since the 1950s, so we're far from transient in that area, as I think the gentleman just said. There are hereditary homeowners there, people who grew up in these houses in the 1950s. The area did have suffered during the 80s, and it's now coming back. And I'm very happy to say that I would hope to pass my house down to the 5th generation sometimes in the near future. I have one objection. I think the gentleman proposed a construction that would have 4 units. It's a very congested area traffic-wise. It's one block north of I-4 at the intersection of 22nd Street and I-4. A great deal of traffic. I think 4 units is a lot for that particular spot and the size of the lot. 3 units might be more reasonable. And also, I hope the city will devote some attention to installing traffic lights there because it's known for accidents. And with so many, 4 new units on a very, very busy spot just north of Ybor City, it's just accidents waiting to happen. So I do applaud the, I'm happy to see this new construction coming in. But I think other considerations, such as the number of units and managing traffic, maybe a traffic light at that corner, would benefit the neighborhood. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody else in the public that wishes to speak on item number 5? We don't have anybody registered. Mr. McElhaney, do you have a rebuttal, sir? Or are there any questions before we go to rebuttal? No? Mr. McElhaney, go ahead.
The RM24 allows you to build 4 units by right. So we're not overbuilding what the current zoning is. And as I said, if it weren't for the fact that you have layer upon layer of additional new criteria that were not considered originally in the RM24 zoning, we wouldn't be here this evening asking for relief. It is a badly needed new development in the area. And as the lady said, when I said transitory, I was talking about resident, not the permanent residents that were there. I was talking about the others that you know, the houses that are in need of redevelopment as well. We've met the criteria. I've gone through that, and we have a consistency findings from both the Planning Commission and the city staff. So would respectfully request your approval, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? If not, we'll ask for a motion to close. We have a motion to close from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Miranda, would you mind reading item number 5? Thank you, sir.
Item number 5, REZ-23-35. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration and ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 2204 East 15th Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning districts classification, RM24 residential multifamily to PD, planned development residential single family attached, providing an effective date.
And the revision sheet?
And the revision sheet, yes, sir.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda with the revision sheet, second from Councilman Vieira. Councilwoman Hurtak?
Yes, I will not be supporting this for that very reason. I feel like 3, while 4 are by right, 3 would be more appropriate. The density, when I look at the block, they're all single-family homes. And it's just not the right space. Additionally, the aisle drive thing, no doors that face the street. There's no other development on the block where the front doors don't face the street.
Anybody else? Councilman Clendenin?
Yeah, this is another one of those, because the applicant's representation knows how I feel about PDs, and I think everybody that speak up here. So I feel like we should be building with, you have rules and you fit within the rules. But there's something that's pulling me back to this one because it is abutting the I-4 corridor and with 22nd Street being, a mixed use with commercial and residential and mixed use development around this area. I'm not a big fan of that aisle development either, nor the fact that 3 of these units are not front door facing. But as the one person we heard in public testimony attested that they really want to see new construction in this area and revitalization, which I think will, spar other revitalization projects. I think I'm going to side on the side of this, again, as much as it pains me, I'm going to side on the side of the PD on this one, but it's not something I still don't want to encourage people to bring PDs before council, but this one just barely met the criteria for me.
Anybody else? If not, we'll take a roll call vote. We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Vieira. Roll call.
Vieira?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Carlson? Yes. Hurtak?
No.
Clendenin?
Yes.
Henderson?
No.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Motion carried with Hurtak Henderson voting no. Second reading and adoption will be held on October 5th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m. at Old City Hall, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you, council.
Thank you, sir. Item number 7.
Yes, Chairman and Council, LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. Item number 7 is REZ 2338. It's for the properties located at 2107 and 2109 West Spruce Street. The applicant is represented by Juan Quinones, and the request is to rezone the property from RS 50 residential single-family to PD plan development for single-family attached use on the site. So I'll turn it over to David to give his report, and I'll come back and give my report. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. David Hay again with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. We continue our string of cases within the Central Tampa Planning District. This site is also located within the Old West Tampa neighborhood and the West Tampa National Historic District. It is also located within the West Tampa Urban Village. The closest public recreation facility is 1/3 of a mile northwest of the subject site. There is transit 2 blocks at the intersection of West Walnut Street and North Howard Avenue. That's Harts Route 7. The subject site is located within the coastal planning area, specifically evacuation zone C. Here we have an aerial of the subject site. It's right in the center. This is Spruce on the south. This is Albany running north. You could see that the surrounding area is predominantly single-family detached. There are light commercial uses are present 1 block west of the site along North Howard Avenue. A place of a religious assembly is northeast of the intersection of West Spruce Street and North Albany Avenue.
Can you leave that up there for a second?
Mm-hmm. Need me to zoom in?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. On to the future land use map. The subject site and properties to the east, west, and north are all in that residential 35. Directly on the south side of Spruce Street is residential 20. To the west in that red color, that's that community commercial 35 that allows up to CI zoning. That also continues down toward near the interstate. You also get some neighborhood mixed use on the east side of North Rome Avenue. And this is a light industrial use, the gray that's scattered throughout. Those are light industrials. Typically in this area, those are cigar factories, or were. Though historically this segment of West Spruce Street between North Howard Avenue and North Albany Avenue has been developed with single-family detached uses, the residential 35 designation supports a range of uses including single-family detached, attached, and multifamily uses. A majority of the northern portion of this segment of West Spruce Street is recognized under that residential 35 designation. Many of the parcels situated on the south portion of this segment of West Spruce Street are recognized under that Res 20. Parcels adjacent to North Howard Avenue are within that community commercial 35. The average existing density of parcels recognized under that residential 35 designation along this segment, excluding the subject site, is 14.74 dwelling units per acre. If approved, the subject site would be developed at a density of 28.57 dwelling units per acre, which is consistent with that residential 35 future land use designation. With respect to the presence of residential 35 and residential 20 designated parcels along this segment, and the CC 35 designated parcels 1 block west of the site on North Howard Avenue, Planning Commission staff finds the request will not alter the character of the surrounding area. The comprehensive plan also speaks to the design of attached single-family units. LU Policy 9.2.6 encourages single-family attached developments to be designed to include the orientation of the front door to a neighborhood sidewalk and street. The entrances to the 3 single-family attached units are oriented towards West Spruce Street with a clear pedestrian connection to the sidewalk, meeting the intent of Land Use Policy 9.2.6. This design is consistent with the comprehensive plan and meets that intent of that policy. Additionally, the design is consistent with the comprehensive plan and will promote a pedestrian-friendly environment with doors that connect the neighborhood sidewalks and streets. The request also is supportive of residential infill policies, which encourage that housing is available within proximity to transit and employment areas such as this area. Based on the above considerations, the Planning Commission staff does find the proposed plan development consistent with the provisions of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you very much.
Any questions for Mr. Hay? No? Yes, ma'am? Go ahead.
Thank you, Council. Again, LaShawn, Dock Development Coordination. And this PD request for the single-family attached would allow for 3 units on site. The setbacks proposed are to the north 20 feet, to the south 10 feet, to the west 7 feet, and east 4 feet. 7 parking spaces are required on site and 9 spaces are provided. This site is located within the West Tampa overlay, so it must comply with the West Tampa overlay standards at the time of permitting, unless there are standards which are waived throughout this request. And there is one waiver that's related to the overlay, which is listed, and I'll review the other waivers. But this particular waiver to the overlay is related to the setback, and that's the front yard setback and then the side yard setback. In the West Tampa overlay, the front yard setback is determined based upon a block average. And then from that block average, wherever the actual structure is placed, if a waiver is needed, it's requested. So in this case, that waiver is requested. So on the site plan, this is the site that's located on Spruce. I feel like I need to just zoom it out just a little bit to see the street. So this is Spruce. So this dotted line is the property. This is the structure which is located here on site. The units are identified by letters. So this is Unit A, Unit B, and Unit C. And you can see the front door orientation to Spruce. The walkway connection to the sidewalk provided on Spruce. Each unit has that enclosed 2-car garage with the space for 1 car beyond the garage itself. You'll notice the design within the site plan. What is highlighted is the materials which will be utilized during construction in efforts to preserve and maintain this 30-inch laurel oak which exists. This is a shared tree on the site. It's actually partially on each property line, but the design has been incorporated to allow this. So from the onset of submittal, this design has changed. The applicant worked. There were, I believe it may have started with 5 units. Then it went down to what we have here, which is 3 units. They worked to try to meet the overlay standards, and they started initially with the parking in the front, accessing from Spruce, and then they ended up at the rear from the alley with the design you have before you now. But this is the elevation. So this is the south elevation, which is up top. The bottom picture is the west elevation. And then the top picture is the north elevation. You can see the garages from that elevation, and then the bottom picture is the east elevation. And then I have the zoning map of the property. So this is the property that's identified. It's located here in red. And you can see on this site, and I included it in my report, you see there are a lot of PDs that are in the area. So this area was actually a part of an infill development project through InTown. This was a 2-phase project. There was 1 phase in 2005, then they came back in 2007. And so that's all of the PDs that you see here within the area. It's either from 03 or 05 or either 07, I'm sorry. But aside from that, you can see the residential single family further east as you're heading east on Spruce. And then you have your commercial along Howard and then on Albany also. And then I have pictures of the site. So this is the site. see this side that is vacant. This is directly east of the site. And then this is the view if you're looking east on Spruce. So in this picture, the site is off to the left in this picture. This is directly across the street, the south of the site. This is another view south, showing the homes that exist there. And then this is west of the site, circling back around. And this is a view just showing you just the view of the street. This is west of the site, and you can see the homes there. And the DRC staff reviewed the request, finds the request inconsistent. This is due to the waiver for the reduction in the drive aisle for transportation. And then there is an inconsistent from solid waste, and that's due to the solid waste can storage on site. So once that is provided between first and second reading, the solid waste would finding would be consistent. The transportation remains inconsistent. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions.
Yes, ma'am.
One question. The Laurel Oak that's sitting right close by the White House, that's the one that's gonna be saved in this project?
Oh, so it is it's this one, which is on the west.
Yeah, okay.
And so.
It's really big, right? That one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
There you see the radius.
I was looking for the separate picture of it, because this doesn't really show it. It's in the
Yes,
back
okay,
here.
that tree,
I have pictures.
You have better?
Yeah.
it's not the one right next to the White House?
No, this one here,
No,
it's over here on the west side.
the one that's right above, oh, that one,
This one.
okay.
Move it up. They can't see the bottom.
But that white one, that really big one, that one is gonna come down
Yeah, this one.
if this
That's the
project is.
condition. Oh, yeah,
Yeah, that one can't be saved.
the health of it, the condition.
Do you want me,
not-
Yes, is it a
Mayor and
laurel?
Mayor,
I mean, it's.
Development coordination, yeah, this is a grand laurel oak, and it is rated a C9. Some of the structure looks like the tree was pruned properly in the past as well, and it has, looks like the attachments are weakly attached there. The tree is in the center of the site, so I'm not sure how you could really develop this project and keep that tree. That tree would require a 20-foot protective radius on all sides. So they didn't need a waiver to remove it due to the tree's rating of being hazardous.
Say that again?
They didn't need a waiver to remove the grand tree because it was deemed hazardous. This is, yeah, another picture of it.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Before we go to the applicant? All right, applicant? Thank you.
Good evening, how are you? My name is Juan Quiñones. I'm representing the applicant. The staff did a pretty good job of presenting the project to you guys. We are requesting 3 units in this property. I know we're going through a PD process, and the only reason why we're doing that is because of some of the setbacks and requirements that we have to meet in order to make this project work, to save the tree. And one on the east side of, no, on the west side of the property. And then we also actually, our vehicular access is from the rear, and we're utilizing the alleyway to enter into our property. So we have our front doors facing the street, and the vehicle, access through the back. We did provide it 3 parking spots per unit. We provided the allow green space that we needed for the 3 units. So if you guys have any questions or concerns, we're here to answer any.
Any questions for the applicant? I hear none. All right, do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 7? Item number 7. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes. What is it?
It's a speaker waiver form with at least 5 names on it. If please acknowledge your presence, please. Adrian Laramie, thank you. Carol Ann Bennett, thank you. Mrs. Pointer, thank you. Keller McCaskill, thank you. And I believe that's only 4 names, so that's a total of 7 minutes. Who is DJ? Who?
Excuse me?
Excuse me?
Who are you looking for?
I count Adrian Laramie, 1, Carolyn Bennett, 2, Mrs. Pointer, 3, Keller McCaskill, 4. Did I miss something?
He left. They left.
Okay. 7 minutes, please. Does this clerk have a copy?
Good evening, City Council. My name is Sandra De Diego Sanchez. I live at 2705 West Fig Street. I'm a member of the West Tampa CAC, but I am here as a private citizen. Most of you know that one of the many goals of the West Tampa CAC is to preserve the ambience of its history and retain the architectural and diversity of the neighborhood. To help preserve this area, the West Tampa CAC, with guidelines of the CRA Board, have administered grants for facade improvements and general residential maintenance. This particular block has done a beautiful job of sticking to the West Tampa overlay. This project does not. The property is right in the middle of the National Historic District of West Tampa. See page 1 of your handout. You will notice its location and the planned design and the historical significance of the existing residences on the street. On page 2, you'll pretty much see the pictures the city staff just showed you, except a little more detail on the architecture. On page 3 shows the mobility report that was first submitted in April and was resubmitted in August 17th, showing the opinion in April did not change. It is inconsistent. It is inconsistent because the turning radius into the alley makes it almost impossible to make a 90-degree turn into the garage. It also shows the parking issues on the street. You will also notice that the 2 cars, the size of the garage are 18 or 19 feet. 2 cars may squeeze in this garage, but they cannot open their doors. There should be a traffic report into this file, but there is not one. You will see on this file, those were taken this morning with the traffic that is parking on that street. And of course, my favorite subject, trash cans. All 20 square feet, 3 to 6 of them. Where are they positioned on the proposed site plan? There's no notation on this plan. This block already has 22 houses facing the street, with pickup on trash options are on the street. The developer wants to add 3 more residences. Please go to page 5. These are some of the highlight reports that came from some of the older staff reports, but the specific one that Ms. LaShawn spoke of is inconsistent.
There is no page 5. It goes 4 to 6. I only have 4
Can somebody share page 5 with Mr.?
I got
it. Okay.
I'll lean over and read Ms. Lord.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, sorry.
But the main thing is I want to direct you to page 6. These are direct quotes from the comprehensive plan which were not used by the Planning Commission staff on this report. Why? These land use objectives have everything to do with historical districts. Why didn't staff remind you of the land use objectives? Allow me to do so. Under historic preservation planning, land use objective 16.1, preserve Tampa's historic resources. Land use policy 16.1.1, develop and design standards for local historically designated buildings, sites, structures, objects, and districts, and historical neighborhood preservation. Land use policy 6.1.2, support historic preservation in the neighborhood. 16.1.3, conduct resources and development of the community plans. They did not do this. And 16.1.4, use the community planning process to cover an area of cultural values and take steps to honor their significance. These values may be historical associations, such as commemorations of a historical event or recognition of traditional ethnic neighbors. Encourage, 16.1.6, encourage residents and homeowners to work with historic preservation agencies to maintain older housing stock and cultural significant structures. Please consider these land use objectives when you consider your decision you make on this. And on page 8 are the two structures that have flat roofs. They were part of that, one is 2004, the other one was built in 2009. If you go into Acela, there are no notations at all that they ever considered the West Tampa overlay. City permitting just went ahead and approved them, and they were built. This project does not meet the needs of the neighborhood, and it does not add anything positive to this neighborhood, and it puts the neighborhood in danger. And also remember, this is not affordable housing. It is unaffordable housing. We have plenty of community affordable housing coming with Rome Yard and with West River. So I ask you to please consider the overlays should be a priority, and that this is a historical district, and this design nowhere complements the surrounding area. I ask you to deny this request. Thank you.
Bless you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right, do we have anybody else here for public comment? All right, any questions or comments before we go to rebuttal? Sir, you have rebuttal?
Sure. So originally, when we submitted the PD, they asked us for a preliminary elevation for this facility, or this unit. We are willing to do historic design for this property. Those were preliminary. They were not actual for this particular project, but the staff asked for some elevation, so we provided that. As far as the trash cans goes, the trash cans will be located within the garage. The garage is it's actually 19 by 22 deep. So the garage will be stored in the garage. National Historic District, I believe we are within it. If the staff correct me if I'm wrong, are we within the historic district, national district? Yeah, we are willing to update the exterior elevations. That's not a problem. What we would like to do is actually build the 3 units within this property. So if you guys allow us to do that, we'll greatly appreciate it.
Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Anything?
I have a question for staff.
Yes, ma'am.
The gentleman said that he would change the elevation. Is that something that they can do between first and second reading?
Yes, LaShawn, Dock Development Coordination. If the desire is to change the elevation, then it would go back to first reading again. So this could either be continued to another hearing date, and then they'd have another first reading.
So yeah, but the answer is no, they cannot change
They
the
can't.
elevation.
I'm sorry.
That's
No,
that's all
they
I
can't.
just,
It
so
will
you can't
require
change
more.
the elevation between first and second reading? Okay.
Correct.
And traditionally, my other question, the reason you made mention of the garbage cans is because, I mean, can putting them inside a garage be an option?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You can store them inside the garage, and you show the dimensions. And what happened was when it was resubmitted, and I can just show an image of the site plan. When it was resubmitted, the dimensions were not included, so solid waste could not confirm what the distance is, the measurement. So as long as between first and second reading, the applicant includes those dimensions and they have enough depth, they can store them within the garage.
Okay. And I have one additional question, because this keeps
Yes.
coming up specifically in this district.
Yes.
The size of a garage, do we have parameters for the size of a garage?
I'll let Jonathan speak to
Oh,
that
okay,
with
thank you.
transportation.
Jonathan Scott, Mobility. We don't really have a standard for that, but it's more of a building code thing. You know, it's, if your garage is, you know, a parking space be like 9 by 18. So if your garage is only 18 feet wide, you won't be able to open your door with your car. So from talking to architects, I always ask them questions like that too. I'm interested. You typically want to make a garage, you know, for one car, like 12 foot wide. So that's kind of like where they try to put it. But if that answers your question.
So this garage is 18 feet wide. So what you're saying is it could not fit 2 cars.
I think you said it was 19 by 22, is that? Yeah.
This,
It's 16 feet. Page 3.
I think the applicant told me it was 19 feet wide by 22 feet deep. Mhm.
LaShawn, Dock Development
Could you show us
Coordination.
the site
The garage is 19 by 22, and typically what would happen is if they are providing at least 22 feet of depth, that allows adequate room for storage of the solid waste.
yes,
So
but I appreciate, so 22 is the is like the length
This
of
would
it.
be the-
So, but
Correct.
my question is about the width. But thank you for showing that. So
Yes.
if you could leave that up, the width, you're saying at 18 would be difficult to get 2 cars in and open the doors.
You won't be able to open the door. Yeah, you'd have to jump out the window.
Okay,
I mean,
and,
if that-
but, and see this, but this is my question, do we have, I'm sorry, it's been a really long day. Thank you, that's the word I was looking for. Do we have standards for sizes of garages due to the opening of doors issue, or is that not something the city has?
It doesn't, but it's more of a architectural building standard, but it's not codified anyways.
Okay.
The one we look at for this here.
Okay, I think we kind of need to look into that, because this keeps coming up and keeps coming up and keeps coming up. Standards for, I'm just gonna write this down, otherwise I'm gonna forget. Okay, thank you so much.
Council,
Yeah.
Councilmember Clendenin?
2 observations. The site plan that I'm looking for on Sire shows the depth of this garage is 20 feet 1 inch. What am I looking at that's wrong?
Yes, LaShawn, Dock Development Coordination, the applicant between first and second reading is providing that 22. It is,
Okay.
yes.
Oh, I can say my garage is 19 by 22, and I can't store garbage cans. And I can barely get out of my car, and I can't store garbage cans. So.
We can actually make the garage a little deeper if we need to be. We actually can go up to 24 feet if that works. So we work with, we will be working with staff to make that happen. Whatever that dimension is, we'll make that happen.
Any other questions, Councilwoman Hurtak?
Oh, thank you. Miss Doc, does this comply with the West Tampa overlay?
Yes, LaShawn, Dock Development Coordination, and so with the exception of the waivers that are requested, they are waiving the front yard setback, and they're reducing it from 19 feet to 10 feet, and then on the east side yard, they're reducing the side yard setback from 5 feet to 4 feet. In the overlay, you have reduced side yards, so the side yard setback is 5 feet. So
Okay.
they're asking for an additional foot.
So no, it's basically.
They're not
so
meeting all the
they're not- okay.
standards, no.
Thank you.
Councilman Clendenin?
I was going to say this. The answer to that question is no.
Correct.
The short answer to that question at this time is no.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Motion to close?
Motion closed.
We have a motion to close from Councilmember Clinton.
A question, because I believe, and we should ask the petitioner if he wants to have a final word based on the testimony that you've taken up until this point, but it also sounds like what he is suggesting be done cannot be done between first and second reading.
That is correct.
So then my question to staff is then how, well, first of all, we should hear from the petitioner and then decide how to proceed.
Yes, so LaShawn, Doc Development Coordination, what we would want is clarification as council's direction as to the changes the applicant should make between this reading and whether it is voted upon and it moves to second reading. It just depends on what is requested as far as the change. The applicant is already providing the dimensions in the interior measurement in the garage at 22 feet in length to accommodate the solid waste. So anything aside from that, or if the desire is to change the roof pitch, it needs to go back for another first reading. The applicant has to agree, and then we would have to decide.
And council members, also, I would just ask you to consider, you have in front of you certainly the Plan Development Code criteria 27-136, as well as the waiver criteria 27-139. And the question then is, if that is council's pleasure to do that, to ensure that at least then what those changes then do would be to be able to address your concerns as they would apply to the purpose of the PD and to the waiver criteria. So the question is whether council is willing to consider the waivers and how they would change as a result of the changes that might be proposed by the petitioner, if you follow what I'm saying.
Yes.
Thanks.
Sir, do you have anything else to add?
No, just here, just in case you guys need it, but I agree with what staff was saying and whatever you guys want us to do to make this work.
Quick.
Wait, yes, Mr. Shelby?
No, if council is prepared to go forward,
My questions have been, well.
okay, it's council's pleasure. The thing is, again, staff has said that they would need some direction from council, but if council wishes to close the hearing, that's certainly your prerogative.
Councilmember Clendenin has made a motion to close. The second was from Councilmember Carlson. All in favor? Aye. Councilmember Vieira, I believe, for item number 7. Councilwoman Henderson, would you like to read item number 7?
Well,
You can pass, or you can vote to approve it.
Just for Robert's Rules of Order, Council, and not that I'm making any judgments whatsoever, but just be reminded that whoever is the maker of the motion has to vote in the affirmative.
Yes.
A seconder can vote either way.
That is correct.
I just happen to, let me just say, I'm very familiar with this street, and the plans that you've presented just do not fit into the historic nature of this particular block of West Tampa. And so you need 3 waivers. So I will pass.
Oh, yeah, that's what,
I could, but I've already done that once tonight. I don't want to, yeah, I mean, I know you like doing it.
Again,
Councilmember Clendenin.
Well, I mean, you do it so.
I understand what you're saying, though.
Council, again, if whatever your motion is, please do state the section of the codes upon which you're basing your decision and the specific criteria, and then apply the facts as you know them to be to that criteria in the making your decision on competent substantial evidence in the record. Thank you.
Thanks. Councilmember Clendenin. Can we get Jeopardy music?
I want to get it right. Okay. I move to deny REZ 2338 for the property located at 2107 and 2109 West Spruce Street due to the failure of the applicant to meet its burden of proof to provide competent and substantial evidence that the development as conditioned and shown on the site plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan and city code and the West Tampa Overlay District, and the applicant's failure to meet its burden of proof with respect to the requested waivers. I also adopt the findings and reasonings of the city staff report. However, I feel that the applicant is a failure to comply with applicable goals, objectives, and policies in the comprehensive plan. While the proposed rezoning may be allowed for consideration under the residential R35 designation, this segment of West Spruce Street between North Howard and North Albany Avenue has been developed with single-family detached uses. There's a failure to comply with Land Use Code Section 27-136, purpose of site plan controlled districts, such as, although the proposed use is compatible with the surrounding environment, the proposed development as shown on the site plan does not promote development that is appropriate in its location and or character by failing to comply with the West Tampa Overlay District design standards. The waivers that are requested are failure to comply with sections 27-139-4, such as the desire and need for waivers necessarily to support the fact that the proposed development is not appropriate for the site and does not comply with Land Development Code. The applicant did not provide evidence that the proposed design is unique in order to justify the waivers. The applicant did not provide evidence that the requested waivers will not substantially interfere with or injure the rights of others whose property would be affected by the waivers. And additionally, in 27-136, to be granted a PD, you have to be able to show substantial and competent evidence, and the applicant failed to show that it did not promote and encourage the development where appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding impacted neighborhoods, built environment, and existing geography. And it didn't fail to show competent substantial evidence that the architectural features and elements which complement of the surrounding community enhance the overall quality of the development.
Councilman Quintana makes the motion, second Councilmember Vieira. Correct? Yes. Roll call vote.
Miranda.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Hurtak.
Yes.
Clendenin.
Yes.
Henderson.
Yes.
Vieira.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion to deny carried. Unanimously.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have item number 8.
Yes,
ma'am.
thank you, Council LaShawn, Doc Development Coordination. Item number 8 is REZ 2343. This is for the property, it does not have an address, but it is folio 169-180.0005. This property is located one lot east of North Armenia and North B Street intersection. The applicant is being represented by Steve Michelini. The request is to rezone the property from PD Plan Development, which currently allows all RO uses, residential office uses, to PD for residential single-family, semi-detached use on site. I'll turn it over to David to give his report. Thank you.
Thank you, David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. We remain in the Central Tampa Planning District for this next case. More specifically, it's located within the West Tampa Urban Village and the North Hyde Park neighborhood. The closest public recreation facility is located approximately 0.17 miles northwest of the subject site. That's Villa Brothers Park. There's transit 282 feet southwest of the subject site at North Armenia Avenue, which is a designated transit emphasis corridor, and that street is served by Harts Route 14. The subject site is within the coastal planning area, specifically Evacuation Zone C. On to the aerial. Here we have the subject site. This is Armenia just to the west, and then we've got North B located along the north of the parcel. The surrounding area contains a mix of commercial and residential uses. Commercial uses are south and west of the site along North Armenia Avenue and North A Street. Single-family residential uses are to the east and north of the site, and multifamily uses are to the south of the site. Here we have the adopted future land use map. The subject site and the properties located to the north, east, and west are all within that residential 20 future land use category, the brown. Immediately to the south, in this pink color, that's the community mixed use 35. And then along Kennedy Boulevard, which is further to the south, that's that urban mixed use 60, future land use category. These tan colors further to the east and to the west of Habana, that's the residential 10, and there are some pockets of residential 35 in the darker brown, and then you actually have in the red the community commercial 35, which allows up to a CI zoning district. Planning Commission staff reviewed the existing density of residentially developed properties along this segment of West North B Street between North Armenia Avenue and North Howard Avenue. This segment is developed at 10.72 dwelling units per acre based on 17 sample sites, which is approximately 50% of the density anticipated in this area of the city. The PD proposes 19.82 dwelling units per acre, which is consistent with the density planned for under that residential 20 designation. Because the PD exceeds the by right density of 18 dwelling units per acre under that residential 20, the applicant has entered into a bonus provision agreement with the city. Planning Commission staff finds the request is comparable and compatible with this portion of West North B Street. Furthermore, the request will provide infill development on a site that is presently underutilized, which is encouraged by the comprehensive plan. The request is also consistent with the city's compact city form strategy, which seeks to promote housing at densities that support walking and transit near employment concentrations, residential services, and amenities. The rezoning also meets the intent of the Land Use Policy 4.3.2, 4.3.6, and 9.2.6 dealing with the orientation of the building. It is also consistent with policy direction regarding providing housing choices for the citizens of Tampa. And based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds proposed plan development consistent with the provisions of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions? No? Yes, ma'am?
Sorry.
Thank you, Council. LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. And the request for it before you for the PD is to allow for 2 units on site. I'm just going to put the zoning aerial up just to see visually a little bit better what we're looking at here on the site. So this is the site which is outlined in red. And so this is Armenia Avenue. This is North B. So currently this site is a PD, plan development, and this allows for all R01 uses. So what is before you is to take this portion of the site and create the PD to allow for these uses on site. So there are 2 units that are requested. The setbacks that are provided are to the north 17 feet, to the south 18 feet, to the west and the east are 5-foot setbacks. 4 parking spaces are required and 6 parking spaces are provided. And the request is, the property is located in the West Tampa overlay and must meet the West Tampa overlay standards at the time of permitting. This site, as David has mentioned, is in an R20 future land use category, which allows 18 units by right, 18 dwelling units per acre, and then with a bonus agreement up to 20 units per acre. So the applicant, as David mentioned, has entered into a bonus agreement to allow for 1 additional unit to provide the 2 units on site. And that bonus payment would be an amount of $30,250 for the bonus. And what I've done is put the site plan up for you. So on the site plan, this is West North B Street. This is the property boundary that's located here. So the structure on site, you can see they're identified as Unit 1 and Unit 2. Front door entry is facing North B. You can see the steps and the pedestrian path to the sidewalk, and then you have vehicular access from the alley. So Unit 2 has a 2-car garage enclosed. Unit 1 has a 1-car garage. On this one, you'll notice the actual design of Unit 1 has been designed in a way to accommodate and save the existing tree, which is a live oak, which is located east of this site. So the applicant modified the design, has provided in Unit 1 a one-car garage, and that allows the applicant to keep that 20-foot protective radius, which is required in preservation of that tree. There's a revision sheet that is included, and it would include a list of changes to be made between first and second reading. One of the changes that the applicant will make is to put the actual parking space that's here, to make a pad here to the right, so that way it avoids a waiver that would be required from transportation for the back out. There is no waiver now. It would avoid it. Right now, as it is shown, a waiver to transportation would be required. And what I'd like to do is, that's the site plan itself, so I will show you the elevations on the site. So the top left, this is the north elevation. This is the south elevation on the right. And then the bottom images, so on the left is the east elevation, and then the west elevation is located there. And then the zoning map again, just to show you the zoning in the area. On Armenia, you have of course, the PD that's here. You have a couple of CN and commercial zoning designations. As you head further west on the west side of Armenia, you have your residential RM16 zoning designations, and also north and northeast of the site. As you head further south from this property towards Kennedy is where you have your commercial zoning and uses in that area. And so I have pictures of the site. So this is the side of the site, but this is showing you east of the site. This is another view, another angle, showing you the site that's located there. This is the view if you're looking west on North B, so the site is off to the left, to my left in the picture. This is the west side of this PD, the current PD. This is another view of that west side. This is on Armenia. This is at the northwest corner. And then this is east of the site, which is currently vacant. The DRC staff reviewed the request, found the request inconsistent. One of the findings of inconsistent is really the only one, which is through from stormwater. And that is regarding the modification to the site plan where they must show the retention on the plan. So that was not included on this version. Once they make that change between first and second reading, stormwater would be consistent. I have a revised revision sheet, which I will provide to council. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions.
Do you have any questions at this time? Nope, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Applicant, yes, sir. Please state your name.
Good evening, Council. Steve Michelini. I have been sworn, and I'm representing the petitioner on this project. As LaShawn pointed out to you, this property is currently zoned. Can I leave some of that stuff here? It's currently zoned R01, which is residential office. So we're converting the residential office portion to residential, which is essentially a downzoning. It's a vacant parcel, and it is consistent with the land use codes related to this property. It's surrounded by commercial properties to the west and to the south of this, and also to the north. And it's immediately adjacent to an office which is about, which fronts on Armenia. So we're also on a transit corridor. And as the Planning Commission staff has pointed out, it's a R20, and there's a CMU 35 in close proximity to this. So this is an ideal location for infill. And as the staff also pointed out, this doesn't have an official address. So it's another one of those odd lot infill projects that I presented to you a few weeks ago. The missing note from stormwater, if it had been there, then we wouldn't have an issue of inconsistency. But we're committed to making the changes between first and second reading if it's the pleasure of council to approve this. It is a 2-unit project, so it's a duplex. It does have alley access for both properties, or both proposed units. And also it has, the front doors are facing North B Street. And I think LaShawn pointed that out to you. So we have the front doors facing North B Street. We have alley access that will be required to also pave and improve that alley for that access. And just sort of anticipating a question that might come up regarding the garages. They're 20 feet wide, which is adequate for 2 cars, and the single garage is 11 feet, which is also adequate for a single car. We've shifted the building to accommodate an off-site live oak tree, and so you see that cut out there, and trying to be sensitive to the site conditions, which are really dictating how this develops. The staff also pointed out to you that, again, in the event that we get to a second reading, this parking space will be shifted so that we'll eliminate all of the waivers. So we still have to comply with the West Tampa overlay, and we're still going to do that. So we'll be, during construction phases, we'll have to comply with all of those codes. The bonus provision is to allow the second unit. You can build one by right, but we're at 18 units under the request for 2 units. So it's a typical duplex. This is not a large-scale project. This is a small infill style project. We're required to have 4 parking spaces. We're providing 6. Again, we're moving the building over to accommodate the off-site tree. I have a letter here from the adjacent property owner indicating that they have no objection to this project, and they feel like the setbacks that we're proposing are compatible and acceptable to them. I'll be happy to give this to Sorry. So just with respect to the proximity, we're 50 feet off of Armenia in this lot here, and as you can see, we have commercial here, we have commercial and townhouse style projects here, and I think those of you who are familiar with the area know that this is a fairly intensively developed area. And again, Armenia is part of the transit corridor. So we've endeavored to meet the requirements that are established by the code. And again, let me just read through them real quick. The purposes for infill development is to encourage optimal use of public facilities, and this does that. The ground floor entrances are facing the North B Street. This standard is met. We're providing all of the parking that's required. Promote the efficient and sustainable use of land. This is again an odd lot that is an infill, and we're downzoning from residential office to residential. Encourage the flexible land development. This also accomplishes that. Promote and encourage development where appropriate in location, but for the fact that this is an odd lot that's associated or in close proximity to the commercial property, it would never happen. So it's optimally using a vacant lot that normally would not be developed. Promote desirable living conditions. The requested units, again, 1 can be built by right, and 2 with the bonus provision. But we are meeting the intent of the code regarding both the land use code and the city intent for providing more housing. And this is in the West Tampa overlay district, so we have to meet all that criteria. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have. We're respectfully requesting your approval.
Any questions for the gentleman? Do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item? This is item number 8. Anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item? We have nobody registered. Do you need any rebuttal, sir?
No, sir, unless you, no. I'll rebut myself.
Do you disagree with what you said?
No, I agree wholeheartedly, and we also agree to make the revisions as LaShawn has passed out between first and second reading.
Very good. We have a motion. Do you have a comment?
After the close.
All right. Motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilwoman Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilmember Clendenin, a comment from you?
I do. I want to say, one, it is so refreshing that, because I'm so used to seeing these type of PDs come before us and try to put 4 units on the piece of property that you're presenting before us today. So this is a refreshing change. And the fact that you made the design changes to accommodate saving and accommodating the tree, you know, the garages, while they're not spacious, they can accommodate what needs to be accommodated in a garage. And in the area that you're developing specifically, it is exactly what we are doing around, as you highlighted, the transit corridor, building density. It is an intensely developed area. I mean, this strikes, honestly, every one of the cores as far as future land use and development in the city of Tampa. And, you know, if this was the kind of project that was brought before us every day, I think that we'd be a smooth sailing and we wouldn't have to deny that many projects. But, yeah, this is a good one, so good job.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Henderson, would you like to read item number 8?
Yes, I would be happy to.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Hurtak.
Just quickly, I just wanted to echo what Councilman Clendenin said. It's a project that really looks at the space, protects the tree, front yard or front door access with the alley for the cars, and a decent width for the garages. And I just want to say this is exactly what we need in the city of Tampa. So thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. I move file number REC-23-43, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of folio number 169180-0005 in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classifications PD plan development to PD plan development residential, single family, semi-detached, providing an effective date.
Do we have a second? Council? With the revision sheet?
With, do we have to move the resolution?
No, the resolution gets moved after
Okay.
second reading.
Okay,
So just the revision sheet?
with the revision sheet.
With the revision sheet, we have a motion from Councilwoman Henderson, second from Councilmember Vieira. Roll call vote.
Carlson?
Yes.
Hurtak?
Yes.
Clendenin?
Yes.
Henderson?
Yes.
Vieira?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on October 15th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m. at Old City Hall, located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you, Council. I just want to make one final comment, is that we do try very hard to meet the criteria, and we do listen to your comments and take them back, and we try our best to try to facilitate that. So thank you for recognizing the effort.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Michelini, and for saving the grant of
October 5th,
Thank you very much. Item number,
if I can.
yes?
Madam Clerk, would you please repeat the date again for the purpose of the record?
Yes. Second reading and adoption will be held on October 5th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m.
And a reminder, Council, this travels with a bonus provision agreement, which will be on the agenda on that date for your consideration.
that's my birthday, by the way.
What day is your birthday?
October 5th.
October 5th.
A reminder, by the way, Council, I believe 2 members of Council will not be present on that date.
Yes. Neither one of us will.
I'm gonna miss your birthday.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Go ahead, this is item number 9.
And before, if I may, Mr. Shelby, I wanted to For this one, I discussed this with Mr. Shelby, and I wish to abstain from voting on this quasi-judicial matter out of an abundance of caution to avoid the appearance of a conflict of interest and to ensure a fair proceeding free from potential bias or prejudice. Doesn't appear to be a very contested one, but long story short, an individual who appears to be contesting is he and I are virtually like family, and that's it. That's just out of an abundance of caution. Yes.
Motion to receive and file?
So,
Motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Carlson. All in favor? Aye. All right, you must step out. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Council. LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. Item number 9 is REZ 2355. This is for the property located at 5210 Bayshore Boulevard. The applicant is represented by Dave Mechanic. The request is to rezone the property from RS60 Residential Single Family to PD Plan Development, and this is for single family detached and attached uses on site. So I'll turn it over to David to give his report. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. I've been sworn. We moved down to the South Tampa Planning District for this next case, more specifically the Ballast Point neighborhood. The subject site is located within the MacDill Air Force Base flight path. It is also the closest public recreation facility is Ballast Point Park, which is a little under half a mile to the east of the subject site. There is no transit within proximity of the site. And the subject site is within the coastal high hazard area and evacuation zone A. Here we have the adopted future land use map. You can see the subject site and all the properties surrounding it are under this residential 20 future land use category. If you go west of Russell Street, it goes down to the residential 10. There is some residential 35 and residential 50 to the north. You actually have some residential 83 under that dark brown color, and then there's community mixed use 35 up near Gandy. The blue is public, quasi-public, and the green is Ballast Point Park for recreation open space. The subject site is situated in the interior of the Ballast Point neighborhood. It is on a collector roadway and is surrounded by that residential 20. The surrounding area is predominantly residential in character with a mix of single-family detached and attached and multifamily uses. Single-family detached uses are present along the west portion of Bayshore Boulevard between West Ballast Point Boulevard and West Tyson Avenue. Single-family attached and multifamily uses are present along the west portion of segment of Bayshore Boulevard. Given the presence of single-family attached uses to the west and the multifamily development to the southwest of the site, Planning Commission staff has determined that the site is appropriate for attached single-family uses. The request will expand opportunities for housing choices in the Ballast Point neighborhood. Planning Commission staff reviewed the existing densities of the surrounding area. All samples are within the MacDill Air Force Base flight path, which even though it is residential 20, there is a cap within that flight path of you cannot exceed 10 dwelling units per acre. The segment along Bayshore Boulevard between West Ballast Point Boulevard and West Tyson Avenue, excluding the subject site, is developed at 8.19 dwelling units per acre. Additionally, the portion of South Jules Verne Court is developed at 7.27 dwelling units. The proposed density of 10 dwelling units per acre is consistent with the density anticipated under that residential 20. The site plan does also meet, is consistent with the policies regarding the orientation of the buildings to the local, the adjacent public rights-of-way. Since it is within that coastal high hazard area, the applicant is required to work with the City of Tampa and other regulatory agencies to ensure any residential development mitigates its impacts on shelter space. In conclusion, the request is consistent with the density anticipated under the residential 20 and within the MacDill Air Force flight path. The request is comparable and compatible with the surrounding area and will provide those additional housing opportunities in South Tampa. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the provisions of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. LaShawn, Dock Development Coordination. And this request before you for this PD would allow for a total of 6 residential units on site. So there are 2 residential single-family detached units, and then there are a total of 4 residential single-family attached units. So just to show you a little bit better, I'll just put the site plan up. So this is Bayshore Boulevard. This lot runs from street to street frontage. On the west side of the property is where you will find the units located which are attached. And they are identified on the site plan, Unit 1, 2, 3, and Unit 4. Front door entries are actually oriented to Bayshore for each unit, with the front doors located here and here, and here and here. Each unit provides a 2-car enclosed garage, and then there is surface parking that's located here on site. So vehicular access to the site is from Bayshore for these units, and then you would park here in the surface parking that's located here. When we look at the east side of the site, these are the 2 single-family detached units on site. You can see that 2-car enclosed garages are provided, and each unit has a porch, and I have elevations to show you with the site. So the parking spaces required are 13 spaces, and this is for the single-family detached structures, and then 20 spaces are provided. It's for the single-family detached and attached together. Those are the parking.
Mr. Shelby, can you take the conversation outside?
I apologize.
Should I make a statement?
We have to deal with this at this presentation.
All right, go ahead.
And then we have the elevations. So these are the elevations of the units that are on the west. So on the west were the single-family attached. So these are the elevations that we have here. So you can see this is the front elevation. This is along Bayshore. This is the left side of the elevation, the bottom picture. And this is the rear elevation, and then the bottom picture is the right side elevation for those units. And then we have the elevations that I will show you, which are the same for each single-family detached unit. So I'll just show you the one elevation. They're just opposite sides, the garages. So this is the front elevation, and this is on the left side. You can see the garage that's located there. And then this is the rear. And then on the right side, or the north. And then I have the zoning map of the area. So this is the property which is identified here in the red dotted line. So this is Bayshore, so you can see the RS60 zoning, which exists there. But then you have your PD development, which are residential multifamily or your residential single-family attached uses. Residential multifamily exists further northwest and to the west. And then further east, you have your residential single-family, which is your RS60, RS50 designations. And then I have pictures of the site, so I'll start with the west side of the site, which is where the single-family attached units are proposed. So this is the view. This is on Bayshore. And this is another view of the site. This is a very bright day, so I apologize. There's the sun shining through. So this is south of the site. All of these are pictures along the west side of the development. So this is south of the site on Bayshore, west of the site. And then to the north, if I can grab the page. This is the view if you're looking north on Bayshore. So the site is off to the left. This is north of the site. And then now we're on the east side of the property. So this is the east side where the development would occur. This is where you would have the 2 single-family detached units. This is south of that. This is the view if you're looking south. This is across across from the site, across the street. This is to the east, and then this is directly north of the site. So the DRC staff has reviewed the request, finds the request consistent. There are no waivers associated with this request, and there are two small changes to be made. They're very minor, to be made between first and second reading. Other than that, so we don't have a very lengthy revision sheet, but I'm available if you have any questions. That concludes my presentation.
Any questions at this time? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Council.
May I, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I had, and for Mr. Mechanic's benefit, I had spoken with Mr. Shelby. It had nothing to do with my text. You know me very well, and that for me, character and integrity are of the greatest importance, and I wish to read the text. But before saying that, the reason I sought to do a conflict on this is because of my deeply, very personal relationship with Colonel Reyes. And I didn't wish to give anyone the wrong impression. I thought to do that out of an abundance of caution. And in my 7 years on city council, I've never done that. And I consulted with my counsel. However, since the texts were brought up, this was at 1:57 today, sent by Colonel Reyes. Hope this right cell phone. FY will be at City Hall at 5 p.m. for his rezoning hearing. We all get these kind of texts and we go, oh boy. Some developer bought the land building next to our house and plans on multifamily units. Me. Okay, I need to send this text to the city as it's a quasi-judicial matter and all written communications have to be sent to the city. It's all good. Thank you, and I will see you tonight, my friend. Him. Man, I can't win here. LOL. Me. I can't communicate substantively with anyone in quasi-judicial cases. I add a smiley face. Then he goes, I assume I was going before another city zoning board, not city council. Oh well, that was a 2 p.m. At 2:01 p.m., then I send the following text to my assistant on CCing my city cell. It goes, we have to find out what case this is. And then I put from me to and from Colonel DJ Reyes. So those were the texts. It's nothing I'm trying to hide for the record.
And for the purposes of the record.
After the advice of counsel, I stand by what I did.
And I am submitting that text into the record, and it raises the question, and of course we can hear from Mr. Mechanic, but my understanding, sir, and you read this into the record when you abstained, is under Florida statutes, as it's permitted under Florida statutes, you say, I abstain from voting on this quasi-judicial matter to avoid the appearance of a conflict of interest and to assure a fair proceeding free from potential bias or prejudice.
And one thing, I don't know Colonel Reyes' position on this. I haven't spoken with him on it. As soon as I saw him, you were right there with him, and I told you, you will be getting texts on this, etc. That's it. That's it. So that's, again, I do this in good faith and out of conscience and out of what I feel is an ethical obligation. That's it.
Mr. Mechanic.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Chairman, Council members. My name is David Mechanic. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. I have with me this evening Mr. Jeff Kraft, who is my client, and his civil engineer, Eli Payne. The question I raised is whether someone sent an email or is a friend of Mr. Vieira is not by itself sufficient for a council member to recuse himself, and it carries the implication that this person was objecting. This person actually left the room after talking with my client, so he must have decided he's not objecting this evening. So I would just respectfully request Mr. Vieira to reconsider and participate in the hearing, because I'm deprived of one of the votes that I might win tonight if I present a respectable case to this council. That's all I'm saying.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mechanic, and that, I believe, was also contemplated, whether he was in favor of it or opposed to it. The fact is that if one could state that under the circumstances, that to avoid an appearance of a potential conflict of interest or bias or impropriety with regard to the relationship, whatever it is, between the potential witness who was here and then left for the purposes of the record, that person was here present in chambers. The question is whether he's in favor of it or not if there's an implication or an inference that he would be basing his decision on the relationship, that might influence his decision whether the potential witness was in favor of it or opposed to it. And therefore, in an abundance of caution, I believe Mr. Vieira made the decision based on the criteria that it's allowable under Florida statutes to abstain, to take the opportunity to abstain from this in order to assure the proceeding free of potential bias and prejudice. But I understand your objection is noted for the record.
Oh, thank you, and I will not pursue the question any further, except I would like to note that Mr. Reyes talked to my client answered several questions, and he decided to leave. And the only inference I could offer you is that he decided he didn't need to object this evening. I'm not going to say he's in favor of it, but he decided he didn't need to object this evening.
Councilman
Mechanic, as you, probably lots of us know people in this neighborhood. I know lots of people, of course. I haven't had any conversation with anybody about this project, and it's the first time I'm looking at the renderings. But as you know, one of my colleagues from work lives about 3 blocks away. It doesn't look to me like it's within the 250 feet range, but I think which one you know my colleague that's there. I haven't had any conversations with him about it. He hasn't said anything to me about it. But if you feel that's a conflict, I'm happy to recuse myself.
I do not. I
Okay.
did not
I just
think
wanted to
that's a
clear that.
conflict.
I don't think it's a conflict, but I want to make sure you were.
Mr. Shelby.
And then again, my question to you for the purposes of the record, will you base your decision on the confident substantial evidence that you hear at the hearing, and can you make a decision free of bias and prejudice?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm happy to proceed at this point. Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm going to be very brief. I would note for the record, as LaShawn did, that we have asked for no waivers whatsoever. We have all findings of consistent from all of the applicable departments from the city. We have a finding of consistent from the Planning Commission. And I would point out that even though the property is within a coastal high hazard area, it is entirely permissible for City Council to approve this zoning because we are not seeking an increase in density. We are within the applicable density, which is lower in the zone that is affected by MacDill Air Force Base. So we are abiding by that density restriction. So at this point, I would like my client, Mr. Kraft, to come up and describe the project, give you a little idea of what it's going to look like and so forth. So thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Kraft. How are you? So my conversation with Colonel Reyes, he just had a couple comments on the grand oak tree, which is on his property, and we chatted. Dave Riley is our arborist. Obviously, he worked with the city for, probably 15 years. I have Colonel Reyes's card. We're going to talk tomorrow or early next week, and he just wants to chat with his wife to make sure that the grand tree is going to remain protected, which it is. And that was the nature of the conversation. He goes, well, this is running late. I got to go. And I said, well, I'll talk to you soon. So that was the dialogue that he and I just had. So I'll be brief with everything. Hopefully I can use this properly. So is it? So we have it's a 0.6 acre site. It's probably 90+% impervious, so it's essentially a parking lot with a 7,000 square foot, I call mixed use building. It's like an event space, an assembly hall, and also like office space that it was used prior. And then there's been obviously some of these photos. So this is from, this is the east elevation from Bayshore. There's no trees on site because it's a parking lot. It's surrounded by a chain link fence. And this is the view from Jules Verne Court. Obviously the same. There's a current access point off Jules Verne, and there's another access point on Bayshore. So that's what we have now. So I have a graphic rendering of our site. Just again, I'll be brief. So we have Bayshore Boulevard. We have 4 single-family attached units, and then that's consistent with what currently exists on Bayshore. And then on the Jules Verne Court side, it's all single-family residences. So we're just continuing that trend. Regarding the impervious versus pervious, so we're looking now at again 90+% impervious space, essentially a parking lot. And then once the proposed development moves forward, it's going to be 50% grass, green space. So that's a big improvement to the area. And then just sort of a sample or a rendering on Jules Verne Court. Single family homes. This is a sort of a French modern farmhouse architecture, which I think looks pretty sharp. And then on the 4 single family attached facing Bayshore. Here's a rendering. Again, just go back to the graphic site plan. Let me just see what else I have here. Talked about the green space that's going to be added. We also plan on using, this is not calculated with the green space, but we use a pervious paver, which is not, it's more pervious than an impervious paver, if that makes any sense, which that just helps with stormwater flow and drainage on the site. Current, land use zoning could be 12 units. We're at 6. McDill Flight Path limits it at 10, so we're under that as well. Again, the single family attached and the single family buildings very consistent with what's up and down Bayshore and up and down Jules Verne Court. Had a transportation study done by Jane Caldera. So based on the traffic generated by the existing use, as a transition to this, we'll have a 40% net traffic reduction on this development based on because obviously we all know that Bayshore's crowded. Good news is that folks that live here, they're going to go north to downtown to work. The traffic pattern is always going, obviously McDill south on Bayshore to the back gate. Both my parents are in the military. So going back to Colonel Reyes, we have, this is a parking lot, so we have very, very, very few trees. We have 2 areas, which I'll go to this. So all grand trees are protected. We've worked with staff. So there's one here. They always hug the property line. So we fully protected this tree, maintain our radius setback, and I even notched the building out to protect the tree. And then on Colonel Reyes, the location here, again, we had the driveway on this side. They wanted the driveway on the opposite side. On this small area on the encroachment point, we have a pier and lintel system, so the slabs up so the roots can grow accordingly. During construction, it's just all like doing what we need to do to aerate the roots and protection. All that is, again, what we're going to accommodate with Dave Riley on our arborist report. Let's go back to this. I've spoken with roughly a dozen neighbors. Everybody has expressed support. There's been a few questions, clarifications. We didn't get any notices of like any objection letters and whatever else, so. But someone asked about like, access point from Bay Shore to Jules Verne, like, is it gonna be fenced? And I said, of course. And then another neighbor on Jules Verne said, hey, it's a tight site, or it's just a tight street. There's, a lot of cars parked and whatnot. Good news, we have, 2 garage space and then plenty of room for another 4 guest cars. So that's, 6 parking spaces per structure. Also with, I'm a general contractor and the owner of the building. So from a construction methodology standpoint, when these units are constructed, proposed to be constructed, let's just say that heavy lifting, concrete trucks and deliveries is going to actually come from the Bay Shore side. So these folks won't have, all that cranes and other nonsense on a tight street. So that works really well. And this will be developed and then back into that. So it's going to go from east to west. That's good. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just one quick clarification of what he was referring to, the pier and lintel system. It means that the corner of the building will be elevated and not touch the ground at the point where the root structure of the tree needs to be protected. So there's no structure interfering with that root structure. And with that, we will conclude our presentation and be happy to answer any questions you have. I would just like an opportunity for any rebuttal if we need to.
Any questions for the gentleman? Nope. All right, do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item number 9? Yes, ma'am?
Yes.
Please state your name.
My name is Roseanne Clementi. I live at 5203 Bayshore Boulevard. I'm one of 40 units called Colony Oaks. So 5207 Bayshore is directly opposite the proposed units, multifamily units. I have no objection to development. I work in development. I have objection to the fact that they don't have to do stormwater detention on this property. With redevelopment, this is a subdivision. And in most places in this state, when you redevelop 100% pavement, you have to include stormwater treatment and storage. I don't care about stormwater treatment in South Tampa because we don't have any. But I do care about detention. And we had on August 31st, I don't know how this thing operates. So somebody, all right, you'll see this is the stormwater pond behind my home. It's totally seawalled, and the water was within 8 inches of going over the cap. Okay, this is a picture a while ago. I wasn't prepared that I would be sharing pictures of the pond, but the normal water level is way down here. So you can see how much water went up in 45 minutes in our stormwater pond. We started calling everybody in the city because we were afraid that we were going to take water in our garages again. We had water in our garages in 2018. Let them redevelop it. I don't care, but somebody needs to start looking about retrofitting stormwater to stop the flooding in South Tampa. You can't keep putting all these rooftops over for the last 40 years in South Tampa and not expect us to have flooding. We flood. I don't know, the word prone is we're likely. We're not just likely, we flood. And I wish you would do something about this at the construction phase. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else in the public wish to speak on this item? All right. Let me see if we have anybody registered.
I would like to speak.
Yes, sir. Can you please turn on your camera so we can see you, and then we have to swear you in. Raise your right hand.
Are you seeing it? No? Try that.
Can we bring up the screen?
Am I on? No? Maybe?
Not yet. We're bringing up the
There we
screen.
go.
There we are. Go ahead, sir. Raise your right hand. Go ahead.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
It is.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Hang on one second, I have some slides, so I need to adjust as they just granted me permissions.
All right, you're gonna share your screen then? What is your name, sir?
Christopher Kaczynski.
Thank you.
Well, let's try this and see if it works. All right. I'm sorry, I apologize. There were no instructions provided as to how to make this work initially, so I'm hoping. All right.
There we are.
See that?
Yes.
Excellent. I own the house 2 homes away from the proposed site. I am in opposition to the rezoning of this site to PD. The Bayshore Boulevard Ballast Point neighborhood between Gandy Boulevard and Interbay is being overbuilt with multi-unit mid-density housing, such as the proposal being presented here today. Approving this rezone continues this creep towards 0 single-family detached homes in this neighborhood, which significantly transforms the distinctive natural, historic, and cultural characteristics of the single-family detached neighborhood with a future land use zoning of RS20. This is the immediate road section of the proposed site, depicted here in yellow on Bayshore Boulevard. In red are the buildings that are attached or mid-density residential structures. In green are the few remaining unattached single-family homes. From a numbers perspective, there are 132 attached or mid-density units versus the sadly outweighted 9. This doesn't exactly reflect what the neighborhood has historically and culturally looked like. The Tampa Comprehensive Plan, Imagine 2040, says provide diverse housing opportunities that are efficiently served by transit in the South Tampa district. No transit improvements are being provided to this area by the city, even though the proposal increases vehicles using this road. This section from Gandy Boulevard southward is a 2-lane, low-density, low-speed residential street. Hillsborough County counts 12,500 cars per day use this road. In contrast, our parallel sister street, McDill Avenue, measured only 4,200, or 1/3 of the traffic. Dale Mabry, a parallel 4-lane heavy thoroughfare, measured 22,000 vehicles. This section of Bayshore should be seeing numbers closer to McDill Avenue, not trending towards Dale Mabry. This proposal for additional dense housing only exacerbates an already critical traffic issue for our community. Create inspired urban design while respecting Tampa's human scale, unique history, aesthetics, natural environment, and common sense of community identity as the city changes and evolves. This proposed plan requiring the zoning change shows a 4-unit, 38.5-foot tall dense housing structure on the Bayshore side of the site. 4 units at 38.5 feet tall. That is not human scale. That isn't even tree scale. The houses in the surrounding area top out near 25 feet, the trees around 30 feet. The only way to get 6 units on this small site is to shoehorn a tiny building footprint in a 3-story towering vertical direction. Anywhere within this residential neighborhood will have a view of the structure towering above the tree line. Nothing about that sounds like respect to the history, aesthetics, or sense of community identity for our neighborhood. Ensure that redevelopment design in neighborhoods enhances their distinctive natural, historic, and cultural characteristics. The building built in 1925 has a lovely exterior design that captures a historical and visual aesthetic that is slowly disappearing from our city. Why isn't the city staff asking the applicant to renovate the building that is currently on the site? Did they even propose to the solicitor to try to save this building? Why should we should be preserving our past where we can?
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. All right, do we have anybody else here in the public that wishes to speak? Do we have any questions from council members before we ask for a rebuttal? Yes, sir. Councilmember Condon.
For staff, can we go back in and look at how this area is currently developed?
Yes, LaShawn, Dr. Development
Seems like it was a lifetime ago we went through. You were up here.
Oh, let's see. So let me start on let me do pictures of the site. So you want the pictures surrounding?
Yes.
Just to kind of see. So When you're on Bay Shore, this is west of the site.
What am I looking at? What is that?
These are
Townhouses?
townhomes, so
Okay.
they're attached units.
On the opposite side of the street.
Okay.
This is south. And this is a single-family residential? Or is it two?
Yeah, other way.
Other,
Yeah, it's got two addresses.
Okay. So that's south. You can see the height is 2 stories. This is south. This is also on Bay Shore. That's the site, and that's another picture of the site itself. And then, let's go to Jules Verne on the east end of the site. Well, this is on Bay Shore West, north of the site, north. So let me, would you like to see the aerial also?
Yeah, I think that would be
Just to kind of
helpful.
orient again. So this is the aerial, this is the site, the subject site. So what I've shown is the development that's across north and south. So next we have Jules Verne, and then I'll show you the development that's around there.
So I'm
on the
assuming
east.
that colony is that RM12 that the public speaker spoke about, where they lived in multifamily across the street,
This
down
RM12.
there. Is that
Yes.
that
Residential multifamily.
is that the colony? Okay.
So this is a view also on Bay Shore, if you're just looking down Bay Shore, if you're
That
looking
lovely. Look at
north.
the condition of that road.
Oh, yes, another road with them. So now we are on the east side of the site, Jules Verne. This is east of the site, so this is across the street from the site. This is if you're looking south. South of the site. And this is directly south of the site. And those are all the pictures I had surrounding the site.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Oh, I do have another, just a second.
yes. Wait. Go ahead, ma'am.
That's north.
Could staff tell us what the response is to the neighbors' comments on stormwater?
So yes, the stormwater would have to be met at the time of permitting. Sometimes what would happen, well, in all instances, when you have new development, they must provide the retention. They must meet stormwater requirements. So sometimes there is a concern because of flooding, but sometimes that condition improves once the site is improved. But the applicant can certainly address how they're going to address it at permitting, but they must, each time a new development comes in, they must provide the stormwater requirements. They can't waive it.
But if it's not in the site plan now, will it be added before second reading, or? No?
It is on the site plan actually to meet the requirement of code. There's a condition on the site plan, one of the general notes states that they would meet stormwater requirements. So at the time of permitting, they cannot get a permit without meeting those requirements.
Could I ask a question of the applicant, or you want me to wait?
Yeah, there was time on the rebuttal, so. Go, Mr. Mechanic?
I want to ask the developer maybe, or Mr. Mechanic. I almost bought a house on Jules Verne 20 years ago, and I'm not allowed to provide testimony, so I'll just ask some questions. Do you know what percentage of the houses within like 250 feet are new in the last 20 years? I mean, did it go through major like gentrification in the last 20 years, the neighborhood? Or are there a lot of historic homes there?
I mean, are you asking me?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mr. Carlson, I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you have? I mean, that is something we normally analyze before
Yeah.
presenting a zoning case, whether the homes are new or not. I mean, I should try and point out from a drainage perspective, we acknowledge that there are existing problems. What Ms. Clementi is talking about, we don't deny that, but an applicant for development isn't responsible for improving existing stormwater problems at this particular location. Now, what we have testified to, and I am going to ask the engineer to get up and speak to this, but we are increasing the pervious area of the site by about 30%. So we will be improving the drainage situation coming off of this property. So this is a positive change. If you were not to redevelop this site, virtually the entire site is a parking lot and a building. So that's not an ideal situation.
Could I ask another question of you or the owner, before you bring up the engineer, if my colleagues want that? My recollection is this site's been vacant for a long time. Is that right, or not? Or what is there? Is that?
My understanding is it's a private club, and it's used infrequently. It's not an abandoned piece of property.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? May I have a motion to close?
Well, do you want to bring
No,
you
I
wanna
would
bring
like
up?
my
Okay.
engineer.
I don't believe you've had rebuttal
No,
yet.
I haven't had any rebuttal. I've just been answering questions.
Do you want to bring up the other gentleman?
Yes, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I would like to also comment briefly on the virtual speaker as well.
Go ahead, sir. Please state your name.
Hi there, Eli Payne, Bayside Engineering, engineer for the project. Just a few quick cleanup items. Stormwater on redevelopment projects in the city, under 10,000 square feet of new impervious, you are not required to do water attenuation. Under 3,000 square feet, you are not required to do water quality. We will be, as they stated, a net reduction in impervious area. So an overall a net improvement to the stormwater system in the area. Real quick on parking, required parking for the single family is just 2 per unit, which we have. It's 1 guest unit, so we'll have 4 guest units, so a couple extra parking spots there. Traffic, as our client said, is a net reduction from what currently the site is. And on the height of the townhouse building, the maximum height in a single-family residential neighborhood is 35 feet. At the eave of the townhouse will be at 31 feet, 4 inches. So as it goes up, it gets to 38, but at the eave, at the property line, at the setbacks, be 31 feet, 4 inches. That's it. Thank you.
Briefly, just to respond to the gentleman who had participated virtually, the predominant housing type along Bayshore, I mean, we have 2 street frontages here. We have single-family detached along Jules Verne, and we have single-family attached along Bayshore. Attached housing, which some people refer to as townhomes, is probably the prevailing land use type along Bayshore Boulevard, other than the fact that there are commercial uses also along Bayshore. So our proposed attached housing is not at all out of character with the development along Bayshore Boulevard. The comment about it being overbuilt down there, we are within the density. This is what your comprehensive plan is still encouraging housing development to occur in this neighborhood, and the policies in your staff report reflect that these policies are encouraging this type of development to occur at this location. So I would just respectfully request your approval. These comments are, if you will, emotional and may draw your attention, but they're not really a basis for denial of a rezoning application. One final comment I would just like to make. I was not suggesting in any way any disrespect to Councilman Vieira. In fact, quite the contrary. I had always believed and continue to believe that he would have rendered a fair and honest decision regardless of his friendship with this particular neighbor. In fact, I was not even aware of that at the time I raised the question, but I meant no disrespect whatsoever to Councilman Vieira. And with that, we respectfully request your approval of the application.
Councilman Carlson.
Can I just ask you one more question?
Sure.
That neighborhood association is very active. Did they weigh in at all?
My client contacted, how many?
Please come up, sir. Please come up and speak in the mic.
Yeah, I,
State your name.
Jeff Kraft, spoke with over a dozen neighbors, been at a restaurant, met on site many times, and everybody supported the project.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Thank
sir,
you.
go ahead.
So, Mr. Mechanic, without a PD, could you develop, what do we have? We've got 6 single-family residential units, 4 attached, 2 detached. Without a PD, could you develop 6 single-family residents on this property?
I think that and I didn't go through this analysis, Mr. Payne and Mr. Kraft did, but I think there would be an issue with the setbacks. Otherwise, I think it would satisfy all the applicable code requirements. But
Okay.
I mean, the property is zoned RS 60,
Right,
so
yeah.
that's a single-family detached category.
Yes.
So I don't think we could have even conceived of this development in that zoning district.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments before I ask for a motion to close? May I have a yes?
One more question. Mr. McCann, why didn't you, I'm not, this is not a judgment, I'm just asking a question. Considering how many units you put there, why didn't you go for more density? Why, it's what, 6 units instead of a lot of proposals in that area are pushing for 20 or 30
So
units
Jeff
on it?
Kraft, the McDill flight path keeps our property below 10. We, per land use designation, we could only do 12. But my intent was just to keep the character of Jules Verne Court as single family. And then just, stay consistent with, having the multifamily option on Bay Shore. So I think 6 units versus 10 units is much better. I understand the stormwater, the green space. It just works for us.
Yeah, my point is that this is pretty low density compared to what we.
Correct.
I'm not judging whether it's better or worse, but we see so many developers that come in and want 20 or 30 units on a space like this. And that's the kind of thing that's really crowding out South Tampa. And this is a very low number compared to that.
Yes, I probably should have emphasized that. Thank you.
Anybody else before I ask for a motion to close? Motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Hurtak. All in favor? Aye. Councilmember Clendenin, if you would like to read it, item number 9.
So I move an ordinance REZ 2355. An ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 5210 Bayshore Boulevard in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classifications RS 60 residential single family to BD plan development residential single family detached and attached, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda.
May I add a couple of things here?
Oh, yeah, I was going to, but yeah, please
Okay,
do.
go on,
No,
go on,
you do it, please.
Go on.
I'd rather you do it. Go ahead, Adam.
I'd rather you do it.
Okay.
Okay.
Age before beauty.
Okay, grown man love, let's go.
Let's do it. Somebody, please.
The findings, compliance with goals and objective policy, and the surrounding area is predominantly residential in character with a mix of single-family, detached, and attached, and multifamily uses in the immediate area. Given the presence of single-family attached uses to the west and multifamily development to the southwest, this site is appropriate for attached single-family use. The rezoning will expand opportunities for housing choices in the Ballast Point neighborhood, while at the same time maintain a density consistent with the MacDill Air Force flight path. Accordingly, I find the rezoning consistent with land use policy 9.35, 9.51, 9.52, 9.53, and 9.54. Compliance with Land Development Code Section 27136. The proposed development is shown at this site promotes and encourages development that is appropriate location, character, compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood.
And the revision sheet, I believe, revision sheet on that?
With the revision sheet?
Revision sheet, yes.
Actually, that's your motion. I'm sorry, yes, with the revision sheet.
Councilmember Clendenin has the motion, Councilmember Miranda with the second, Councilmember Carlson had his hand up.
Yeah, I just, because it's my district, I just want to explain my vote. This area used to be mostly ranch-style homes until 15 or 20 years ago, and they all converted to larger homes. No, and it's not like the middle of Hyde Park, and as was presented, it's mostly multifamily in this area. South Tampa cannot stand heavy density, but this is a very small amount of density compared to what could have been proposed. On the street adjacent to my neighborhood, there was a proposal for 4-story condos, and the neighborhood fought against it, and now they have a car wash behind them, and they wish they had 4-story condos. And so my vote, somebody will criticize in the future, but my vote, it will be yes, because I think this fills a hole in the look and feel of the neighborhood. It provides single family on one side and low density on the other. To the point that the person that spoke about with stormwater, I'm happy to put you in touch with the right person or talk to you about the stormwater plans going on for South Tampa, because they're, especially in that neighborhood, there are massive infrastructure programs going on that the city started a few years ago. But I'm happy to, it won't fix all the problems, but it will fix many, and I'm happy to talk to you about it. And I get a lot of calls about flooding in that area. But considering the alternatives, I'm going to support this because I think it's much, much better. Thank you. I'll say one thing too.
We have okay.
Yeah, also, and similar, and ditto what Councilman Carlson just said, because also I'm a South Tampa person as well, so I get the same feedback and stresses from folks. So I agree with everything you just said, but also to the public comment that communicated via electronically with us. One of the things that you presented was the disparity between attached and detached units. The irony to that testimony is it justified this type of development, because you see that this area, the way this area has developed encourages different types of development versus just single family, because it is a mixed type of neighborhood. And I just wanted to highlight that. We heard what you had to say, but the irony is competent, substantial evidence, and that's why I think we're going to move in a different direction than what you had wished.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
and Vieira is abstained. Motion carried with Vieira abstaining.
I need to address
Second.
second reading.
Second reading and adoption will be held on October 5th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m. at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize, but I'm going to be out of town on October 5th, and I would like to request that we push off second reading for a week or whatever is the appropriate timing.
Mr. Shelby, is that possible to do?
Yes.
It'll be the 19th.
Yeah, October 19th would be the next regular city council meeting.
Okay,
Is that
sure.
acceptable?
Ma'am, Madam Clerk, could you read the what you read, but change the date to October 19th?
Second reading and adoption will be held on October 19th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m. at the Old City Hall building located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida 33602.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item number 10.
Thank you, Council. LaShawn, Dock Development Coordination. Item number 10 is REZ 2360. It's for the properties located at 2015 and 2017 Maple Avenue, 1305 South 22nd Street, and 2020 Oakwood Avenue. The applicant is represented by Tyler Hudson, and the request is to rezone the property from PD Plan Development to PD Plan Development to allow for storefront residential and office uses. And I'll turn it over to David to give his report. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. We move back up to the Central Tampa Planning District for this next case, more specifically the Palmetto Beach neighborhood. DeSoto Park is the closest public recreation facility. It's located about half a mile northeast of the subject site. There is transit is not located within the surrounding area, and the subject site is within the coastal high hazard area and the coastal planning area, specifically evacuation zone A. Here we have the aerial of the subject site. You could see here's the subject site. This is 22nd Street. This is where it curves down into the entrance to the port. This is McKay Bay. You've got Causeway Boulevard and 20th Street to the west, and then this is all mostly heavy industrial uses related to the port on the west side of 20th. This particular, especially this particular pocket, there's a mixture of residential and non-residential uses. The residential detached and duplexes are located more to the northeast. Here we have the adopted future land use map. It's hard to see, but the entire subject site is this community mixed use 35. Immediately to the north and west and south in this salmon color, that's that transitional use 24. This pink, of course, is that community mixed use 35. There's some residential 20 that along Bermuda Boulevard. And then the residential 10 area is located further to the northeast. The light gray is light industrial. The dark gray is the heavy industrial related to the port. The, let's see here, notes. The request is to allow a total of 82 dwelling units and 972 square feet of storefront residential uses. The applicant is eligible for the 1.5 floor area ratio by right due to the PD being a vertically mixed-use project, and the site is located on an arterial roadway. To ensure that that second use is not only an amenity for the residents, there have been a note included on the revision sheet that would require that to be non-affiliated with the main use and open to the public. The site plan does, the site plan and the density does promote walking and transit uses, so hopefully one day Hart will be able to extend transit further down this street. The request supports many of the comprehensive plans related to providing housing choices for the citizens of Tampa. The subject site is within that coastal high hazard area and evacuation zone A. Rezonings in the coastal planning area that increase the number of residential units have to mitigate their impact on shelter space demand, so they need to coordinate with Hillsborough County and the city of Tampa at the time of permitting. We've talked about the note being added for that second use. So based on those considerations and the policies provided in the report, the Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the provisions of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council LaShawn, Dock Development Coordination. And the PD request for the storefront residential and commercial office use would actually contain 972 square feet of commercial use and 78 residential units are proposed. The lot size is 44,003 square feet. The maximum building height is proposed at 57 feet or 5 stories. So the development requires a total of 82 spaces and 92 parking spaces are provided. This is providing the development at a 1.66 FAR. So this is the site plan associated with the request. This is Maple Avenue. This is South 22nd Street, and this is Oakwood Avenue. That's bordering to the south. So you can see vehicular access to the site that's located on Maple Avenue. You have on-street parking spaces which are proposed, but of course they do not count towards the parking, but they are proposed within the development. This is the structure which will be provided. And you'd have the surface parking spaces that are located here. You can see a dog park is located here in this area. And I'll show you the elevations of the site.
Yes, ma'am.
Before you go any further, can you show me where the 972 square feet of retail or office space is supposed to be?
So the office space will be added and identified on the site plan between first and second reading, but which corner is it gonna be located?
Just to the right.
Oh, I mean, if they want to explain it later, that's fine.
Yes,
I just
it was
couldn't
not-
see it. Okay.
Yes, it was not identified on this site plan, so one of the revisions
Okay.
is to identify.
Thank you.
And, and the elevations to the site. So this is the west elevation. And then this is the east elevation. And then here are elevations of the north. And then this is the south. And here's the aerial of the area. This is the zoning map. So this is the property which is identified here in red. This is Maple Avenue. This is Oakwood Avenue. And this is South 22nd Street. So this is 20th Street that's located here for orientation. So you can see the RM16 zoning is predominant to the west. You have a couple of PDs. These PDs, which are located north of the site and northeast of the site, are older PDs. Like this one is a one from '99 and it's for commercial office use. This one is for commercial and residential, and that is a 07 PD. And this, you see the CG zoning, which is located southeast of the site. And then we have pictures of the site to provide. We'll just take you around the site. The site itself is fenced, so we'll show you what we have on it. So this is on Maple. Looking at the site. So this is on Maple. This is if you're near 22nd Street. This is looking at the site. This is another view of the site at Maple and 22nd Street. This is the northeast. So this is if you're facing west. If you're looking west on Maple Street, actually. This is north of the site. Of Maple, commercial, and then this is east of the site. This is at 22nd. This is northeast of the site. So the site is over here on the left in the picture. This is south of the site, so this is across Oakwood. It's another view of the site. This is if you're on Oakwood and you're looking at the site, you're looking north. And then this is at Oakwood and 22nd. That's looking to the east. So DRC staff has reviewed the request. There is a finding of inconsistent. It is related to natural resources and the waivers requested. There are a total of 3 waivers requested. One of the waivers that are listed would be removed. It's not necessary. But what I'm gonna do is turn it over to Erin so she can come up and review her natural resources comments and her findings. But also there is a revision sheet that has been revised, which I will provide to you this evening. So there are revisions to be made between first and second reading. And I'm also available if you have any questions once Erin speaks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am?
Erin Mayer, Development Coordination. I'm just going to speak to the reason Natural Resources found the application inconsistent. And here, the main reason is the waiver, the first waiver being to reduce the 15-foot required landscape buffer and a 6-foot tall masonry wall to a 5-foot use-to-use landscape buffer and a 6-foot tall opaque fence. So right here is the location of where is the west side of the property line. You're looking north. And this is what exists. So there's a single family home right there. There's trees that are currently the buffer. I'm gonna show you what the proposed landscape plan looks like. Let's see. So right here you can see is where the 15-foot landscape buffer would be. This is a CU storefront residential. And you could see that this is where 15 feet would be. Right now, the applicant, it shows 10 feet, but they're requesting a 5-foot use-to-use landscape buffer. So the code requires in a 15-foot landscape buffer to plant either type 1 or type 2 trees. Those are your larger trees, your taller trees like live oaks or cypress or other trees like that. However, with a 5-foot landscape buffer, the only thing that can fit are either palms or type 3 trees. So overall, this is about 200 feet long, I believe, north to south, and 10 either type 1 or type 2 trees could have been placed in that buffer if the full 15 feet was provided. So that's one of the reasons we're inconsistent, just the total trees that we could have had been provided on site. In addition to that, the uses are just incompatible between this 5-story multifamily housing complex abutting the single-family home having a 5-foot landscape buffer. So Natural Resources would have liked to seen the 15 feet use-to-use landscape buffer. And then the second waiver is tree retention. So to request the required 50% tree retention on a non-wooded lot over 1 acre to 0%. There's not a lot of trees on this site. Actually, there's 16 total. 7 of those are actually exempt species, so they don't even count. However, there are 3 laurel oaks that exist on the site, including a non-hazardous grand laurel oak here. So this is looking to the east towards the bay, and this is the grand laurel oak right here that would need a waiver. Natural Resources isn't opposed to the removal of this tree due to the prior approval, the prior PD that approved the removal of this grand tree. The species' tolerance to construction, its mature age, its trunk and branching structure, we're not opposed to the removal of that tree. But with regard to tree planting, the site tree composition would benefit from a better mix of species, of suitable tree species, including replacing the mature laurel oaks with live oaks on the site. The applicant is proposing to plant 4-inch caliper trees from the code required 2.5-inch caliper trees to reach mitigation requirements. And the project does meet mitigation requirements. However, I just want to point out here that there are 9 type 1 trees that could be accommodated on the site. These trees are the type 1 trees proposed. However, 3 of them are in the right-of-way because there's just limited space, on site to accommodate, all the trees that could have been planted. So that's really all I have for this. There's 2 trees here that can't be accommodated in this. This tree is centered 4 feet from the building structure, and there's 2 proposed live oaks, which I said this spacing was not suitable for those trees, so I've crossed them out. But that's it, and there's an analysis on page 3 and 4 of the staff report for natural resources, and I'm here if you have any questions.
Any questions at this time? No, hearing none. Thank you very much. All right, next up, yes, sir? All right, yes, ma'am? Whoa.
Your desktop is busy. I'm a computer teacher. That's a lot of files up there. Put them in a folder.
That's a lot of billing in my
Yeah.
You're volunteering to clean up her desktop for her?
Well,
Can you guys see my screen?
oh, yeah.
Okay, it's not coming up on this side.
Now it's on TV.
Interesting.
Yeah, you
Okay,
got
I don't
TV,
know
so
why.
Take a look up at the top, because I think the monitor is not, at the lectern is not working.
Okay, I have the PowerPoint pulled up over here, but it doesn't look like it's showing up here. Maybe if I play it.
There it
Okay.
is.
I'll do that. Okay.
Yeah, we do.
Great. Okay, Alex Shaler, 400 North Ashley Drive. I will try to make this brief, but not by way of speed talking. So I won't repeat all of the location information. David did a great job of setting up where exactly this is. I would like to note that this portion of 22nd Street is an arterial roadway. It's kind of interesting because 20th Street is a DOT-owned road. This is owned by the city, but this is an arterial, so it's high traffic generating there. Going into a bit of the zoning history on the site, there was a relatively recent PD, 2019, that zoned the site for what's very similar to what we're proposing today. So this was a mixed-use development. It included apartments, restaurant, and strip shopping, which could accommodate all CG uses. As mentioned, we're proposing something very, very similar to this, and you'll see that on the site plan as well. So zoning history leading into comp plan history, this TU24 category is not one that we see very often. So we went ahead and amended that back in April of 2022 to make the site consistently CMU 35. So that is the flu designation across the entirety of the site. So what we are proposing here, I'll run through the site plan relatively quickly. The main access point is off of Maple Ave, and this will come back up a little bit later, again, trying to keep traffic circulation off of that high volume roadway, which is something that we see very often. And the main entrance is located there at the corner at Maple and South 22nd Street. We are proposing an activated streetscape located along South 22nd Street, which you'll see in the renderings and a bit on the landscape plan that Aaron has showed as well. Moving around the site, coming down to the southern side, both Oakwood and Maple are proposed to have some of that conceptual on-street parking, although that doesn't count towards our zoning requirement. It's something that the neighborhood deemed would be useful. Solid waste only access point off of Oakwood. As LaShawn mentioned, a dog park, which is now law for multifamily developments essentially in Tampa. And then what's a bit interesting, and this will play into some of our buffer or waiver justification later, is that there's actually a 10-foot wide strip of land that we have dedicated back to the city along the western portion of the property. During the initial rezoning back in 2019, there was an associated alley vacating. This was a T-shaped alley. I can't really point this out here, but T-shaped alley splitting off that parcel along South 22nd Street. A condition of that rezoning was to provide this 10-foot wide strip for egress, ingress for that portion of the alley that remains intact to the west. This is something that we don't really see anymore. Usually we have to vacate the entirety of the alley. Like I said, this was done back in 2019, so we are dedicating and have dedicated that strip of land back to the city. This is a rendering of what we're proposing the site to look like. Again, this is very conceptual, but I think it gives you a good idea of some of the massing and the scaling and how we've really tried to push this development close to 22nd Street. So we are proposing multifamily and office, as LaShawn mentioned, 78 units and about 1,000 square feet of BPO uses. And that will be, as mentioned, available to the public for leasing. That's not specific to the apartment complex. We're proud to have the majority of staff support on this application: development coordination, planning commission, transportation, some of these usual departments that you see as LaShawn and Aaron both alluded to. We do have some natural resource waivers, so we want to touch on those really briefly with some of our justification. The first is that Aaron showed this plan already too, so I won't belabor this point, but most of the existing on-site trees, well, first off, there are very few. So as Aaron mentioned, only 16 on-site trees, a large majority of which are palms, and again, clustered kind of in the southwest portion of the development. So we do feel as if the trees that we are replanting, that this is in a better pattern, it's higher quality, its placement around the site, accommodating the development with newer trees as well. The next one is a removal of the tree that Aaron also highlighted too, and she mentioned this as well, but this waiver was approved in the 2019 rezoning for this specific tree. So while that doesn't guarantee that it'll be approved again, it is relatively decent precedent given the site is functioning for relatively the same use. And we did submit 2 reasonable reconfiguration alternatives, both into the record with our revised plan submittal, showing that unfortunately the keeping of that tree would render this development infeasible. And then in touching on the buffer waiver, as mentioned, this 10-foot wide land dedication to the city, although this isn't technically buffer, this is width, right? So this is going to be the edge of our site will be essentially this 10 feet plus our 5-foot buffer adjacent to that single family home. And we haven't had any kind of complaints from them in terms of this application. And then to the south, this will remain as 10 feet. We had to request the waiver reduction going down to 5 because that's what it is on the northern portion of the western buffer. But we are fully committed to developing this as shown on the site plan, as we're committing to with this layout, that this will be 10 feet on the southern portion of the site. And this property owner is very supportive of the project. The property owner has been in coordination with him since the very beginning. He's co-applicant on our release of easement applications for the alley vacating. So they've been working well with us. And then we are very proud to have the community support of the Palmetto Beach Community Association. As mentioned, our developer, DeLon, and the property owner, he's been working with them for quite some time to make sure that this is a project that they could get behind. And the president submitted a letter, emailed you all, it's in the record, and we felt like it was a really, really, really nice letter about this project because this is relatively precedent development in Palmetto Beach, and we want to make sure that we do it right and that we do it in a way that the neighbors can be proud of. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And Ricky Pederica, our arborist, is online too if you all have specific technical questions.
Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Hurtak, Councilwoman Henderson.
Thank you. 972 square feet of office. That's my husband's ADU office space. That's not very much office space. I'm concerned that if this is really supposed to be multi-use, it's you're kind of just really tightly squeezing in there. Can you talk about why there's not more square footage for an actual multi-use development?
Right. So I think that, and this will, I can't speak to the actual technicalities of all of this, but the site is a little bit unique in that this office is located on the first floor of the building, but the ground floor is all parking. Given the FEMA regulations, we have to build the site up X number of square feet. So if this was able to be built on the ground floor, like walk-up office, 100%, we would have had more. But we just feel like the market for this first floor level office in a precedent development here, we just don't know yet how well that would do. But as mentioned, that space is available to the public, so it's not just for the tenants. Like anyone in Palmetto Beach can sign a lease for that space.
So then I guess that begs the question, why isn't this just an apartment complex?
In terms of why we
Yeah, why
have
is
the
it
office
even,
included?
yeah, why are you even doing that if it doesn't, if you're not even sure people are gonna be able to rent that
Right,
space?
right. So we're, again, I think that there will be demand for that at some point. I don't think it's there right this second, and Delon could probably speak to that a bit better than me. But this is, quote, a vertical mixed-use project. So that office is a vertical mixed-use component that the Planning Commission recognizes as mixed use. So that's why that was included.
And then my other question is about the landscape buffer, but really the trees, the types of trees, because, as, Ms. Mayor mentioned, the trees on the right side, they can't, the site just goes all the way to the edge, and you really can't, you can't put trees there. You just aren't gonna be able to put those types of trees. And again, in a lot more dense neighborhood, transit-oriented development, this seems to fit, but I'm just concerned that we're not gonna, that the natural resource waiver is it's just very concerning.
Sure, you're talking about along South 22nd Street?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, yes, but mainly
Okay.
South 22nd,
Okay.
which is where she said you won't be able to put the type of shade trees that would need to be on 22nd to help with the walkability and the coolness that people are requesting now with their walkable developments.
Ricky, can you, I think he's online virtually, can you speak to that? Because I don't know if there's different trees we could switch out that could fit, or if some of that stuff could be hopefully adjusted during readings.
Mr. Federico, were you sworn in? Please raise your right hand and unmute yourself. We'll swear you in. Okay.
And go across the street and cut on my porch light so I can get in the house.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're still muted.
Yeah. Yeah, what, Pacific time, Mountain Standard Time, Central Time?
Hello, council?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry about that. Ricky Federica, Dark Moss, I've been sworn now. Councilwoman, can you repeat the question? Sorry, I got distracted by it.
No problem, no problem. The trees on the 22nd Street side, Ms. Mayor said that you won't be able to put a type 1 or 2 caliber tree because of the narrowness. And I think of all spaces, that's one of the most important, because 22nd Street is a corridor which people will need to walk. The other side streets are more residential, but this is obviously because of its usage that more people will be on it, therefore the shade will be necessary.
Yes, so this is a little bit of a design negotiation between the architect and I that didn't happen with Aaron at the time, Ms. Mayor, but can. The building footprint of the ground level that we use for the site plan does imply that the building goes very close for the entire 6 stories. If you look at a 2nd-story plan, or in one of the perspectives that was shown from 22nd Street, it's really a C shape with a courtyard in the center. We had initially located palms there, kind of views out over the water, and tried to put those oaks in the corners. So there was a little bit of a canopy clip, but we're still trying to get it there, but still open up views to McKay Bay. But there is canopy space where that 2nd-story or above garage courtyard area in between the C-shaped building could be, where we're currently showing palms on the landscape plan. And this is sort of a finesse design detail that stayed with the design team unintentionally and didn't get to staff, but can easily be rectified with a condition or a revision to provide a revised landscape.
Okay, thank you very much. That answers my question.
Councilwoman Henderson.
No, I have no question.
Hello there.
Wait,
So-
oh, you don't? Okay. Go ahead.
I have a question, because I didn't follow y'all's logic on the landscape buffer with the deeding back the half an alley back to the city. Why would you deed it back?
They need an exit for the western portion of the alley that's still intact today. So beyond our assemblage to the west, that alley is still an established alley. So they need an exit. Now, I don't know that it'll be improved, but there's a way to leave that existing alley without creating a dead end.
So would you still need a landscape buffer if you did not deed back that half of an alley?
Yeah, so our waiver request is to reduce on that portion to 5 feet. That's what we're providing solely on our property. That 10-foot city land dedication is just an additional 10 feet in width from our 5-foot landscape buffer to this property.
Okay, and the existing PD that was approved, what was permitted to build on that property? Like right now, if you were to build on that PD, what would you be building there?
Multifamily and either restaurant or strip commercial.
With what setbacks?
I have those here. I can give them to you. So a 5-foot setback to the north, a 7-foot setback to the south, a 5-foot setback to the east, and a 10-foot setback to the west.
So
Building setbacks, those are not necessarily buffers.
Right, so the appreciably, okay, so those were setbacks from the building, not necessarily buffers. Somebody educate me on that. Staff, can you explain the difference between that for me?
Thank you, Council LaShawn, Dock Development Coordination. So the setbacks are where the building is placed. So when you're looking at a site and you have a property boundary, I brought up the current PD instead of, the old PD instead of the
Right.
current one. When you're looking at a property and you have the property boundary, your setback is established from the property line to the structure.
Right.
And so that's whether it's your front, your side, your rear. Your buffer is what is required to buffer against uses, which are adjacent to the property. So depending on the use, then that's what determines what your buffer is.
But
It's area that's between the building and the property line.
so if what I'm
You
hearing
can't
is
have
that
building in it.
what I'm hearing, okay, so what I'm hearing is that the buffer could be greater than the setback, but the setback's never gonna be greater than the buffer. Is that what I'm hearing correctly?
Opposite.
Opposite, okay, maybe, because it's this late, and we've been working all day yesterday and today. Okay, I think I understand the concept, okay.
So currently on the site, it was requested, the current PD allows for, as Alex mentioned, the restaurant, the strip shopping center, all CG uses. It allows for 31 residential units and 6,500 square feet of commercial.
What would you have lost in square footage and construction to build a unit here and not request these landscape waivers so that you could accommodate the types of trees that you're at least to supplant the one major tree that you're taking out? How much would you have lost in construction size to do that?
Bruce Horner with Bold Line Design, our architect, is on. I think he could
How
probably.
many units would you?
What was that?
How many units would you have lost?
I have no idea, but Bruce might be able to confirm a bit.
Hey there, I'm Bruce Warner with Bold Line Design. You could swear me in if needed.
He's got to be sworn in.
Sir, will you please raise your right hand and we'll swear you in?
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, so if I can, am I able to share my screen here? Is there a button that staff can allow me to do that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not necessarily seeing that button, but without sharing, here, are you guys seeing my screen here? Can you see this site plan?
We cannot.
Not yet, sir.
Maybe you could just
Okay.
talk us through it.
She can put
Yes, I can talk you through it. So it's not necessarily a matter of losing units or developable area. It's more about, it's a combination of things. First of all, with the site being in a flood zone, it's required to only have parking on the ground floor. And so we're not able to get the amount of office space and all that that's needed. But with the landscape, it's actually constricted by the minimum sizes of the parking spaces. So if you guys are able to look at the site plan on the staff report or anything that's available, you can see that there's minimum drive aisle widths, like 24 feet.
Can you put the site
There's
plan up
minimum
for us?
parking space depths.
Hold
And
on one
that's
sec.
really what
Wait,
is driving.
but they're gonna bring it up here. Hold on a second.
Sure.
Okay, we're looking at the site plan now.
Okay, perfect. So if you look at the site plan starting at South 22nd Street, you can see there are 3 double-loaded drive aisles, meaning that there's parking spaces on each side of the 3 drive aisles that are shaded. There you go. Thank you, whoever is doing the great job of hand modeling. And you can see that because of the minimum depth of the parking spaces and the minimum widths of the drive aisles, that's really what's dictating the leftover space for landscape. And while there isn't as much width for the landscape and the types of trees that is requested, if you start to look at maybe the 3D image that we showed or any of the landscape plans, the 3D image might be better if you can bring that up. You can see that not only will the streetscape be activated and friendly with shaded trees, but the building itself will also provide shade because some of the canopies of the building actually extend over there. So if the intent of the landscape is to provide a friendly pedestrian experience and provide shade to the pedestrians, our design actually accommodates that pretty well.
I will say that, like, so if you're leaving this site, the elevations up, this is one of those things that kind of like drive me crazy because it's kind of deploying trees that look like large shade trees that can't be planted in those areas. And this is the kind of stuff that I hate, is because it's the kind of misrepresentation, at least because it implies that there's going to be a tree there that is not feasible. But that being said, thank you. That answered my questions. Thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments? Thank you very much, sir. Anybody else? Ready for public comment? Anybody in the public wish to speak on this item, item number 10? All right, I don't see anyone registered online other than the applicants. Would you like, I'm sorry, that's correct? Okay. Do you need to add anything else? Would you like to add anything else?
No, I do just want to mention for Councilmember Clendenin that per Ricky's comment, I think we can work with Aaron to get to a place where we can provide those trees along the 22nd between readings.
So if we were to approve this with a council? So if we were to be able to approve this with a council condition, that would be acceptable to you?
Yes, and that landscape plan is submitted.
I think we need advice.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, that's for the resolution.
Okay, Aaron Mayor, Development Coordination. I think Ricky said that they could finesse and fit in shade trees along 22nd, but I don't really see how that's even possible with what, Ricky, I don't know if you're still on there, but the building seems to go, it's 4 feet from the center of the trunk of the trees when I've measured it. And this is, a mature live oak that's being proposed to be planted in that location.
Ricky?
Yes, thank you, Council. Ricky Federica. On tree preservation situations, maybe not as tight or urban as this, we've proposed special design techniques for the parking garage itself. I think it's certainly time for us to visit that and then also prepare let's say a roof plan, roof-based landscape plan that shows the ground level and the upper stories to work out this detail. And I think we can.
think we can is not a great answer.
Mr. Shelby?
Yes, I would think that this would have to be resolved with direction from council before this comes back, so it can be handled between first and second reading. I don't know if you're in a position to be able to do that tonight.
I don't think you can, unless you're gonna like bump the road out, I don't think you can, you'll have that space.
We are showing, I guess, there is a minimum hardscape separation that I'm providing from both the sidewalk and the building edge. If we play with the sidewalk treatment, let's say reduce that hardscape separation, basically the sidewalk edge to the truck, to increase the building edge to the truck. Those are the kind of details that I've got to work with. But I can work with staff on to get trees there that can provide shade.
Thank you, Ricky. I have a question for Marty Shelby. Is this something that I wouldn't be comfortable until Natural Resources was comfortable with this and these natural resource concerns were resolved? What are our options?
Your options are that you can see if, you can state what your concerns are, and you can see if it can be resolved. If it requires a continuance, did you want to address that issue?
If I can just answer the question.
Why don't you directly do that?
Thank you. I've talked to some of you about this. This is a gap in the code because landscaping typically handled at permitting. People ask for zoning tree-related waivers now, and there's this gap. And trust doesn't always get you the whole way. So what Ricky and I often work on these types of PDs that we have the privilege to work on together is a landscape plan. This is part of the site plan. This commitment here to putting type 1 trees, 30-foot spacing, 18 feet high. That's a big tree. That's what we're doing at Gasworks on Nucio. If we can't do that, this is part of the site plan. This is a sheet of the site plan. If we can't do that, then that's a problem. But I want to make, this isn't like some hocus pocus, here's some renderings with the trees shaded.
You said this is
these are
a type 1
commitments.
tree?
Yeah, the commitment is 11 type 1 trees. I mean, there's a note here about silvacells, which Ricky can explain in more detail. Those are boxes, those are an enhanced, those are a way to make larger trees grow in a smaller area than just, I think, ordinary soil would allow. It's like a structural soil product that we've done on other projects. But I mean, these are commitments we're making. I want to make that really clear. The rendering with the nice little Palmetto Beach street art, that's not a commitment, that's a rendering. That's a commitment. This is part of the site plan that we're asking for.
I think there's two people that want input. I'm going to go to Marty first, then I'll ask you what you wanted to say here. Or did you have something to say? No? So Marty?
Council, I'm just asking you, again, with your criteria, there are certain waivers that are being requested. Now, you have waiver criteria. If you have concerns about those, just also please be in mind that although it hasn't come up for discussion, there is a bonus provision agreement that is going to be traveling with this, that does travel with this, and will be coming back if this is adopted at first reading. So that being said, my suggestion is for you to look at the criteria and based on what you've heard and what the evidence is or what you've determined are the issues that need to be resolved, then you can make a determination as to whether it can be resolved between first and second reading, or there has to be some other accommodation.
Yeah.
Do you want to add anything to this?
It's our position that there's nothing to resolve. It's our position that we are, and just to be, I want to be very transparent about all this, we are making commitments about what types of new trees we're putting in. I think it's our view, the developers, the arborist, the architect, that the trees that are on site now are of very poor quality. We are taking those out and we are putting them back with, we think, a new configuration of trees with this commitment here. If there's some trepidation that these aren't fully engineered cross sections of what those trees will look like, this isn't the stage of the process to get to that level of detail, but it is the appropriate stage to give detail about the tree types. And again, those are commitments we are making. And if we can't make those, that's a problem for us. That's not a problem for the city to resolve for us. That's our problem.
Okay.
I think we've made these commitments, if I could just say, because I think we have the confidence that we can make them. This was not, Ricky does a very good job of thinking thoroughly through these things. we think that this is achievable.
Thank you,
And
Mr. Hutt.
one option would be, just to be clear, when you get these PDs approved, it's sort of like a maximal volume. It's a big box. We can pull our box back. We can pull it back a little bit, maybe make the units a little bit smaller to accommodate those trees if we have to, but just want to stress for the folks, if anyone's watching at home at this hour, these are commitments we're making in terms of tree types. And again, this is a new type of project for Palmetto Beach, 18-foot tall trees on 22nd Street to match what Gasworks is doing on Nicia. That's a pretty big commitment.
Well, I appreciate that answer, and I'll say, since it was brought up about the bonus, but I don't know how my fellow councilmen feel, but in this coastal high hazard area, I'm a little nervous about the bonus provisions as well, because we're building density in an area that's basically sneeze on, and it's, water's there.
If I could address that, we are, the maximum density here is 2.0. We're proposing 1.66, so it is not the absolute maximum. And this is a sort of example of full circle. The bonus payment that we have of, I believe, about $94,000, it's going to help fix the seawall at Bermuda Boulevard. This is all about trade-offs. And I think when you can find an opportunity to put needed housing in a proximate neighborhood to job centers, to not transit, but just for now some major roads like Adamo, the interstates, and you can do that with the support of the neighborhood, I would respectfully submit those opportunities are rare in this day and age. And we think this project does, it's not perfect. I have never had the chance to represent one, but it balances the trade-offs, we think, in a very appropriate way. And I'm not gonna, given the hour, read the waiver justification memo that's in the record, but we have a waiver justification memo for each of these that's in the record that goes to each of those criteria in turn.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right. Yes, ma'am?
Okay. Aaron, Mayor Development Coordination. Ricky's probably gonna propose some underground Silva-Cell systems to increase routing volume. And I think if we do come back between first and second reading with like a reality type of landscape plan, then, we could get there too.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Anybody else before we ask for a? Yes, ma'am?
Thank you, Council. LaShawn, Doc Development Coordination. So the revision sheet has been provided, the revised revision sheet. In addition to that, they will provide a revised landscape plan between first and second reading. So just to state that on the record,
Yes,
and then the applicant can state if they agree to that on the record or not.
Revised revision sheet.
That has been provided to you this
Yes,
evening,
ma'am.
plus
And
the landscape plan.
Okay.
Yes.
And would you,
Yes.
and you as the applicant would state that on the record? Okay. Anything else before we ask for a motion to close? Motion to close from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilman Moran. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilwoman Hurtak, would you like to take this?
Sure. I know where I am.
Item
Okay, yes, I move item number 10, file number REZ 23-60, an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 2015 and 2017 Maple Avenue, 1305 South 22nd Street, and 2020 Oakwood Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification PD plan development to PD plan development residential, multifamily, and storefront residential office uses, providing an effective date, including the revised revision sheet and a landscape plan.
Between first and second reading?
Between first and second reading.
Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Hurtak with the motion, second Councilmember Vieira. Roll call vote.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson,
Because of the association, I would definitely say yes.
Vieira,
Sure, yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on October 5th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m. at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Well, it was a tough road to get there, but so we'll see some nice improvements between the first and the second. Looking forward to it.
All right.
Okay, we are moving on. We are moving on to number 11,
Yes,
REZ
Council.
2361.
It'll be a second record. Thank you, Council. LaShawn, Dock Development Coordination. Item number 11 is REZ 2361. It's for the property at 2511 North Albany Avenue. The applicant is Alex Rios, and the request is to rezone the property from RS50 residential single-family to PD Plan Development for residential single-family attached uses. I'll turn it over to David to give his presentation.
Good evening, council members. David Haywood, your planning commission staff. I have been sworn. We end the evening in the central Tampa planning district, more specifically the Old West Tampa neighborhood. There's a public recreation facility 1/4 mile southwest of the subject site. There is transit along North Howard Avenue, and the subject site is located within evacuation zone D. Here we have the aerial of the subject site. You can see it's located right in the center here. St. Conrad Street runs east-west on the north. And then we have, I think that's Albany, on the west side, running north to south. You could see you could see Hillsborough River. That's Columbus Drive to the north. This is the West Riverfront development off to the about 2 blocks to the east. This area. This surrounding area contains a mixture of single-family residential and non-residential uses. Single-family residential uses are present on West St. Conrad Street, and a mix of single-family detached light commercial uses are present along North Albany Avenue. On to the future land use map. The subject site and all the parcels in the brown are that R35. It gets more intense as you move westward over to North Howard Avenue. Community mixed use 35, community commercial 35, green is rec open space, light industrial in the light gray. Given the presence of light commercial uses to the west of the site, the Planning Commission staff has determined that the site is appropriate for attached single-family uses. The request will expand the housing opportunities. It is consistent with housing choice policies within the comprehensive plan. The site plan is also meeting orientation policies regarding the front doors. It is located within evacuation zone D, so they will need to work with the city on mitigating for shelter space. In conclusion, the request is consistent with the development pattern anticipated under that Res 35. The request is comparable and compatible and will be an asset for the West Tampa Urban Village. Based on those considerations and the policies within the comprehensive plan, the Planning Commission staff finds the plan development consistent with the provisions of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
All right, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Council. LaShawn, Dock Development Coordination. This PD request would allow for 3 units on site. The site contains 6,344 square feet. 35 feet is the maximum building height proposed, and that is at a 2-story height on the site. So what I've done is provided for you the site plan for this location. This site is also located in the West Tampa overlay, and it must meet the code requirements at the time of permitting. There's one waiver that's requested on this site, but it is for a landscape buffer. So on the site plan itself, this is West Conrad Street. This is North Albany. So the site is on the corner. This is the property line that is shown, the dotted line. So this dark gray is the building area. There are 3 units identified, Unit 1, Unit 2, and Unit 3. The front door entry for Unit 2 and 3 orient to West St. Conrad. The front door unit for Unit number 1, the front door orients to Albany. But in Unit number 1, an additional door has been added on St. Conrad also. So this is a side door. Each of these doors have a front porch, which I'll show you on the elevations. But access to the site, vehicular access, is on St. Conrad with the surface parking spaces located here east of the building. So the design of the building has been created so that your elevation from St. Conrad has the same front door entry or a door entry with a porch. So this is the elevation. So on the left is the east elevation. This is the west elevation. That's in the upper right. So this is the north.
You can move that
Can
up a
you
bit
see?
more. Thank you.
Is it in the view now? There we go. So this is the north elevation, and this is where you can see the front door, and then the side door entry on the structure. And then this is the south elevation. Then we have the zoning atlas I'd like to provide. So this is the site that's located here in red. This is Albany Avenue. This is St. Conrad. This is Beach Street that's located here. You've got Rome Avenue here. Howard Avenue is here on further west. But you can see that the surrounding zoning surrounding the property is RS 50. You have the commercial neighborhood, which David has mentioned, but you have that commercial neighborhood zoning to the west. But other than that, the majority of the uses are either residential or commercial neighborhood in nature, the zoning and the use of the property. So this is the site on Albany, which is vacant. That's another view of the site. So this is south of the site, immediately to the south. This is west of the site, which is the commercial located to the west. This is another view west. This is a convenience store. This is northwest of the site, a home there. And then this is the residence. This is at the northeast corner of St. Conrad and directly north of the site. So the DRC staff has reviewed the request, finds the request consistent. There are site plan modifications to be made between first and second reading. There is a revision sheet provided. There is an addition to this revision sheet, which was just discovered. The applicant brought it to my attention. He needs to call out the setbacks in the site data table for the front setback, because right now it's showing to the structure itself. So I'm going to add, I've written this in on the revision sheet, so I have it stated on the record, and I'm also going to provide you, council, with the revised revision sheet with that added to it.
Thank you very much.
That concludes my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions at this time? If not, we'll go to the applicant. Yes, sir?
Thank you, council.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Good evening. Do I need to be sworn in, or am I?
Did you get sworn in before? No?
No.
We'll swear you in. Please raise your right hand and we'll.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, council. My name is Alex Rios with Rios Architecture. Today I'm presenting this rezone application from RS 50 to PD for 3 townhomes. The maximum density achievable based on R35 future land use is 4 units, but we are pursuing 3. It is also within the West Tampa overlay, which imposes design requirements as well as allowing 1 parking space per unit. The design is constrained due to 2 large off-site grand trees on the north. The 20-foot protective radius from these 2 trees got us to think creatively on the orientation of these townhomes while accommodating the West Tampa overlay requirements, parking, and green space. The site plan reflects a large north setback as well as accommodating the required parking to the east, all of which adheres to protecting these grand trees. The east setback is in compliance with the built-to line setback that maintains an engaging street presence along Albany. The exterior design exhibits design features such as roof slopes, porches, and details consistent with the West Tampa overlay and neighboring homes. Here are a few renderings. This is facing Conrad. This is facing Albany. Oops. And this is just a corner view.
This is Conrad and Albany?
Yes. This is Conrad.
Uh-huh.
This is Albany.
Okay.
And
And
then
that
this
was
is
the
just
corner view, okay,
So
okay.
Albany, Conrad here.
Thank you very much. Yes. No, no, I see. Okay.
With that, we are pleased with staff's unanimous finding that this design is consistent with code and surrounding area. We now seek city council approval. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, Councilwoman Hurtak.
I just want to say, I appreciate your creativity with saving the trees, finding a way to work within the West Tampa overlay. This is 100% what we need to see, and I just want to thank you for all the time and effort you had to do to make this right.
Yes, ma'am.
I agree. Sandy Sanchez is not here, so I knew you were gonna probably be pretty safe tonight. So, yeah, it's a nice plan. I like it. Can I say stuff like that?
I'm looking at Mr. Shelby. I'm
No.
looking at, no. You have to base your
Obviously,
decision on all the other.
obviously, and that's one of the things that I just want to bring to council's attention, especially we have two relatively recent additions to council. Yes, but, no, but my point is this, that your decision, irrespective of who's here and who's not, has to be placed and based on competent, substantial evidence in the record. And the fact is, for whatever reason, if people don't show, that it's still, the plan has got to stand on its own in order for it to meet city council scrutiny.
But staff and planning found it consistent as well.
And that's good to state for the record.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're keeping all the conversations here in the middle of the dais tonight, so.
Yeah.
I just want to say that, again, yeah, kudos to you. I like the elevations are nice with the West Tampa overlay district. You've got forward-facing doors. You've got, it's a good, I mean, honestly, it's a complete site plan. Well done. I wish they were all like this.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I hope they keep the garbage cans over there too.
I love those garbage cans.
Oh, they're so pretty. They're so pretty.
Do we have any public comment at this time? All right. Do we have a motion to close?
So moved.
Motion closed from Councilwoman Henderson, second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Carlson, I believe it's you. This is item number 11.
Thank you. I'd like to move file number REZ 2361, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 2511 North Albany Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS50 residential single family to PD plan development residential single family attached, providing effective date plus
The revised revision.
the revised revision sheet.
Yes. Thank you very much, sir. We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilwoman Hurtak. Roll call vote.
Henderson,
Yes.
Vieira, Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on October 5th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m. at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'll go to new business. I'm going to start. I have a few items here.
Wait, are you recognized?
May I be recognized, sir?
The Chair Pro Temp recognizes Chairman Maniscalco.
I'm going to Vieira this. I know.
What does that mean?
Lord.
I have a lot of motions.
Oh, yeah.
He's the king of the motion.
And a lot of commendations.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna be here till midnight
just
with
be patient.
accommodations.
So I'd like to make a motion that we schedule a public hearing for the notice on October 19th, 2023 at 1:30 PM in City Council Chambers, 3rd floor, City Hall at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard in the city of Tampa, Florida. And this is to request a notice of intent to suspend the sale of alcoholic beverages pursuant to Land Development Code, Section 27-318.
Is there an address?
Yes,
I'm
there is.
looking-
If you could turn the
Yeah,
page.
it's on there.
If you could turn the page, Mr. Chairman, there is a further request and also
Yes,
the address.
Okay. The address for this hearing, for the case is 3401 North 15th Street, Tampa, Florida.
And if you can also request further, that's as part of your motion, to direct the office of the city clerk at the top.
Sorry, I'm new.
Okay.
City Council direct the office of the city clerk to notify the owner of the property and the holder of the alcoholic beverage license for the property described in the notice attached hereto by certified mail not less than 30 days from October 19, 2023. And again, it is Ebor Food Mart, Inc., 3401 North 15th Street, Tampa, Florida, 33605.
We have a motion by Chairman Maniscalco. We have a second by Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The
All
ayes
right.
have it.
Thank you very much. My next motion is I'd like to make a motion to give the governor of Puerto Rico, Pedro Peraluz, let's say Peraluz, a commendation at a reception on September 22nd, 2023, off-site. This is the governor's first visit to Tampa.
We have a motion by Chairman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
As long as you know how to pronounce his name correctly. When
Opposed?
Aye.
With the caveat that he has to learn how to pronounce his name.
I'm a stickler with that because my name has been butchered my whole life, so I make it a point.
Everybody pronounces my name correctly.
Oh, yeah, Clendenin. I finally got it. Thank you.
The motion passes. Next.
All right, the next motion is, I would like to make a motion to have Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Tampa Bay do a brief presentation of no more than 10 minutes on September 21st, that's next week, regarding the work that they do in the community. And the reason for such short notice is because September is also Big Brothers and Big Sisters Month.
As long as Deanna Sheffield Ward is here to present.
Amen.
We have a motion on the floor by Chairman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
All right. I'd like to make a motion to present a commendation to the Sons of Italy at the Sons of Italy Lodge on Lemon Street on October 4th to commemorate their 100th year anniversary. And I believe, council members, you got the invitations because I personally put them in the mailbox. I bought my ticket. You're all welcome to go. It's great. It's very, very Tampa, very West Tampa. So.
Is this the masquerade thing?
No. This is, we can go like this. So.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, we have a motion by Chairman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Miranda. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
And the last thing is Tampa Theater this Sunday at 3 o'clock is showing Jesus Christ Superstar. And the gentleman who played Jesus Christ will be there. It's a sing-along.
It's a biopic?
I'll be there too.
So,
Totally.
you know, it's always a fun
And
time.
tell them who
Okay.
he used to date.
Who did he date?
Gala.
This is Ted Neely,
Yeah,
right?
he dated Dali's wife, Gala.
Is that a
Really?
motion or
Interesting.
just a statement?
No, just a statement.
A statement, okay.
Okay.
Did you provide the clerk with your motions?
Yes, I have everything here.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Would you
Thank
like
you.
the gavel back to
Yes, sir.
gavel us home?
Thank you. Let's begin with Councilman Miranda. Councilman Vieira.
Just really.
Strike that from the record.
I know. I motion for a commendation to be given to our friends Radiant Hands. They requested it at their November 11th gala to be presented off-site.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Vieira with the second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Karen Clay, our good friend, has requested a letter from City Council in support of her fundraising for an All Abilities Park. She wants to have the Disability Caucus help with that.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilwoman Hurtak. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
And then just lastly, an announcement on the Pediatric Cancer Awareness Month that the city's doing. As you all know, toy bins are all around here, and give what you can. Thank you.
Very, very good. Yes, ma'am?
I have nothing.
Yes, sir?
I'd like to encourage everybody that does accommodations to do them off-site.
Councilwoman Hurtak?
Second.
Yes.
No, all of them can't be out.
Similar, I said this last night. God, it was last night. That I'm asking that the monthly fund balance report be shared with us every month for the every fiscal year. So I request that the Revenue and Finance provide City Council with the city budget fund balances report that they run monthly, starting at the beginning of fiscal year 2024, which is October 1st, 2023.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Printed or digital?
Yes.
I believe digital is fine for now, and if we choose to modify that, personally, I'm not only just going to get the digital report. I'm gonna get classes. I want to go and learn how to read it. I'm sure Miss.
Okay. Aye.
Well, no, that glasses I have already, unfortunately. I also move to have the administration identify each department separately in any budget resolution to approve the transfer, reallocation, or appropriation of funds. Right now, we have an issue where we're sometimes we commingle funds to transfer, And I want each thing individually so that we can all follow the budget a little more closely.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, second from Councilman Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Yes, ma'am?
I make a motion that staff bring back some preliminary ideas for garage size standards, specifically making sure cars have space to open doors when they're inside the garage, January 11th, 2024.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, second from Councilmember Vieira, Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye.
And obviously, if they need more time, I just thought that would be enough. And then, my big one. Due to the length of our city council and CRA board meetings and workshops, I moved to have staff report on the possibility of rescheduling CRA board and workshop meetings to either Tuesdays or Wednesday mornings to avoid days with mornings and evening meetings on the same day.
I'm sorry, I love being overworked.
I have a job. I can't do that.
I have a hard time doing it.
But this is our job.
Well, I have 2 jobs. This is a part-time job.
Yeah, I have 3, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
So just for clarification, ma'am, so you're wanting to,
I'm wanting staff to come and talk about the viability of it.
yeah, but just, I want to get to of what you're trying to get the viability of, which is, so days that we have workshop and CRA, have the workshop and CRA on a separate day than the evening meetings?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, and we can, I mean, I'm okay with talking about it.
In the mornings?
Yeah, I'm okay.
So
I'm
if
in
I
there
understand,
thinking-
excuse me, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney, if I understand the nature of the motion is you don't want to have what I like to call twilight double headers.
Yeah, because we literally have them every other week now. Like, there's no option, and we are not serving the public well by the end of the evening. I'm not serving the public well. It's ridiculous. I have no ability to do anything the next day. We have, like, doing 14-hour days is not sustainable.
I
I've
agree.
done
And
it
would, if we did like an afternoon meeting, like a starting at 1, would that accommodate y'all's schedules better?
That's worse.
Is it worse?
Yeah.
Okay.
And if I may, you know, I mean, I don't mind talking about it, but if one council member, if it precludes their private sector or public sector, I guess, teacher schedules, obviously I probably wouldn't support it, but I have no problem with talking about it.
Well, I mean, I think that also then begs the question, I mean, this is a city of 400,000 people with a $2 billion budget. We need to have a salary so that this should be a full-time job, and we should pay it as such, because doing 14-hour days is just simply not sustainable.
Yeah, and I think most of us schedule meetings with constituents and stuff on the other days anyway, or a lot of them I do by phone. But I'm willing, as Councilmember Vieira always says, I'm willing to support it for discussion, but we work full-time. Even if we're not here, we're working all the time. And so,
I agree.
So the scheduling of this, though, is a finite thing. That the rest of it we can move around to accommodate stuff. So I probably would not support it eventually, but I'll support it now just for discussion.
Well, one last comment on this is it's not just us. There's a support staff.
Which is why I'm asking.
Yeah, there's a support staff that these long days, it's overly burdensome on them. So while we're all elected to these positions, these folks, this is their job, and we're asking them to put in these marathon days and working. I mean, poor Lisa.
No, Lisa loves it here.
She's the sole survivor. I'm sure Mary's back there too. But I think she sleeps. She's got a cot here. I think she sleeps here.
It's worse today because we were here how many hours? 10
No, I
hours
mean,
later.
but we have now talked about this like 3 weeks in a row on how this isn't sustainable. And if, as we're leaving, the comments are, this isn't sustainable, that's why the motion's here, because it's not gonna get any better.
Well, that part
We're gonna have, more CRA stuff. The workshops are already filling up to 2024.
Maybe we could have a day of, and maybe that'd be an option for people that can't make it, staff reports, and they could get written copies and accommodations on. We could do that maybe twice a month.
So let's put it on the agenda so we can talk about
discussions. Yes.
Council, I should just point out, and you probably are aware of this, prior to your time on council, there was a time that council did have a trial period of commendations on a separate day, on a Tuesday, and that was taking up
People made it on Tuesday morning for that.
Yeah, and if I may, and I'll second it, and I have we should vote, but I find for the commendation days, people would wind up doing commendations in council they would have never done otherwise.
Yeah.
I know I did. So, yeah, so.
No, shocking.
I'm being honest.
There's
The magic
gambling,
coat.
there's gambling going on in that establishment?
It's like, wow, we have 4 hours of commendations that we can do.
Yeah, exactly. So, but again, I'll second that for discussion.
Call the vote.
I prepared for this to be my long day. I've worked 3 jobs before as a single mom, and I've had 14, 16-hour days as an educator. This is what we signed up for. This is what I knew it would be. And, I'm okay with it. I really am okay with it.
But
So,
this is unusual.
yeah, don't interrupt me when I'm talking. So I just want to go on record in saying that. I actually have a full-time job. This was advertised as a part-time job, and the salary certainly indicates that it is a part-time job, although it is full-time in many regards regarding the hours that we put in. But I want to be able to attend everything, and just based on what the public is used to, they know that we meet on Thursdays, morning and afternoon, and I just would like to keep it that way so that I would not have to report to the superintendent to ask him for something that no one else has ever been granted before.
Well, I respect that, but this is not a part-time job. Nowhere in the charter does it say it's a part-time job. If people chose to make it a part-time job, that is up to you as individuals. But we are charged to do the city's and the people's business however long it takes. And if I have to be here every day for 8 hours, I'll do that.
All right, we
Is
have a
there
motion.
someplace written where it actually indicates that it's full-time? I thought that it was
says
advertised.
neither. It's not, it
doesn't-
is not indicated if
Right,
it's
right.
full-time or part-time
You're
job.
just elected for a
It doesn't
position.
say either way. Okay, then that's a fair statement that it doesn't say that.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
Mr. Chairman.
I have to go to bed, sir. I have to go to bed.
Forgive me for just saying this, but I think it's important to be said. Irrespective of how long you want to commit to be able to do this job, how many hours a day you do it, you have to provide the same competency
Yeah.
at 12 o'clock midnight as you do at 9 o'clock in the morning.
I think it's clear looking at this dais that we're not.
No,
Well, if that's
I
the
think we're doing a
determination-
disservice to the people.
If that's the determination, then I want to raise that as a point of concern. I believe that the end of the night, the petition at the end of the night should not be treated any differently than a petition earlier in the evening.
Well, the other option is the number, but let's talk about this when we.
Yes, and
Yes, it's a
I'm
workshop,
bringing
yeah.
this November 2nd, 2023.
Or we can just indicate that they end at 9 o'clock.
We have a
Or that
motion,
we're
we
done
have
at
a
9:30.
second
Can
from
we do that?
Councilmember
Can't
Vieira.
do that?
Yep, yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, any opposed?
Nay.
November 2nd.
Sierra is the second.
For the discussion, I'll say
Miss-
I'll support the discussion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to receive and file a ethics form from a previous meeting.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilman Vieira, all in favor?
What does that mean? That's discussion?
A conflict. There's a kind of conflict.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I see. Okay,
Or maybe.
thank you.
Anything else, sir? No, thank you. May I have a motion to receive and file?
Yes, so moved.
Motion from Councilwoman Henderson, second from Councilmember Carlson, all in favor? Aye. We are adjourned.
So it's neither part-time nor full-time, it's just.